Introduction. In February of 1954, a joint congressional committee on Indian affairs met in a hearing room in the Capitol to determine the fate of several small groups of Indians located in Utah. The star witness that Monday morning, Glenn L. Emmons, Commissioner of Indian Affairs, sat himself, proffered the usual bureaucratic niceties about how pleased he was to attend, and launched into a discourse on his views about the status of Indians in the United States. I have found, he began, that there are substantial differences in the more than 200 tribal groups throughout the United States. Then he reminded the congressman arrayed before him that the government should not attempt to apply the same yardstick to these many groups and tribes. No, said Emmons, each tribe has its own type of history of relations with the federal government and its own ideas about its future development. The commissioner then offered his advice on how the government could best meet the needs of 6 tiny bands of Indians in Utah. 2 of the bands, Shoshones, lived in remote valleys in western and northern Utah. The other 4 were Southern Paiutes, who lived near the small central and southern Utah towns of Cedar City, Richfield, Santa Clara, and Kanosh. They ranged in number from 140 Shoshones of the Washakie Band to 26 Indian Peak Paiutes. Altogether, these 6 groups totaled only 358 people. In fact, given their small numbers, it is remarkable that the government took any notice of them at all. To the men assembled, the reason for taking such notice seemed obvious enough. These Indians had outgrown the need for federal supervision. Few members of the bands actually resided on reservation land, and even fewer derived any income from it. Only a handful were unable to read and write in English. Collectively, these Indians received scarcely any government assistance at all. Why, then, should the government continue to hamper them by insisting that they live as Indians were somehow supposed to live? The time had come to set these Indians free from the restrictions their trustee status entailed. In 1954, when this hearing took place, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, was attempting to implement policies that would ultimately halt federal supervision and trust responsibilities over several tribes. These new policies, collectively known by the rather ominous-sounding name Termination, followed the will of Congress as expressed in House Concurrent Resolution 108. Past the preceding year, this document stated the philosophy succinctly, whereas it is the policy of Congress, as rapidly as possible, to make the Indians within the territorial limits of the United States subject to the same laws and entitled to the same privileges and responsibilities as apply to other citizens of the United States, and to end their status as citizens of the United States, and to grant them all of the rights and prerogatives about American citizenship. Indians within the territorial limits of the United States should assume their full responsibilities as American citizens. 2. In due course, more than 100 tribal groups would be subjected to the termination process. These small Utah Indian bands were merely the first. The question of how they and other Utah Indians became targets of the termination program is the subject of this study. As a matter of policy, termination proved to be one of the most divisive issues in the history of federal Indian relations. At the highest levels of the policy debate, it became a type of ideological combat, pitting contemporary policymakers against those of the preceding generation and turning more acculturated Indians against those less so. Termination also proved disruptive on a practical level as it devolved into a struggle over land and resources, attracting interested onlookers from industry, agribusiness, and state and local government. As has so often been the case in the history of federal Indian policy, the ideas that seemed so fresh and beneficial in Washington took on quite a different appearance to those who saw a way to profit from the process. All of these ideological elements were present in the Utah termination saga. Most of what transpired in that state came as a direct result of the efforts of a United States Senator from Utah, Arthur V. Watkins. As head of the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, Watkins was the leading congressional advocate of termination policy. Despite Watkins's unique paternal interest in the Indians of his own state, his role in terminating these Indians has been little studied. Why have scholars avoided the Utah termination saga? The most obvious reason has to do with the relatively small number of Indians involved. The Paiute bands numbered fewer than 200 souls in the rather sparsely populated areas of central and southern Utah. Unlike the Klamaths of Oregon or the Menominees of Wisconsin, they were not members of a well-known tribe, and they lacked material wealth and resources. However, the Paiutes were not the only Utah Indians to fall victim to Watkins and his program. The majority of terminated Indians in Utah were the so-called mixed-blood Utes. They were members for the most part of the Utah Ute Band and were people of mixed racial parentage. Their story has not been told for the simple reason that scholars of American Indian history have not considered them sufficiently Indian to merit study. The unfortunate fact is that mixed-blood peoples have been neglected by scholars. As Jennifer S. H. Brown has written, a kind of racial dualism is deeply embedded in Anglo-American thought. And this dualism carries over into scholarly dichotomies of Indian and white. The story of the mixed-blood Utes is problematic for other reasons as well. Although a disproportionate share of the blame for what happened to them must be assigned to Arthur Watkins and his associates, the actual work of terminating the mixed bloods fell to other Ute Indians and their leaders, assisted by sympathetic BIA officials and even representatives of the National Congress of American Indians. In other words, the mixed-blood Utes fell victim to the termination process largely as a result of the actions of other Indians, and even of those normally considered defenders of Indian rights. Thus, the story does not fit the usual pattern of white government and business leaders, assisted by the opportunistic local white population oppressing the Indians. Moreover, it involves the kind of controversies that scholars sometimes prefer to avoid: rivalries between tribal leaders, petty jealousies, distrust between tribal bands, and a bitter fight over tribal membership. This last factor was especially exacerbated by the windfall of $18 million received by the tribe as a result of a successfully prosecuted claim against the United States. In short, the story of what happened to the mixed-blood Utes defies classification into the usual categories and patterns of American Indian history. Historians have long debated the causes and effects of termination policy, but the earliest public dialogue originated in the exchanges between the policy formulators themselves and their critics. Using the form of journal articles and popular magazines, BIA officials and Indian advocates urged reform in government Indian policy. William Zimmerman Jr., the Assistant Commissioner of Indian Affairs from 1933 to 1950, once argued that the history of government-Indian relations was a succession of waves, moving from one extreme to the other. This was certainly true of the shift in policy from the New Deal administration of John Collier to that of Dillon S. Meyer and Glenn L. Emmons in the 1950s. While Collier and his associates sought to preserve Indian culture and establish bilateral relationships with the tribes, Meyer and Emmons sought ways of rapidly moving Indians into the mainstream of American society. It is hard to imagine a more radical turnabout in the span of a generation. One of the most salient historiographical problems, therefore, has been to determine why government policy shifted so dramatically. More recent studies of termination pertain less to the consequences of termination than to the ideological questions involved. These questions seek to recreate the political, social, and cultural milieu of the early 1950s, a time when hard choices had to be made. During this period, American policymakers had to decide whether they could justify policies that appeared to encourage cultural divisiveness while simultaneously waging the Cold War. For the many who felt that unity in the face of adversity was a more worthy goal than diversity, assimilation seemed the only rational policy. A corollary to the conformity versus diversity issue is that of cultural preservation versus desegregation. Many commentators of the 1950s took the position that preserving Indian culture on reservations was really an insidious form of segregation. The early 1950s was, after all, the same era that gave birth to the Civil Rights Movement. But when does cultural preservation become ethnic segregation? Policy advocates in the 1950s were sharply divided by the issue. Defenders of Indian culture, such as John Collier, Felix Cohen, and Oliver Lafarge, felt that forced assimilation was tantamount to cultural genocide. Clinging to the elusive goal of a pluralistic society, they felt that the preservation of Indian culture should be one of the guiding objectives of Indian policy. Assimilationists, they argued, had a slew of hidden objectives. They were land grabbers, or, worse yet, skinflints who sought to cut government expenditures at the expense of the Indians. Perhaps the best thing that could be said about them is that they were blindly ethnocentric. A few critics went so far as to imply that the assimilationists were racists. A frequent target of these accusations, Commissioner of Indian Affairs Dylan Meyer attempted to explain the problems and goals of his BIA administration in a 1953 article that appeared in Social Service Review. He argued that the traditional governmental role of assisting the Indians in making a living off the land was an outdated and even futile objective, because if the government were to develop all the Indian land resources to the fullest extent, we would still find ourselves with a surplus Indian population on those lands of 40 to 50%. Meyer saw termination as a simple matter of common sense. Moving Indians off tribal land afforded the best solution to the problem of Indian poverty. Moreover, aside from the rather Dickensian references to the surplus population, Meyer's arguments do have logic to them. When he spoke of the need for Indians to take over management of their own affairs and for the government to end the paternalism that resulted from federal trusteeship, he managed to sound like a civil rights advocate. Taken at face value, Meyer's foray into the public forum betrayed no trace of bigotry or racism, yet a more careful reading reveals little appreciation for Indian culture or the potential for self-determination. To Meyer, Indians were generally helpless because they were not capable of elevating themselves into the white man's world. Meyer's successor as commissioner, Glenn Emmons, also engaged in a little termination propaganda. In a 1955 article subtitled "Give Indians a Chance," which appeared appropriately enough in Business Week, he argued that the Indians themselves wanted to work and live like Americans. His rationale for termination was, like Meyer's, primarily pragmatic. Something had to be done about the overpopulation of reservation lands, and his solution was to relocate Indians to urban centers. The picture he painted of this panacea was just a bit too rosy, however, especially when he quoted one manufacturer as saying, "We like our Indian workers. Send us more." While Meyer and Emmons shrouded themselves in the guise and logic of practical politics, other proponents of termination asserted that the need for this policy was self-evident. The chief advocate of this point of view was Senator Watkins. In a 1957 article on the subject for the Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, he placed himself above the fray, claiming that the matter of freeing the Indian from wardship status is not rightfully a subject to debate in academic fashion, with facts marshaled here and there to be maneuvered and countermaneuvered in a vast battle of words and ideas. Much more, I see this as an ideal or universal truth to which all men subscribe, and concerning which they differ only in their opinion as to how the ideal may be attained and in what degree and during what period of time. A more ethnocentric perspective would be difficult to imagine. Watkins went on to argue that once the Indians fully understood the termination policy, they would be its greatest champions. He even called termination the Indian Freedom Program. Naturally, the critics of termination responded in kind to these assertions. One of the most potent termination critics was the architect of the Indian Reorganization Act, IRA, John Collier. He obviously had a stake in defending his program, which the termination sought to replace. To Collier, the issue was more philosophical than pragmatic. He contended that Meyer, Emmons, and their supporters failed to understand the proper relationship between the government and the Indian tribes. In Collier's view, this relationship was founded on bilateralism, a term that implied mutual consent in policy formulation. He went on to argue that those who would terminate government obligations to the Indians could not employ mutual consent because they had no appreciation for the cultural distinctiveness of Indians. Collier also claimed that the natural outcome of this policy would be to disinherit the Indians both materially and culturally. To the terminators, he asserted, Indian culture was both offensive and contrary to the American way. This last charge came perilously close to accusing the terminators of being racist. In yet another response to Watkins, one of Collier's philosophical allies, Oliver Lafarge, pointed up the essential difference between those who appreciated the value of a pluralistic society and those who would assimilate the Indians, whether they liked it or not. Lafarge liked this tendency toward racism and argued that because the assimilationists lacked an appreciation for diversity, they simply viewed Indians as dark-skinned people. Moreover, they could not tell the difference between Indian reservations and the segregated neighborhoods that restricted people of color. Yet genuine discrimination and segregation were everywhere, he said. Even in Salt Lake City, the center of Mormonism, with its special doctrine concerning the origin of the Indians. This last barb was undoubtedly aimed directly at Watkins, a Utah Mormon. Of all the contemporary critics of termination, however, probably the most prolific writer was Felix S. Cohen, a noted authority on Indian law. In several influential articles, Cohen assailed the Anglo-Saxon pride he saw at the root of Indian policy. One particularly poignant example appeared in 1952 in an essay entitled Americanizing the White Man. Cohen contrasted the ethnocentrism of the current BIA with the perspective of the natives, personified by an elderly Indian who supposedly told the commissioner designee, "The question is not how you can Americanize us, but how we can Americanize you. We have been working on that for a long time. Sometimes we are discouraged by the results. But we will keep trying. And the first thing we want to teach you is that, in the American way of life, each man has respect for his brother's vision." Cohen's objective in this and similar articles was to advocate cultural pluralism. His ultimate goal, though, was in at least one way strikingly similar to that of termination's proponents: to liberate the Indians from the BIA. Cohen abhorred the Bureau's graft, inefficiency, and paternalism, even going so far as to describe the relationship between the Bureau and the Indians as colonialism. In an article published in Progressive in 1951, entitled Colonialism U.S. Style, he noted that the BIA had inaugurated more than 500 programs to liquidate Bureau activities since 1884. Yet during this same period, the Bureau budget increased from $6 million to approximately $80 million. The harder the BIA tried to put itself out of business, it seemed, the bigger and more entrenched it became. Cohen was all in favor of dissolving this colonial arrangement. The key difference between himself and the Terminators, however, was in the method he proposed to accomplish this objective. Rather than simply setting the tribes adrift, Cohen argued, the Bureau should hire the Indians and employ them to determine their own affairs. He advocated, in other words, the continuation of the federal trust relationship under the direction of the Indians themselves. Cohen envisioned self-determination to supersede the extant notion of federal guardianship. Over time, interpretations of the federal trust relationship, the fiduciary responsibility the government holds toward American Indians of recognized tribal groups, have shifted from treaty obligation to guardianship to a recognition of the inherent powers of tribal sovereignty. Nevertheless, the trust relationship remains today as the nexus of federal Indian policy. Near the end of World War II, several influential politicians in and out of Washington concluded that the trust relationship had become anachronistic and argued that the time had come to free Indian wards from regressive federal guardianship. However, these would-be terminationists failed to recognize that the trust relationship was and remains a bilateral agreement that could only be terminated with the consent of both the federal government and a tribe. The era of active termination that followed, lasting from about 1954 to the early 1960s, the period was tragic, with Indian tribes and communities being terminated against their will. Several useful studies have examined the causes and effects of termination on individual tribes. On a macro level, however, there have been relatively few inclusive interpretations of the termination era. The first, Donald Fixico's Termination and Relocation. Federal Indian Policy, 1945 to 1960, 1986, offers the consensus view that termination policy logically arose in the late 1940s and 1950s as an attempt by BIA officials to revive the traditional assimilationist goals of the U.S. government. Fixico acknowledges the seemingly paradoxical fact that termination began during the Truman administration, with its democratic tradition of social justice for minorities and freedom of choice, but he finds a natural explanation in the social upheaval of World War II. He argues that the war created the impetus for change by exposing more indigenous people to the dominant society and by highlighting the poverty of the reservations. Fixico's conclusion is that a broad consensus formed among indigenous people, Bureau officials, and the public in favor of the integration of the indigenous population. However, the attempt was tragically flawed, as subjugated indigenous tribes were greatly harmed by the removal of federal trust oversight. A second interpretation, argued anew by Kenneth Philp in Termination Revisited, 1999, does exactly as the title suggests, reinterprets the termination era. Philp concludes that termination was not necessarily the tragedy that critics of the policy have suggested, but rather that it came as a response to the Depression-era FOIRA. He argues that the IRA did not meet the needs of the diverse Indian population, provide for substantial economic progress, or create a durable political framework for the future, but rather left a bitter legacy that led to new directions in federal Indian policy. Termination grew up in the shadow of this failed attempt to reform communal and sovereign Indian nationhood. Philp goes so far as to argue that termination took the form of a broad-based social movement to assimilate Indians and liberate them from federal supervision. It reflected the conservative and nationalist mood of the Cold War era that resonated with the ideologies of individualism and capitalism. These interpretations have much to recommend them. Both Fix-Aiko and Philp capture the essence of the times. There certainly was a broad social consensus that favored the integration and assimilation of American Indians into national lifeways. And as Philp contends, there were positive aspects to the termination, including the formation of super-tribal organizations that began the push toward self-determination. But a closer examination reveals certain lacunae in these interpretations, beginning with the presumption of rationality and coherence in national policy formulation, especially in the realm of Indian policy. It is not cynical to ask how the government suddenly became capable of implementing long-range initiatives while simultaneously coordinating policy across branches, departments, and agencies of government. This description of rational government may accord with the vision put forward by Fix-Aiko and Philp, but it does not sound like the one with which most of us are familiar. Both historians offer explanations of broad social forces that impel men and women to action. But in making their claims, they lose not only much of the human element in this episode, but all of the serendipity as well. Some of the most salient features of termination policy grew out of unplanned, unexpected, and even irrational elements of causation. These elements took the form of people and events that had little to do with the rational evolution of federal Indian policy. In making this contention, I cite as evidence the statements of the chairman of the Civil Service Committee, Senator William Langer of North Dakota. Langer's committee began an extensive series of hearings in late January 1947 to examine the possibility of reducing the number of federal employees in the executive branch. The hearings set in motion the termination process. Langer pressed the BIA for assurance that certain tribes were ready for the removal of their federal trust status. At this point in his career, the senator had not yet developed a vision or program for Indians. In time, he would become keenly interested in the subject. But at this early date, I inferred that he knew little about Indian policy, and even less about the Bureau. His first questions to William Zimmerman, the Assistant Commissioner of Indian Affairs, sought to ascertain the nature of the services rendered by the BIA and the exact number of employees required to perform them. The senator may have had greater knowledge of these matters than his line of questioning suggests, but not a great deal more. After listening to 2 days of explanation, Langer demanded to know why a Chinaman can come in here and be taken care of, or a Jap, any other nationality of people on this earth, can come into this country and be taken care of by existing federal, state, and local services, but not Indians. Langer saw no logic in maintaining a separate department costing millions of dollars for a few 100,000 people. He wanted to know why the government should not simply abolish the Indian Bureau and be done with it. Arthur Watkins's service as chair of the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs is similarly instructive. Watkins is often credited as being the prime instigator of termination policy, and correctly so, but he did not come to his chairmanship with a brief on Indian policy. In fact, Watkins received his appointment to chair the subcommittee in his first month in office. Why would the Senate leadership choose a junior senator for this position? Primarily because no one with seniority wanted the job. The subcommittee had been dominated for years by Burton K. Wheeler and his allies, most of whom had become sharply critical of the BIA in recent years. Watkins's appointment reflected both a changing of the guard and the relative lack of importance the Senate attached to Indian affairs. As Philp suggests, men like Senators Langer and Watkins truly did reflect the conservative and nationalist mood of the Cold War era, with its concomitant ideologies of individualism and capitalism. But they possessed other motivations inconsonant with the actual needs of Indian people. Watkins and his cohort of government policy operatives had no idea of the particulars or the rationale of existing Indian policy, which is not to say that they lacked motivations of their own. Perhaps we should say that broad social forces created a climate conducive to the formulation of termination policy. But implementation fell to a relatively small number of influential people, individuals motivated by divergent ideas of who and what American Indians were and should be. All of this leads to a more significant point. At the base of the termination issue is a question of identity. On the most basic level of causation, that is, on the level of human interaction, termination policy resulted from the collision of ideas about the status and identity of American Indians. The contours of this identity question emerge when we examine the various sides and proponents of the policy. Every local episode of termination had its own cast of players, although at the national level, key individuals remained more or less the same. This history attempts to illustrate the dynamics of identity politics at the local, state, and federal levels, using the attempted termination of the Ute tribe of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation in 1954 as a case study. In the Ute episode, the tribal operatives functioned much as Fixico's World War II thesis might have predicted. In the early 1950s, a small group of veterans dominated Ute affairs and served as tribal leaders. The two most important leaders were college-educated. Rex Curry, chairman of the Ute Tribal Business Committee, was a graduate of Brigham Young University, while Francis McKinley, the tribe's program coordinator, earned his BA at George Washington University. Both men were highly acculturated, but they differed greatly in their perspectives on Indians. Curry valued his Indian heritage, but believed in the ultimate necessity of assimilation. His loyalties were divided between the Ute tribe and the Mormon Church. McKinley, on the other hand, held more pluralistic views. He favored tribal development programs, but strongly opposed Senator Watkins's termination program. McKinley wanted to use tribal resources to provide housing and education programs for full-blood members of the tribe. Divergent programs and personnel make it difficult to generalize about the BIA during this transitional period. The Commissioner of Indian Affairs, Glenn Emmons, might best be described as a passive supporter of the termination program. Most mid-level and agency personnel harbored decidedly mixed views about the policy. Robert L. Bennett, a Oneida Indian and employee with the BIA's Division of Programs, believed that the old paternal relationships most tribes had with the BIA should be eliminated, and thus he agreed with certain objectives of the termination policy. But he also believed that the tribes should determine this course of action for themselves rather than succumbing to coercive pressures from Congress or the BIA. Bennett felt that tribes should consent to the process before the Bureau could terminate the trust relationship. Given his emphasis on tribal self-determination, Bennett's motivations are readily explained by Philp's interpretation of the era. Current research increasingly focuses on policy formulation at the state and community levels. Yet local political affairs are often dramatically influenced by national figures, especially when these figureheads are able to draw upon a network of alliances. No interpretation to date has thoroughly examined the personal motivations of Arthur Watkins. And Watkins was not the only one with such motivations. In Utah, several key advocates of termination shared a common religious affiliation. Virtually all were Mormons. Ernest L. Wilkinson, the Ute tribal claims attorney, also served as president of Mormon Church-owned Brigham Young University. John S. Boyden, the Ute tribal attorney, who actually wrote the Ute Partitioning Act, the functional termination legislation, held high-ranking positions in the Mormon Church. H. Rex Lee, a high-level bureaucrat in the BIA and a close ally of Senator Watkins's, was also a Mormon. Wilkinson and Boyden had a profound influence over tribal affairs on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, and they were greatly assisted by Rex Curry, who was another Mormon and a natural ally. It may seem that these connections could easily be dismissed with the explanation that a majority of Utah congressmen and women, attorneys, and bureaucrats have always been Mormons. But that is precisely the point. Mormonism heavily influenced the way these policymakers thought about Native Americans. The purpose here is not to criticize Mormon religious doctrine, but rather to illuminate two critical aspects of Mormon beliefs about Indians. First, Mormons have a unique perspective on Indians. Belief in Mormon doctrine is predicated on acceptance of the validity of the Book of Mormon, which purports to be a history of ancient American Christian civilizations. In Book of Mormon cosmology, contemporary American Indians are the fallen and degraded descendants of these enlightened ancient Americans. A corollary doctrine holds that Mormons have a duty to elevate American Indians to their former status as members of God's kingdom on earth. The upshot is that, given these premises, Mormons have never, historically speaking, accepted the legitimacy of indigenous cultures. In a Mormon context, to elevate Indians means to convert and assimilate them. Therefore, the fact that Watkins, Wilkinson, Boyden, Lee, and Curry were practicing Mormons is significant in understanding their perspectives on Indians. None of these men saw any particular value in retaining native culture, and consequently, they were predisposed to be assimilationists and terminationists. It is not far-fetched to say that these five men found common ground in the campaign to terminate the Utes and other Indian tribes. Watkins and Wilkinson, probably the most successful tribal claims attorney in the country at that time, both played leading roles in the termination of other tribes. Although the details of the Ute episode are complex, they can be reduced to three events that defined the future course of Ute tribal history. In the first instance, Senator Watkins sent a letter to Tribal Chairman Rex Curry in February 1954, which demanded that Ute leaders follow through on promises to implement what he called a development program, a BIA euphemism for a termination plan. He threatened that further legislation for aid or assistance to the Utah tribe would greatly depend upon the activities of the tribe. In other words, if the Ute leaders failed to produce a termination plan, Watkins would withhold funds won in a recent lawsuit that resulted in a judgment against the United States. Chapter 1. The Junior Senator from Utah. Using the power of his office as a United States Senator and his position as chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, Arthur Watkins instigated Indian termination in Utah. That is the one indisputable fact. It is also true that Watkins had a great deal of help, not only in his home state, but also in Congress and in the executive branch. In the aftermath of World War II, several contemporary voices called for a reform of Indian policy, most of them noting the incongruity of Indian reservations in the modern world. Other factors influenced the formulation of the termination policy. The reality of Soviet hegemony in Eastern Europe and the ascendancy of Maoist forces in mainland China gave rise to the ominous threat of worldwide communism. To many Americans, the crisis demanded discipline, fortitude, and above all, national unity in the face of these new dangers. Defenders of personal and civil liberties sounded like traitors or heretics, and the advocates of cultural diversity, including defenders of Indian rights such as John Collier and Felix Cohen, seemed hopelessly out of step as the nation marched into the Cold War. These and other factors have been well documented by historians of the termination era. Yet it is also interesting to note that while so many joined the chorus calling for the assimilation of Indians and an end to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, only a few were willing to draft the legislation and see it through Congress. These few were the true practitioners of termination: Arthur Watkins, E.Y. Berry, Dillon S. Meyer, H. Rex Lee, and a handful of others. Watkins might be described as the most ardent believer among them, an attribute that makes him a compelling subject of historical study. He stands almost alone as one who both formulated the termination policy and then carried it forward into execution as federal law. According to a deposition made by Ute tribal attorney John S. Boyden, a man well acquainted with the senator and his motives, Watkins felt that his program could be most effectively advanced by terminating Utah Indians first, as a model or example for Indians in other parts of the country to follow. Watkins wanted to terminate the largest and most powerful tribe in the state, the Ute Indians of the Uintah, Uintah-Ouray Reservation, but he also undoubtedly knew that tribal leaders and BIA officials would not be sympathetic and that his plans would require influential allies. Unfortunately for the Utes, he found two such men. Ernest L. Wilkinson, one of the most gifted Indian claims attorneys in the United States, and John S. Boyden, the trusted legal counsel for the Northern Ute and Hopi Indians. It is fair to say that Watkins could not have carried out his program in Utah without the assistance of Wilkinson, Boyden, and, in the end, many others. But he was the primary instigator of the process, and without him, termination in Utah would almost certainly have never taken place. Arthur V. Watkins, called Vivian as a youth because his father was also named Arthur, was born in 1886 and raised in a traditional Mormon home. He spent his early years in the community of Midway, high in Utah's Heber Valley, a site that only 20 years earlier had witnessed much conflict with northern Utes during Utah's Black Hawk War. No doubt many residents still harbored bitter feelings toward Native Americans during Arthur's childhood. The Utes were not geographically distant even then, as they had been removed to the nearby Utah Valley in the 1860s. At age 10, because his parents decided to move the family to a new farm home in the Uintah Basin near Vernal, Utah, Arthur found himself in much closer proximity to the Utes. It is unlikely that he experienced much direct contact with the Indians at this point in his life, since he traveled in the exclusionary circles defined by the local church community, or ward, in Latter-day Saints terminology. Watkins's relatives recalled that Arthur was a bookish child who had little use for farming. After attending the Latter-day Saints Church Academy in Vernal for 2 years, Arthur left his family and boarded in Provo so he could finish his preparatory schooling at the Brigham Young Academy, now known as Brigham Young University. Watkins followed the Mormon tradition of serving a church mission. His assignment was to proselytize in the eastern United States. Although at the time of his departure, he had little knowledge of religion in general, or his own in particular, Watkins had strong convictions about the correctness of his religious beliefs. Many years later, he recalled that he enjoyed preaching from street corners and contending with the hecklers. With time and study, Watkins eventually became an expert on Mormon theology. His experience as a missionary exposed him to more than religion, however. Life in the large urban environment of the East also stirred him to an early interest in politics. Apparently, his belief in the correctness of the Republican Party was as firmly grounded as his religious convictions, because he noted with some pride that he cast his first ballot for a straight Republican ticket. Watkins was also quite pleased that Utah contributed its electoral votes to the newly elected President Taft. In the fall of 1910, after being released from his mission, Watkins made the unusual decision not to return home to his family. Instead, he stayed in New York to study law at New York University. Perhaps he was influenced by the fact that while he was away, his parents had settled on a new 160-acre homestead in the Uintah Valley. His aversion to farming may have been at the heart of his decision, but it may also be the case that the primitive and isolated location of the new farm on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation repelled him. Watkins completed his studies at New York University in 1 year and transferred to Columbia Law School, where he earned his Bachelor of Laws degree in 1912. Later that summer, he returned to Salt Lake City, passed the state bar examination, and opened a law practice in his hometown of Vernal. If Watkins felt isolated in Vernal, that situation was soon alleviated. In 1913, he was joined there by his new bride, Andrea Rich, a Mormon from Salt Lake City whom Arthur had met and courted in New York. Andrea was soon put off by Vernal's small-town atmosphere and by the fact that her husband was at least as devoted to his church and community as he was to her. She was lonely, and on one occasion, she ran home from a church dance, wishing that an Indian would grab her and make her husband sorry for his inattention. But Arthur would never change, and Andrea was the one who adjusted to the Mormon patriarchal style of marriage. As she later put it, my role was to be that of a wife who relieved him of all unnecessary responsibility in the home, and to encourage him to serve his fellow men whenever and wherever he could. Over time, the affairs of the community increasingly occupied Watkins, although not as a result of his law practice. He found the relatively meager demand for legal services insufficient to support more than one attorney in Vernal, and he was the second. So, beginning in the late spring of 1914, he augmented his income, by working as the news editor for the local weekly, the Vernal Express. It was here, in the pages of this small-town newspaper, that Watkins first publicly expressed some of his core beliefs about Indians and government. As the news editor, he undoubtedly wrote most of the major stories in the paper, except those from correspondence, which were generally credited, thus providing himself the opportunity to editorialize as he saw fit. Since the Express lacked an editorial page in these early years, news editors often interjected opinions into the stories themselves. The evidence suggests that Watkins regularly took advantage of his editorial liberties. Several stories dealing with Indians appeared during his brief tenure as editor, and strong opinions were expressed in virtually every one of them. One front-page article about enforcement of the Indian liquor laws in Tucson, Arizona, for example, took the position that Indians should be punished for buying liquor because they were at least as culpable as those selling it. There are good Indians as well as bad, Watkins editorialized, and the scalawag red man is as much detested by his own race as well as by the whites, and should be made to face the law the same as the white man. As he saw it, the guiding principle in these matters should be treated equally under the law. Such common-sense laws had been adopted many times by Western states without effect, he argued, because many people of the East, including many Indian officials, believed in the storybook Indians, a much-abused creature. It was not the case that the young editor disliked the Indians. He simply felt that they should be treated the same as everyone else. A few weeks after the editorial on liquor law appeared in the paper, a more significant matter arose on the nearby Uintah-Ouray Reservation when Indian agent J.D. Martin attempted to enforce an order banning the Utes from holding their annual sun dance. The new policy originated with Commissioner of Indian Affairs Cato Sells and was but one example of the Bureau's strategy of promoting assimilation by restricting traditional tribal practices. News editor Watkins, however, saw the issue in more fundamental terms. He argued that the Utes had a constitutional right to practice the sun dance because they were citizens of the United States and were entitled to the free exercise of their religion. Once again, Watkins preferred to see the question as one in which the Indians were being denied equal treatment because of the Bureau's unwarranted paternalism. That Watkins thought the BIA had outlived its usefulness is evident from other stories appearing in the Express. In one case, he argued that the old reservation buildings, still in use apparently, at Fort Duchesne should be ceded to the state, because Utah will no doubt find better use for it than Uncle Sam is getting at present. The editorialist clearly felt that Bureau buildings, as outdated relics of the 19th century, were symbolic of the status of the Indian Bureau itself. In the summer of 1914, the Express's stated opinions on Indian matters generally reflected those of the community. Life in the Uintah Basin was rugged and new, and a good deal of editorial space was given over to boosterism and railroad promotion. The Uintah-Ouray Reservation had been allotted only 9 years earlier, and the resulting surplus lands had been opened to the public. Consequently, the prevalent attitude held that Indian reservations were obstacles to progress, both for the Indians and for the newly established white communities. Watkins's parents were among those who expanded their farm acreage by purchasing surplus reservation lands. 10. It is not surprising, therefore, that Watkins shared the same views as the newspaper constituency, since he was a product of the rural eastern Utah environment. 4 decades later, as a United States Senator, he would espouse essentially the same views. After a brief stint at farming in the early 1920s, Watkins moved his family to the Wasatch Front community of Orem and settled into a law practice. In time, he attained a measure of financial security, as well as prominence in the community for his involvement in local political affairs. His commitment to church work also deepened. In 1929, authorities of the Mormon Church selected him to serve as the president of the Utah Sharon Stake, an administrative organization of several congregations with a combined population of some 2,994 members. As a community leader, Watkins took an active part in several local endeavors, such as the organization of the Sharon Cooperative Educational and Recreational Association and the construction of its theater in Orem. By the mid-1930s, he served as director of both the Orem Chamber of Commerce and the Provo River Water Users Association. In the latter capacity, he coordinated the effort to organize metropolitan water districts all along the Wasatch Front region and played a key role in the Deer Creek Reservoir Project T. In 1936, Watkins attempted to parlay his community experience into public office. He made his first attempt to run for Congress, becoming a candidate for Utah's 2nd Congressional District. Although he failed in his attempt to unseat the incumbent Democrat, he established a name for himself on the state political scene. In subsequent years, he remained active in public and church affairs, and during World War II, he actively promoted Utah County as a site for potential war industries. By the end of the war, Watkins was well known in political circles for his persistent efforts at promoting economic development. Perhaps more importantly, the predominantly Mormon population of Orem revered him as president of the Sharon Stake, which placed him at the head of several local congregations. Within the Mormon Church, which operated without a paid clergy, successful community leaders such as Watkins typically served in important ecclesiastical positions. Church leaders generally reserved the calling of stake president for men judged to be of the highest integrity and spirituality, and Watkins's reputation no doubt benefited from the prestige of his office. Following his routine release from his church position in 1946, Watkins decided to run again for office, though not for a seat in the House of Representatives. Thinking himself suited for a higher position, he judged the political climate more accurately this time. Capitalizing on a wave of post-war conservatism in Utah, he easily won election to the United States Senate. Watkins's Senate campaign of 1946 and his re-election campaign in 1952 demonstrated his marked distaste for partisan politics. He preferred to run on his record and experience and to leave the political infighting to others. In fact, in keeping with his deeply religious perspective on political affairs, he believed that disagreements were born of contention and contrary to the spirit of enlightenment. Shortly after announcing his candidacy in May 1946, for example, he addressed a group from the Orem Community Church and expressed his belief that political discussions needed more of the spirit of Christ and less recrimination and bitterness. He felt that the solution to all problems, social, political, and economic, could be found in the message of his religion. Struggles between nations would end, and the strife between capital and labor would cease because, as he put it, if both sides were guided by the Spirit of Christ, controversies would soon be settled. In truth, they would never arise, because the Spirit of Christ does not give rise to controversy. He charged that civilization itself would not survive without spiritual redemption. Only thus, he continued, could discontent be driven out, and all the shades lifted from the road ahead. 11. Watkins's determination to avoid political debate and to stress religious themes formed the basic strategy in each of his election campaigns. His May 1946 speech to the Orem Church became something of a campaign creed, so much so that during his 1952 re-election campaign, substantial portions of it were reprinted in the newspapers as paid political advertising. Other campaign ads stressed Watkins's community background and experience and avoided any mention of his opposition. In 1946, for example, his advertisement stated simply that Watkins is a builder. He gets things done. His record proves it. Deer Creek, Geneva Steel, and community developments? The same advertisement also pointed out that Utah needed a Republican senator to keep in step with the new Republican Congress, which constituted the most partisan statement made by the candidate or his staff in 1946. Indeed, newspaper accounts of the 1946 and 1952 campaigns are devoid of any mention of Watkins's opponents or specific political issues, a strategy in keeping with the Mormon tradition of selecting political leaders based on character and church membership. In Orem, where Watkins's religious background was accepted as a matter of course, church connections played an important role in his campaign. In October 1946, a committee composed of representatives from every local Mormon congregation planned a community reception to honor Watkins, demonstrating the grassroots church involvement. The local newspaper, the Orem Geneva Times, reported the reception as if it were a community function sponsored by civic leaders rather than local church authorities. Perhaps as justification for failing to make these distinctions, The paper stated that Arthur V. Watkins is well known and respected in this area, and it is the feeling of the entire community that he should be honored at a public reception. Like most small-town Utah newspapers of the time, the Times routinely blurred distinctions between church functions and community functions, a tendency also reflected in the attitudes of the local Mormon population. Church members clearly perceived Watkins as the candidate of both the church and the community. When Watkins narrowly failed to win a majority of votes in the 1946 Republican primary, necessitating a primary runoff election, subsequent political ads in the Orem paper reminded readers to vote for Orem's candidate for U.S. Senator and urged everyone to remember, everybody votes this time. Readers apparently followed the injunction because Watkins won the runoff election by a 7-to-1 margin. In the general elections, Watkins's Democratic opponents, incumbent Senator Abe Murdoch in 1946 and Representative Walter K. Granger in 1952, undoubtedly felt the frustration of waging a political campaign against a decidedly non-political opponent. During the latter election, Granger found himself squeezed between Watkins's personality-driven strategy and smear tactics that may have originated with Watkins's staff. In attempting to confront Watkins's non-ideological program, Granger brought in Senator Warren G. Magnuson from Washington State, a well-known Democratic Party leader, to inject a little political invective at a fundraising dinner. Magnuson summed up the problem succinctly when he described Watkins as a typical Republican senator who would have been happy in the McKinley administration, and then called on citizens to vote for a party and its program rather than for personalities. Clearly, Magnuson did not fully appreciate the extent to which the Utah senator's Mormon constituents supported the candidate precisely because of his background and personality. Watkins's political handlers, meanwhile, proved less willing to stay above the political fray, and a rather unsavory attempt to smear Granger surfaced in the last days of the 1952 campaign. On 31st October, the Salt Lake City newspapers ran a paid political advertisement which claimed that Granger had abused his office by receiving government assistance in the construction of a fence and other improvements to his Cedar City ranch. An outraged Granger called the accusation an infamous lie and demanded that the newspapers print a retraction. He also insisted that the photographs used in the political advertisement were traceable right to a member of the office staff of Arthur V. Watkins. Granger clearly felt that Watkins was responsible for the attack. Regardless of the validity of this charge, it is unlikely that such tactics were necessary in an election where Watkins enjoyed the privileges of incumbency as well as the considerable advantage of riding on the coattails of popular Republican presidential candidate Dwight D. Eisenhower. In the end, Watkins won his re-election campaign without serious difficulty, garnering 54% of the vote, but Granger's allegations present an interesting depiction of Watkins as a politician willing to engage in devious, low-level tactics while maintaining an image of one above the give and take of politics. Shortly after the 1952 election, several events within the realm of Indian affairs would demonstrate Watkins' ability to function in exactly that manner. In 1947, though, Watkins entered office as a typical freshman senator of that era. He had extensive experience in local politics, solid training in law, and a prosperous career. During his first term, he made a name for himself as a passionate conservative and a sharp critic of Roosevelt and Truman foreign policy, charging that American interests had been betrayed at the Yalta Conference and that the United States had been too soft on the Soviets both during and after the war. Watkins had not been in office long, however, when the Republican leadership in the Senate assigned him work of quite a different nature. In only his first month in office, he was appointed to chair the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, an assignment largely reflecting the relative lack of importance the Senate attached to such matters. The subcommittee functioned within the jurisdiction of the larger Standing Committee on Public Lands, later renamed the Committee on Interior and Insular Affairs, and although the subcommittee was lacking in stature, Watkins soon found that it held important oversight responsibility over a system of Indian administration burdened by the years of wartime neglect. At this early stage of his career, Watkins had little real experience working with Indians and their problems. The many years he had spent on or near the Uintah-Ouray Reservation imbued him with the common prejudices found in border town populations. He deplored the conditions typically found on reservations and disapproved of the paternalistic nature of BIA programs. But beyond his rather diffident personal observations, there is little evidence that he ever had direct dealings with Indians or the slightest appreciation of or education in Indian affairs or history. What he brought to the Senate is best described as a lack of experience coupled with compensating religious convictions about Indians, in particular, convictions about the origins and ultimate destiny of Indian people, DES. Watkins revealed in a 1947 radio address entitled, "What of the Future of America?" the strong relationship between some of his most deeply held political and religious beliefs. "From my earliest infancy," he said, "I have been taught that the land of America is a land choice above all other lands, that it was kept from the knowledge edge of the rest of the world for many centuries, to be revealed in God's own time for the establishment of a great nation by inspired men, a nation that would have the responsibilities and opportunities sometime in its history that are America's today." These sentiments reflect a major theme of the Book of Mormon, a text held by Mormon adherents believe the scriptural history of the ancient inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere was restored by an act of God to function as a second witness to the divine mission of Christ. A key tenet of Mormon theology holds that God reserved America as a choice land upon which he would, in the latter days, restore his church and kingdom. M. Watkins's views about American exceptionalism may seem anachronistic given the federal government's persecution of the Mormon Church during the anti-polygamy campaigns of the late 19th century. However, in subsequent decades, the Church experienced a dramatic transformation toward the mainstream of social and religious respectability. Historian Jan Ships has interpreted this shift as an indication that the mechanisms of group boundary maintenance were transferred away from the Church as a whole and toward the individual. By mid-century, Mormons like Watkins lived in compliance with an exacting code of personal conduct, which included the payment of a 10% tithe on all income, a clearly articulated dietary code that excluded alcoholic beverages, coffee, and tea, circumspect standards of sexual morality, and personal modesty in dress and behavior. The latter point especially was reinforced by the wearing of special undergarments that symbolized a personal commitment to sacred covenants made in Mormon temples. These patterns of personal behavior continually reminded church members that they were members of God's kingdom on earth, a chosen people, directed by living prophets. Ironically, while individuals like Arthur Watkins demonstrated Mormon otherworldliness through personal living habits, the Church as a whole rigorously sought to achieve mainstream acceptability. The anti-polygamy battles of the past century provoked a vigorous public relations campaign to reform the Church's image. Leaders issued conciliatory public statements, sought open relations with the outside community, and made a concerted effort to explain Mormonism to the outside world. Mormon ecclesiastical and political leaders made every attempt to emphasize patriotism and conformity with the American way. During the 1950s, church leaders expressed their anti-communist sentiments and promoted American values at every opportunity. Mormon Church President David O. McKay and Apostle Ezra Taft Benson, Eisenhower's Secretary of Agriculture, were two of the most stridently partisan of the church leaders. Both openly espoused conservative Republican ideology. On several occasions, Benson even expressed his admiration for the John Birch Society, despite the church's official political neutrality and the disapproval of his fellow church authorities. McKay, more circumspect in his public announcements, went so far as to declare that Eisenhower's election constituted a turning point in United States, if not world, history. McKay and Benson both saw Watkins as an ally and compatriot. His bedrock conservatism, patriotic fervor, and conformist tendencies easily existed within the prevailing political sentiments of the church hierarchy. Hi. To understand Watkins is to understand that, as an Orthodox member of the Mormon Church, he genuinely believed his church was the only true church, the only one directed by God, and the only one possessing the restored gospel. Such a perception naturally led to the conviction that other religions and cultures were in error. Thus, to describe him as merely ethnocentric is to understate the intensity of his personal orthodoxy. He was ethnocentric, overtly so, and completely blind to emerging concepts of ethnicity or racial pluralism. Watkins's views about a homogeneous society paralleled his conditioning in the rigidly conformist environment of the Mormon Church. Although lacking a professional clergy at the local level, Mormonism is in no way democratic. In the Church, priestly authority flows from above, starting with the Church president, who is regarded as the prophet, seer, and revelator for the entire membership, and continues through to a select quorum of senior men known as the 12 Apostles, and other lesser general authorities. Gathering semi-annually in a general conference of the Church, these authorities offer addresses to the membership that, as Ships has noted, function with an informal ex cathedra infallibility, as if these addresses are somehow distillations of the concentrated power of revelation and inspiration present at that time and in that place. Mormons are constrained to follow the prophet and are conditioned to value obedience above independent thinking. In a message that was widely disseminated to church members in Watkins' day, Joseph Fielding Smith, then a member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, and later church president, wrote, "Any Latter-day Saint who denounces or opposes, whether actively or otherwise, any plan or doctrine advocated by the prophets, seers, or revelators of the Church is cultivating the spirit of apostasy. One cannot speak evil of the Lord's anointed and retain the Holy Spirit in his heart. This sort of game is Satan's favorite pastime, and he has practiced it on believing souls since Adam. Satan, wins a great victory when he can get members of the Church to speak against their leaders and to do their own thinking. When our leaders speak, the thinking has been done. When they propose a plan, it is God's plan. When they point the way, there is no other which is safe. When they give directions, it should mark the end of controversy. God works in no other way. To think otherwise without immediate repentance may cost one their faith, may destroy their testimony, and leave them a stranger to the kingdom of God. It goes without saying that church authorities do not think highly of alternative voices. The usual recourse in dealing with intellectual dissent has been excommunication, a long-dormant practice revived in the mid-20th century with the case of Fawn M. Brodie, niece of church president David O. McKay, after the 1945 publication of her damning biography of church founder Joseph Smith. In recent decades, the church has discouraged independent church symposia, journal publications, and other literary efforts, and has instituted a rigorous program to correlate all church literature and instructional materials. Mormon scholars who have participated in forums outside church control have found themselves subject to church discipline, including excommunication. These conformist tendencies transcend administrative paranoia typically found in authoritarian organizations. In the Mormon Church, the concept of unity among true believers is built into the doctrine. While some aspects of Mormon theology have proven highly mutable over time, belief in the necessity of church solidarity remains a fundamental concept, and this is as true today as it was in Watkins's era. Writing in the 1950s, Mormon theologian Bruce R. McConkie noted that those who live according to the gospel possess the same mind, being transformed into the same image or likeness, even the express image of Him who fills all in all. In his encyclopedic work titled Mormon Doctrine, McConkie defined unity in more explicit terms. This unity among all the saints, and between them and the Father and the Son, is reserved for those who gain exaltation and inherit the fullness of the Father's kingdom. Those who attain it will all know the same things, think the same thoughts, exercise the same powers, do the same acts, respond in the same way to the same circumstances, beget the same kind of offspring, rejoice in the same continuation of the seeds forever, create the same type of worlds, enjoy the same eternal fullness, and glory in the same exaltation. The remarkable homogeneity in Mormon culture has been noted by outside observers since the early days of the Church. Non-Mormon authors Richard N. and Joan K. Ostling, in their recent treatment, Mormon America, The Power and the Promise, described Latter-day Saint students as bright, dedicated, disciplined, hard-working, intensely loyal, obedient, fairly homogeneous in outlook, impressively capable of altruism and personal sacrifice, generally highly submissive to ecclesiastical authority, and committed to official orthodoxy as defined by the hierarchy. Pulitzer Prize-winning political cartoonist and grandson of former church president Ezra Taft Benson, Steve Benson offered a less flattering perspective on the same phenomenon. Look at an average group of Mormon followers, and what does one find? People who dress the same way down to the same underwear, follow the same leader, think the same thoughts, believe the same things, read the same books, obey the same commandments, vote the same way, fear the same enemies, oppose the same ideas, condemn the same people who don't think the same way, pay the same church dues, avoid the same movies, eat the same food, associate with the same people, marry the same kind, and give the same reasons for believing that God and Mormonism are one and the same. Given the extensive emphasis on conformity in Mormon belief and practice, it is little wonder that Arthur Watkins lacked an appreciation for cultural diversity. In Watkins's cosmology, disparate cultures existed only because of ignorance and apostasy from the true gospel. Diversity, as he undoubtedly perceived it, was a problem to be solved through the process of conversion. Religious pronouncements, such as those offered in Watkins's 1947 radio address, actually bolstered support from his constituency. The Orem Geneva Times offered the opinion that it was good to hear a man in high office publicly acknowledge his faith in God and state his determination to be guided by Christian precepts in carrying out the duties of his office. Senator Watkins did not simply acknowledge his religious affiliations publicly, he relied on them privately as well. Over the course of his senatorial career, he contacted David O. McKay for advice on a wide variety of matters. McKay willingly dispensed his views to Watkins, and he relied on the senator in turn to represent the church's position in political affairs. For example, in 1953, when Watkins received pressure from President Eisenhower to support an emergency immigration bill allowing 240,000 German, Dutch, Greek, and Italian immigrants to enter the country, he phoned McKay and asked for advice on whether he should support the measure. On other occasions, McKay took the initiative. In June 1950, he phoned Watkins to express his opposition to the appointment of Judge Willis Ritter to the U.S. District Court of Utah. Interestingly, McKay supported the nomination of one of Ritter's competitors for the appointment, Salt Lake City Attorney John S. Boyden, who would become an important ally to Watkins in dealing with Ute Indians. Although there is no known evidence that the senator and the church president ever discussed matters of Indian policy, Watkins's view about race must have been profoundly influenced by the racial doctrines of the Mormon Church. These doctrines have been modified considerably in recent decades, even to the point of changing the wording in key passages of the Book of Mormon. At the time of Watkins's tenure in the Senate, however, the Church still denied the right to hold the priesthood to those of African descent, and continued to do so until 1978. This practice was justified by several speculative doctrines, most of which emphasize God's role in placing a curse of darkness upon these people. Mormon theologian John McConkie explained the idea as follows. If we had a full and true history of all races and nations, we would know the origins of all their distinctive characteristics. In the absence of such detailed information, however, we know only the general principle that all these changes from the physical and spiritual perfections of our common parents have been brought about by departure from gospel truths. Dark skin, in other words, came to Africans, American Indians, and other people of color as a consequence of sinfulness and apostasy. The idea is fully developed in the Book of Mormon and must have heavily influenced Watkins's beliefs on the subject. In fact, it is inconceivable that it could have been otherwise, because acceptance of the Book of Mormon is a foundational requirement for belief in the Church. Revered as scripture by church members, the Book of Mormon holds that present-day Indians are descendants of Israelites who came to the Americas around 600 BC. According to the doctrine, they divided into two great civilizations shortly after their arrival, one imbued with the true gospel and the other with darkness and apostasy. The second group, called Lamanites, thereafter began a precipitous decline and received a punishment from God as a result. As the prophet Nephi tells the story, Wherefore, as they were white and exceeding fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing to my people, the Lord did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them. They afterward became idle people, full of mischief and subtlety, and did seek in the wilderness for beasts of prey. The Book of Mormon contrasts these savage Lamanites most unfavorably with the chosen people of God, the Nephites. The Nephite prophet Enos described them as follows: "And I bear record that the people of Nephi did seek diligently to restore the Lamanites to the true faith in God. But our labors were vain, their hatred was fixed, and they were led by their evil nature, that they became wild and ferocious, and a bloodthirsty people, full of idolatry and filth, feeding upon beasts of prey, dwelling in tents, and wandering about in the wilderness, with a short skin girdle about their loins and their heads shaven. And their skill was in the bow, and in the scimitar, and the axe. And many of them did eat nothing save it was raw meat. And they were continually seeking to destroy us." This description of the Lamanites corresponded closely with popular images of Indians held by 19th century Americans living on the frontier, including Trans-Appalachian Mormon converts in the time of Joseph Smith. But it doubtless also rang true with rural Utahns in the early 20th century, especially for those who, like Watkins, spent their childhood and early adult years on the borders of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation. Book of Mormon doctrine had particular relevance in these cases because it reminded faithful Mormons that modern Indians were the literal descendants of the Lamanite people, and that it was the Church's destiny to redeem Indians from their fallen state and elevate them to their former glory. That is the doctrine, and Watkins professed an unshakable belief in it. Watkins's eventual rise from freshman senator to the leading Senate advocate of Indian policy undoubtedly owed much to these Mormon concepts. Many members of Congress held strong opinions about the need for reform in Indian affairs, but Arthur Watkins formed his opinions about Indians on the bedrock of his unusual religious convictions, a fact that made him unique among his peers. Early in Watkins's first term, however, before he had an opportunity to formulate any plans for his subcommittee on Indian affairs, and in fact within days of his appointment as its chair, the issue of Indian policy reform came abruptly to the attention of the Senate Civil Service Committee. The chairman of the committee, William Langer of North Dakota, saw the Bureau of Indian Affairs (BIA) as an easy target in his drive to eliminate government waste and duplication from the federal budget. Langer's committee began an extensive series of hearings in late January 1947 to examine the possibility of reducing the number of federal employees. One of the first summoned to testify was Assistant Commissioner of Indian Affairs William Zimmerman, Jr., an administrator who had worked in the Bureau throughout the 1930s and 1940s during John Collier's administration. Zimmerman could scarcely have been prepared for the questions leveled at him by Senator Langer and his cohorts. What Langer's committee wanted, as it was explained to the Assistant Commissioner, was some kind of recommendation for economizing and reducing the number of federal employees on the Bureau's payroll. Zimmerman responded that the BIA could not even meet current obligations, that many Indian children were not served by schools, while others were sick and in need of health care that the Bureau could not provide, and so on. Not impressed with this logic, Langer continued to demand information on the number of employees working for the Bureau and the extent of their activities. Another committee member, Senator Dennis Chavez of New Mexico, finally put it to Zimmerman directly. "Do you not think," he said, "that if Congress would deem it advisable to let those people manage their own lives, we could save a little money in that respect?" Zimmerman retorted that the Indian people already lived their own lives, and that the services provided to them did not require any supervision of their day-to-day existence. Senator Langer, dissatisfied with the testimony, demanded to know why a Chinaman can come in here and be taken care of, or a Jap, any other nationality of people on this earth, can come into this country and be taken care of by existing federal, state, and local services, but not Indians. Langer saw no logic in maintaining a separate department costing millions of dollars for a few 100,000 people. He wanted to know, in other words, why the government should not simply abolish the Bureau and be done with it. Zimmerman fell back to what ultimately proved to be his last line of defense, that the Indian people were in various stages of development, and that it was too soon to declare by an overall order that all of these people should be treated alike. It would, he declared, be very regrettable to see that kind of solution. After more debate, Langer finally dismissed Zimmerman with instructions to return the following day with more complete and useful data. He evidently hoped that the assistant commissioner might see the light, so to speak, and come back with a concrete proposal for terminating at least some of the Bureau's functions. If so, he was soon disappointed. The next day, January 23, 1947, Senator Chavez opened the questioning by asking Zimmerman if, after meditating last evening, he had come up with a plan. Zimmerman's response was straightforward and to the point. The Indian Service is primarily engaged in running institutions, he said. You can reduce the number of students in a school. You can close the hospitals. You can stop selling timber. You could do any of those things. Zimmerman wanted the committee to know that cutting Bureau services entailed human costs. As he perceived the situation, the BIA existed to provide services to Indians, subject to the needs and desires of the Indians themselves. He pointed out to the committee that many tribes operated under federal charters established by the Indian Reorganization Act, IRA, of 1934, and that charters of this sort contained provisions for the orderly termination of Bureau services, again subject to the will of the tribes in question. Zimmerman went on to enumerate the trust obligations the Bureau held on behalf of the tribes and the myriad Bureau responsibilities arising from the Indian Claims Commission process. He expected that once the committee members understood the complexity of the issues involved, they would recognize the grave difficulties inherent in abolishing the Bureau. Once again, Zimmerman guessed wrong. After only 2 days of hearings, Langer asked his staff director, George D. Riley, for a summary of information produced by the sessions. Riley responded that, in his opinion, the committee had not gotten down to the practical side of the situation. As he put it, "We have been doing the frontal attack, and not too much voluntary information has been forthcoming." Then Langer informed Riley that he already had enough information to act, enough in fact to produce a bill. After only 2 days of testimony, Langer announced to the incredulous assistant commissioner, the Civil Service Committee, and everyone else present that he had already made up his mind. "I think we ought to abolish the Indian Agency entirely. It is absolutely unnecessary. I think this Bureau is absolutely useless." Word of the Civil Service Committee hearings and Senator Langer's attack on the BIA quickly reached Senator Watkins. As chair of the Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, he had a vested interest in the proceedings. So when the Civil Service Committee resumed its hearings in early February 1947, Watkins was elected to sit in on a session and participate in questioning witnesses. Senator Langer made him feel more than welcome. In fact, after watching Watkins interrogate one witness over the alleged abuses of Bureau personnel charged with supervising the Mission Indian Federation in California, Langer invited him to ask further questions. Watkins responded disingenuously, saying, "You understand my position in coming here as chairman of the subcommittee on public lands." Langer certainly did understand. He knew that Watkins's subcommittee had oversight responsibility concerning Indian affairs, even if the Utah senator was reluctant to explain his intentions. So Langer attempted to force Watkins into the open by inviting him to chair the session, saying, "It is perfectly all right. Our two committees are going to work together." As Watkins assumed the chair, Langer continued, "We will work together, and we can abolish this Indian Bureau as we aim to do." As the foregoing exchange indicates, the two senators had obviously shared views on the question beforehand and found themselves in philosophical agreement. But Watkins was either unwilling to move as precipitously as Langer wanted or else reluctant to relinquish any of his jurisdiction, so he answered his colleague by saying, "Not unless we should." Watkins acknowledged that although he had not had the opportunity to speak with the other members of his subcommittee, he felt that he could speak for them. "Our theory is this," he continued, "we want to investigate carefully, and if we find it should be abolished. All right. If it should not be abolished, but just trimmed down and streamlined, let us do that. I am not setting out with the aim to abolish anything until I know it ought to be." Senator Chavez intuitively understood that Watkins's protests were based more on jurisdictional than philosophical grounds. He therefore interjected his view that the Civil Service Committee's position should be to investigate personnel and costs, and that it should not presume jurisdiction over Indian affairs. Langer and Watkins quickly agreed, with Watkins adding that the two committees should take the two areas of oversight and tie them in together. In fact, it was Langer's committee that continued to investigate the possibility of abolishing the Bureau, while Watkins's Indian Affairs Subcommittee turned to other matters. In early February, Langer recalled Assistant Commissioner Zimmerman to testify and demanded specific information on how the Bureau could reduce its personnel and expenses. Zimmerman, who by this time had been thoroughly questioned by the committee, responded by producing a list of Indian groups, which he had further subdivided into 3 categories. The first category, he said, consisted of tribes that could be denied federal services immediately or in the near future. He listed 10 tribal groups, including the Klamath, Menominee, and Turtle Mountain Chippewa Indians. Zimmerman reasoned that these tribes possessed a combination of resources, business acumen, and acculturation that would allow them to stand alone. Zimmerman continued by defining a second category of tribes, those capable of functioning with minimal federal supervision within 10 years. He placed 18 Indian groups into this category and further explained that his selection of 10 years was arbitrary based on the availability of Bureau data, which was developed on a 10-year baseline, and the 10-year charter of the ICC. This last point illustrates the importance of government officials, such as Zimmerman, assigned to the ICC in preparing tribes for eventual termination. In the case of tribes that received significant judgments paid by the United States, as he put it, federal supervision could be properly and probably immediately curtailed because those tribes would then be in a position to finance their own functions. Into the third category, Zimmerman placed the remaining tribes, those which, in his judgment, would require more than 10 years to prepare for the termination of federal supervision. In this last category, he placed the Indians of the Uintah-Ouray Agency of Utah, including the 3 bands of northern Ute Indians, as well as the Utah Paiutes, served by the agency. Although the Civil Service Committee hearings generated no immediate legislation to curtail the activities of the BIA or terminate any tribe, they did produce a formula for accomplishing both objectives at a later date. Meanwhile, congressional support for this new approach to Indian policy gathered strength in both houses. Watkins's subcommittee took up the question in April and May 1947, allowing members to argue that Indians needed to be emancipated from Bureau control. Watkins's subcommittee concerned itself with the more immediate problem of meeting the crisis on the Navajo Reservation. Conditions of overcrowding, drought, soil erosion, and subsequent stock reduction programs had resulted in considerable distress on the reservation in the immediate post-war years. After investigating the situation, Watkins addressed the full Senate in December 1947 and proposed an amendment to a pending House Navajo Hopi Emergency Relief Bill. His solution was to alleviate some of the starvation and destitution by authorizing the appropriation of $2 million to the Secretary of the Interior for the immediate relief of these Indians. But the amendment also called upon the Secretary to submit to Congress at the earliest practicable date a long-range program dealing with the problems of the Navajo and Hopi Indians. Watkins did not reveal what he had in mind as an ultimate solution, although he gave a hint of his committee's plans by indicating that the relief bill was only part of what we are planning and hope to introduce, covering a long-range program. He then added a tantalizing detail. We hope we may put these Indians in such circumstances that it will not be necessary for Congress to pass relief measures. Senator Langer, thinking he might have just heard a reference to a possible termination program, immediately rose to his feet and posed several questions designed to expose Watkins's position. Langer asked, "Doesn't the senator think the sum is totally inadequate, that the average Indian on the reservation would receive about $10 a month out of the $2 million fund?" Watkins admitted that it was a miserly sum, but argued that it was only a short-term solution. He then proceeded to describe his recent visit to the reservation, during which he concluded that the situation was not as bad as advertised. Besides, he told the assembled body, the Indians are used to poverty. The answer did not satisfy Langer, however, who continued to bait Watkins by comparing the $2 million to the $600 million recently appropriated for war-torn Europe and China. Watkins responded only by noting that it might take $75 million to $100 million to put the Navajos permanently on recovery. but he refused to tip his hand on how that might be accomplished. As the discussion turned to the more pertinent details of how immediate relief would be provided, Langer let the issue drop, and Watkins's relief measure passed the Senate with little difficulty. The year 1948 proved to be decisive for termination policy, as the idea finally gained enough of a following to attract the attention of policymakers in and out of government. Congress responded by introducing more than 100 bills to transfer sections of reservation land to non-Indian buyers, or to issue fee patents to Indian land. BIA budgets also fell victim to congressional disfavor, as appropriations were substantially reduced in both 1947 and 1948, by approximately $9 million in 1948 alone. As a consequence, circulars issued by Acting Commissioner Zimmerman called for a series of conferences between the central and regional offices to develop comprehensive long-range programs for the discontinuity of federal supervision and control at the earliest possible date compatible with the government's trustee responsibility. The year 1948 also seems to have been pivotal for Arthur Watkins, for during this period, he finally began speaking openly about his philosophy for dealing with the Indian problem. In October, Watkins visited the Uintah-Ouray Reservation with BIA officials and Ute tribal leaders. Watkins's autocratic approach so alarmed Uintah-Ouray Superintendent Forrest R. Stone that he immediately sent a comprehensive report on the senator's visit to Acting Commissioner Zimmerman. Throughout the duration of his visit, the superintendent wrote, Watkins made it clear that he was not interested in administrative functions, but merely wanted to tour the reservation and make his views known. Stone warned Zimmerman, it appeared to me that Senator Watkins made himself very clear to practically everyone with whom he talked that he was advocating the discontinuation of the Indian service as it is now functioning just as quickly as possible, and that the Indian person should no longer be set apart from the full responsibilities of citizenship, and that there should be no distinction made between him and other citizens of Utah. That definitely the Indian service only had the responsibility of winding up its job, and that if they had accomplished their work, they should be out of business. Over the course of Watkins's visit to the reservation, Stone observed that the senator's views were not based on local reservation conditions or any of the particular needs of Indians, but rather on his own beliefs about what constituted correct Indian policy. Stone added that he did not feel that he was in a position to change his Watkins' mind on any of these matters, even if arguments would have produced any particular effect. He contended that the above termination program was the will of Congress and that no one was going to change it. Yet the superintendent also knew that Watkins's sink or swim program would be extremely damaging to the emerging Ute leadership. As he put it, it is not a very inviting picture, regardless of how well the language sounds, to throw them into the water when we know they're going to sink. Stone's report of Watkins' visit struck a responsive chord with the bureau officers in the commissioner's office. Zimmerman was away on an extended visit to Oklahoma and the Southwest. So Assistant Commissioner John H. Province responded to Stone's letter and acknowledged Watkins's pro-termination viewpoint, as well as his support in Congress. Province also pointed out, however, that many others in Congress could appreciate the danger of too hasty or ill-considered action, adding that success in achieving a moderate approach will probably depend in the end on how effectively we can bring together accurate, factual data bearing on the issues involved. Thus, he directed Stone to devote his attention to collecting data that would support a more moderate, bureau-directed approach to termination, a gradual program based on Indian self-sufficiency. The foregoing exchange of letters between Stone and the Commissioner's office demonstrates that Bureau personnel saw Watkins as a direct threat to both the continued existence of the BIA and the welfare of the Indian people. They clearly hoped that they could blunt his influence with superior information. In the meantime, given the Bureau's responsibility to carry out congressional directives, they proceeded cautiously and attempted to avoid a showdown with the Indian Affairs Committees of both houses. It is interesting to note that both Province and Stone classified their letters as confidential in an attempt to restrict their circulation to select Bureau officials. Watkins's visit to the Uintah-Ouray Reservation coincided with the perception of many that the reservation system actively contributed to the problems Indians were experiencing. In March 1949, the Hoover Commission published a long-awaited report on the effectiveness of Indian policy and administration. Officially titled the Commission on Organization of the Executive Branch of the Government Panel, headed by former President Herbert Hoover, received its charter in July 1947 and commenced a thoroughgoing examination of the entire executive branch. The resulting report on Indian affairs gave special emphasis to the inadequacies of Indian reservations, noting in the very first paragraph, for example, the ongoing crisis on the Navajo Reservation that had so recently occupied Senator Watkins' attention. The Hoover Commission made several recommendations aimed at reforming federal Indian policy. These centered on the fundamental contention that Indians should be integrated into the larger population as a best solution to the varied problems of the Indian people. Most of the identified problems, especially those related to the markedly lower standard of living, the patterns of dependency, and the attitudes of helplessness on the part of the Indians themselves, were thought to be products of an untenable reservation system. The underlying assumption of the commissioners, not shared by dissenting commission members Dean Acheson, James H. Rowe Jr., and James Forrestal, was that the reservations must be either eliminated or drastically modified. On the whole, the commission recommended that functions of the BIA be transferred to state governments where practicable, and that the remaining activities be transferred to a new department of the federal government responsible for matters related to Social Security. These recommendations were entirely in keeping with the basic tenets of Watkins' own ideas about Indian policy. From his early years spent farming his father's surplus Indian land in the Uintah Basin, to his young adult years as a struggling attorney in Vernal and editor of the Vernal Express, to his visit to the Uintah-Ouray Reservation as a freshman senator, Arthur Watkins ardently believed that reservations were outdated relics of the 19th century. Equally important in the formulation of his philosophy, Watkins subscribed to Mormon doctrines that considered Indians a fallen race, destined only to become white and delightsome, again, when converted to the restored gospel. These religious considerations left him quite blind to the possibilities of a middle course in Indian policy, one that would simultaneously protect native culture and Indian rights. He firmly held to the idea that Indians could only be elevated through the application of policies designed to promote rapid and complete assimilation. As he put it several years later in an article he wrote for the American Academy of Political and Social Science, the matter of freeing the Indian from wardship status is not rightfully a subject to debate in academic fashion, with facts marshaled here and there to be maneuvered and countermaneuvered in a vast battle of words and ideas. Much more, I see this as an ideal or universal truth, to which all men subscribe, and concerning which they differ only in their opinion as to how the ideal may be attained, and in what degree and during what period of time. 61 Watkins believed, in other words, that assimilationist policy was akin to self-evident truth. He even coined a new name for termination, calling it the Indian Freedom Program. Obviously, not everyone saw things his way. One who did not was Oliver Lafarge, the noted author and advocate of cultural diversity. In a companion article to Watkins's, Lafarge commented on the religious origins of the senator's beliefs about Indians. He acknowledged that Indians were, in fact, dark-skinned, but then added, "In many parts of the United States, they encounter in varying degrees the discrimination and segregation we apply to all dark-skinned people. It occurs even in Salt Lake City, center of Mormonism, with its special doctrine concerning the origin of Indians." To Lafarge, the ethnocentrism inherent in Watkins' ideas was little more than religiously motivated racism. Yet there is no evidence that the arguments of Indian rights advocates such as Lafarge had the slightest impact on Watkins. Indeed, by the time the two men had exchanged the above sentiments, Watkins had already played a key role in the termination of several tribes. In 1950, few people knew what Watkins intended for Indians or understood his philosophical underpinnings, but the senator had a clear idea of what he wanted to do. The time was right, and the mood of the country perfectly complemented his objectives. All he needed was an opportunity, another circumstance, like the one the Navajo Relief Bill offered him. It arrived in January, when a handful of disgruntled Uintah Utes sent him a long letter complaining about the state of affairs on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation. They explained to the senator how there were 3 separate and distinct bands of Indians on the Uintahs, the White Rivers, and the Uncompahgre, and that each band possessed certain property and benefits that did not accrue to the other two bands. Under the IRA, these Indians had set up a federal cooperative and agreed to share their resources equally. But the arrangement was not working. According to the petitioners, the rank and file of the Indians never did and do not now understand the workings of the cooperative, where the rights of the separate bands accrue to all three bands. This leads to endless disputes, bickering, and general dissatisfaction. The Indians on the reservation do not like and do not want the pooling of their resources. The Indians blame these problems on the IRA, under which they claim to be regimented into a socialistic existence. They argued instead for a restoration of property to the individual bands, which, they noted, coincided with the American concept of property rights and has no ties to communism. Not that the authors of the letter were particularly worried about such things. Government by band derivation was no more or less communal than that of the post-IRA tribal government. They simply wanted to get the senator's attention, and playing on his reputation as an anti-communist crusader seemed like an effective way to do it. The Uintahs did not disclose to Watkins the real reason for their dissatisfaction, which stemmed from the loss of control of their own reservation. As descendants of several earlier bands of northern Utes indigenous to Utah, the Uintahs relinquished their claim to the valleys of the Wasatch Front in the 1860s and removed the name Uintah-Utes from the Uintah Basin. The Uintah Reservation belonged to them according to the provisions of the unratified Spanish Fork Treaty of 1865. However, following the Meeker Massacre in 1879, the U.S. government removed the White River and Uncompahgre Utes from Colorado and sent them to the Uintah Basin. This was not a particularly happy arrangement for the original Uintah inhabitants, but at least the Uintahs had the upper hand. Eventually, they learned to coexist with the White River Utes fairly well, especially after several of the White Rivers fled into the reservation in 1906 and were forcibly returned by the government. The White River homelands lay in proximity to the Uintah Basin, and the Uintahs understood the White River's sense of displacement. Perhaps they even developed sympathy for these persecuted kinsmen. Relations between the Uintahs and Uncompahgres, however, remained unpleasant. The Uncompahgres had their own agency, named after their famous chief, Ouray. The BIA administered both agencies as a single unit, Uintah and Ouray. But the two bands preferred to maintain the separation. Stories are still told of the early days when the Uintahs would sit in their council circle and make decisions while the Uncompahgres were forced to sit in the back and keep quiet. The tables were turned in 1937 when the three northern Ute bands elected to incorporate under the provisions of the IRA. Suddenly, the two Colorado bands had a voting majority, and the Uintahs lost exclusive control of the tribal government. They still had the advantage of more experienced and acculturated leaders, since the Uintah band had a long history of intermarriage with whites and adoption of other Indians. But this advantage would ultimately lead to their downfall. The letter must have seemed like a godsend to Senator Watkins. He suddenly had evidence that influential members of the largest and most powerful tribe in his own state wanted to revoke the charter of the tribal government established under the provisions of the IRA. Doing so would severely undermine the tribe's sovereign power and diminish the protections of federal guardianship. Watkins must have also recognized another element in this fortuitous convergence of circumstances, a pending settlement in the Big Ute case, a long-running suit brought by the Colorado bands of Ute Indians against the government in the U.S. Court of Claims. The tribe's attorney of record was Ernest L. Wilkinson, an acquaintance of Watkins's and a fellow member of his Mormon congregation in Washington, D.C. Watkins undoubtedly realized that the pending settlement would provide the Ute tribe with a very large sum of money. And as chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, he possessed the ultimate authority on how it could be spent. Chapter 2. Ernest L. Wilkinson and $18 million. The year 1950 proved to be pivotal for both the Termination movement and the Ute tribe on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation. Events were steadily advancing toward a point at which Senator Watkins could realize one of his fondest objectives: to subject the most powerful tribe of his own state to his Indian Freedom Program. Before he could do so, however, several significant obstacles had to be overcome. Uintah-Ouray was a long-established reservation with an entrenched BIA presence and educated tribal leaders, and the Utes had no incentive to go along with Watkins's program, regardless of how well supported it might be in Congress. The main problem centered on the fact that the Utes were a historically significant tribe with nearly 1,800 members, too large, in other words, to be overlooked by the defenders of Indian rights. It is doubtful that Watkins could have bypassed these impediments, even with the considerable congressional support he received over the course of the next few years, without the dramatic change in conditions on the reservation that occurred between 1950 and 1954. The person most responsible for creating this change, and the resulting environment that proved ripe for exploitation by Watkins, was also an acquaintance of Watkins's, and a fellow Latter-day Saint attorney and Utah Ernest L. Wilkinson. Scarcely a more dynamic, energetic, yet enigmatic attorney ever practiced within the specialized field of Indian law during the 1940s and 1950s. Wilkinson's achievements in the courtroom and within the anterooms of Congress made him perhaps the most successful Indian claims attorney of his time. As a consequence, most people assumed that his legal advocacy for Indian rights reflected a personal commitment to the cause of civil liberty. Wilkinson was an acquaintance of civil libertarians and Indian rights advocates Felix S. Cohen and Helen Peterson, and he served on the board of directors for Arrow, Inc., the fundraising arm of the National Congress of American Indians, but for reasons that are clear only in retrospect, he kept his personal beliefs about Indians almost entirely to himself. Wilkinson's practice within the field of Indian law came more by accident than design. In 1928, after a distinguished legal education at George Washington University Law School and Harvard University Law School, where he received a Doctor of Juridical Science degree under the tutelage of Roscoe Pound and Felix Frankfurter, Wilkinson joined the New York City law firm of Hughes, Sherman, and Dwight. He spent 5 productive years as a permanent member of the firm's staff, and he undoubtedly benefited from the added prestige bestowed upon the firm when the senior partner, Charles Evans Hughes, was appointed Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. While practicing law, Wilkinson also held a full professorship at the New Jersey Law School at Newark, where he taught law classes 5 nights a week. He maintained this grueling schedule until May 1935, when he moved to Washington, D.C., and formed his own partnership with a fellow Utah and Mormon, Walter G. Moyle. Shortly before he left the New York firm, however, Wilkinson accepted an assignment to examine certain claims of the Ute Indians against the United States. The firm had earlier been approached by Captain Raymond T. Bonin, who was engaged by the Ute tribe to investigate the possibility of pursuing these claims. The partners in the firm initially declined the case because of the limited prospects of remuneration, but they later decided to accept it on a pro bono basis. At the time, neither Wilkinson nor anyone else in the firm had any special expertise within the field of Indian law. Nonetheless, Wilkinson met regularly with Bonin throughout the first half of 1935 and then, with the blessing of the Hughes firm, continued working with Bonin on the case as a partner in the new Washington firm of Moyle and Wilkinson. Little did he know then that the Ute litigation would prove to be the most profitable case in a long and successful career in Indian law. Eventually, Wilkinson's law firm came to represent more Indian tribes than any other firm in the United States. The Big Ute case, as it came to be known, actually consisted of 4 separate claims against the United States filed on behalf of the Colorado Utes, who had been party to the 1880 agreement with the United States. Federal Indian agents negotiated that settlement in the aftermath of the Meeker Massacre in 1879. Previously, the Ute legal claim to land in Colorado rested primarily on the 1868 treaty, which set aside a strip of the Western Territory approximately 150 miles long and 105 miles wide for the exclusive use of the Utes, and also the 1874 Bruneau Agreement, which ceded 3 million acres in the southern end of the reservation for an annual payment of $25,000. A steady influx of prospectors and ranchers threatened to upend these arrangements before the 1870s came to a close, but the violent outbreak at the White River Agency in September 1879 provided a more convenient justification for abolishing the treaties. The Meeker Massacre, as it came to be known, stemmed in part from Agent Nathan Meeker's heavy-handed efforts to transform the White River Utes into Christian farmers. A relief column of cavalry sent from Fort Fred Steele in Wyoming escalated the tension and provoked the violent clash that resulted in the death of a dozen soldiers and 3 times that number of Utes. Meeker and the other men working at the White River Agency were killed, and their wives and children were taken captive. Anxious citizens of Colorado sought retribution by demanding that the federal government remove the Utes from their territory, and the resulting agreement of 1880 became the instrument of expatriation. The White River Band of Utes, participants in the Meeker insurrection, were relocated to the Uintah Reservation in Utah to live among the various bands of Utah Utes, known collectively as the Uintas. The southern and Uintah-Ouray Utes were to be settled on agricultural tracts along the La Plata and Grand Rivers in Colorado, although the Uintah-Ouray refused to go to the Grand River area and followed the White River Band to the Uintah Basin instead. For its part, the government agreed to establish a perpetual trust fund of $50,000 per annum for the Utes, and to provide that the funds derived from the sale of their former lands in Colorado would be credited to the respective bands. In reviewing these events, Wilkinson discovered that substantial tracts of the former Ute lands in Colorado had never been sold. Much of it had been converted to national forest lands or simply remained in government possession because no attempt had been made to sell it. Wilkinson concluded that the government's failure to fulfill its fiduciary responsibility to the Utes constituted the basis for suing the United States for the value of the unsold lands. Determining the basis for a suit proved to be relatively easy compared to the task of successfully prosecuting these claims in court. The Big Ute case presented innumerable obstacles. For one thing, all of the Utes who were originally party to these claims on unsold Colorado lands were deceased. For another, federal law prohibited the superintendents of Indian reservations from assisting in any claim made against the United States, which meant that BIA personnel at Uintah and Ouray could not cooperate with Wilkinson. Finally, the most serious obstruction concerned the limitations of the U.S. Court of Claims. In 1868, Congress barred this court from hearing cases brought by Indian tribes, except as authorized by separate jurisdictional acts passed by Congress. In other words, Wilkinson could not bring suit against the United States on behalf of the Ute bands unless Congress specifically enacted legislation allowing him to do so. Efforts to get a Ute jurisdictional bill through Congress began in February 1936 and continued unabated for 2.5 years. Congressional rules made it extremely difficult for Wilkinson to even have the bill considered, since such bills had to appear on the consent calendar and could be passed over upon the objection of a single member of Congress. After failing to get action in 1936, Wilkinson drafted his own version of the bill. Presciently aware of coming impediments, he included provisions dealing with specific aspects of the Ute claim. For example, Wilkinson's bill made it possible for the court to consider Ute lands in Colorado in the same light as if they had been taken by the government under the power of eminent domain, which in effect meant the Utes could recover the value of mineral and subsurface rights as well as surface rights to the land. Through a ceaseless lobbying effort and the judicious intervention of the Utah congressional delegation, Wilkinson's bill finally won approval in the House in August 1937 and then in the Senate in June 1938. President Roosevelt signed the bill into law later that month, possibly as a personal favor to Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes, who favored the bill. The passage of the Ute Jurisdictional Act did not lead to immediate legal action in the Court of Claims. Wilkinson and his staff first had to undertake a tremendous amount of research into the value of the former Ute lands. In the meantime, Wilkinson continued to expand the parameters of the Act through a series of 5 amendments subsequently passed by Congress between 1941 and 1948. To put this achievement into perspective, it should be noted that during the years Wilkinson lobbied for passage of the Jurisdictional Act and its amendments, 298 Indian jurisdictional bills were introduced into Congress, of which only 15 were passed into law. 5 of these bills were Wilkinson's. As a natural outgrowth of his success with Congress, Wilkinson attracted several other tribes as clients. By the mid-1940s, his firm represented the Klamath Indians of Oregon, the Blackfeet tribe of Montana, the Northwest Shoshone and Bannock Indians of Idaho, the Western Shoshone and Paiutes of Nevada, and the Utes of Colorado and Utah. Wilkinson also represented the Menominee tribe of Wisconsin, in association with the firm of Dwight, Harris, Kogel, and Caskey. In the 9 cases for these tribes that Wilkinson successfully brought before the Court of Claims, favorable decisions were rendered in 5, with some outstanding issues still pending. However, Interior Department regulations prohibited Wilkinson from collecting any fees until the cases had been completely settled. As a result, over the course of 10 years of burdensome litigation, Wilkinson had yet to realize any money for the tribes or to earn the slightest compensation for himself or his legal practice. Particularly galling to Wilkinson was a decision rendered by the U.S. Supreme Court on appeal of a case known as Northwestern Bands of Shoshone Indians versus the United States. As tribal claims attorney for these Indians, Wilkinson spent 7 years pursuing the claim and $12,000 of his own money, only to lose by a decision of 5-4. Justice Robert H. Jackson based his majority opinion on the premise that Indians did not have the conception of a property right, and concluded, therefore, that Indian treaties were not binding legal contracts. His opinion further reasoned that the question of compensation for the Shoshones was for Congress to decide rather than the Supreme Court. Justice Jackson's reasoning so infuriated Wilkinson that he later testified before a congressional committee that he considered the decision the most reactionary Indian opinion ever delivered by the Supreme Court. In the meantime, Wilkinson established many contacts in Congress and in the executive branch and developed a reputation as an expert in the field of Indian claims law. On several occasions, he testified before congressional committees on pending legislation. In 1940, for example, when the Justice Department sponsored legislation limiting the jurisdiction of the Court of Claims in Indian cases, Wilkinson presented exhaustive testimony to help defeat the bill. His most impressive performance before Congress, however, came in 1945, when he appeared before the House Committee on Indian Affairs to urge the creation of an Indian Claims Commission. On this occasion, he informed the committee members that he had never been very enthusiastic about previous Claims Commission bills, because they invariably included provisions allowing Congress to override awards rendered by the commissioners. In his opinion, this would amount to retrying the cases in the legislative branch and would extend the commission's life by many years. Wilkinson favored legislation that would create a claims commission with the power to render final judgments, and to do so within a set number of years. He testified that he would be very much in favor of limiting the claims to a 5-year filing period, and added that the commission must terminate in 10. I would not like to see a permanent commission here. After offering his general views on the status of claims litigation, Wilkinson read the text of H.R. 1198, a bill to create a claims commission, and then offered a series of amendments. Many of his suggestions were substantive in nature, including provisions to allow the commission to hear cases filed on the basis of unconscionable consideration, to disallow government offsets against amounts awarded to tribes, and to deny the government the defense of res judicata in most instances. House committee members were impressed with Wilkinson's recommendations, as was the Associate Solicitor of the Interior Department, Felix S. Cohen, author of the Handbook of Federal Indian Law, and arguably the foremost authority on Indian law in the United States. In fact, Wilkinson and Cohen jointly redrafted the bill and then spent 2 months preparing a comprehensive report on it for the House committee. After several months of intensive lobbying by Wilkinson and others, the redrafted bill, H.R. 4497, passed both houses, but the Senate version significantly curtailed the more liberal provisions inserted by Wilkinson and Cohen. When the conference committee met to reconcile the 2 versions of the bill, Wilkinson provided the members with a comprehensive booklet explaining the reasons behind the Senate amendments and the pertinent facts to refute them. Armed with Wilkinson's Bible, House committee members successfully reinstated virtually all of the House provisions, and both houses passed the conference version of the bill on August 2, 1946. The members of the House Committee on Indian Affairs appreciated Wilkinson's efforts, and one of them, Charles R. Robertson of North Dakota, wrote to him and, after recounting Wilkinson's efforts to testify before committees, draft amendments, and lobby relentlessly, noted, "I have come to regard you in the highest, and am certain that the Indians throughout the country owe you a debt of gratitude for your work. I consider you unequaled as a lawyer in the representation of Indian tribes. In a letter to another attorney, Robertson offered the opinion that the bill would never have passed Congress without the constant efforts put forth by Mr. Wilkinson. I will say to you in perfect candor that Mr. Wilkinson is more responsible for it than any member of Congress. Wilkinson possessed complex motives for his involvement in creating the Indian Claims Commission, ICC. He knew the difficulties involved in litigating Indian claims. His own experience had been costly and frustrating, and his motivations undoubtedly stemmed in part from a desire to be compensated for his efforts. The drawn-out nature of these cases meant that attorneys engaged in Indian claims cases literally waited for years to collect their fees. Wilkinson noted that an attorney might invest vast amounts of time and labor in a case, placing faith in the justice of the courts, only to find, as he had in the northwestern bands of Shoshone Indians case, that the courts might elect not to render a decision and refer the entire matter back to Congress. It is also interesting that Wilkinson's testimony echoed the prevailing sentiment in the House that the Claims Commission should be established for a limited duration only. As the leading partner in a firm that specialized in Indian claims litigation, Wilkinson had every reason to favor an extended period for filing claims against the government. The fact that he did not suggests that he had other motivations for his actions. At the very time Wilkinson worked in partnership with Felix Cohen to rework the Indian Claims Commission Act, he and the members of his legal staff prepared to litigate a series of important cases for the Ute Indians of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation. In time, his actions would reveal a furtive desire to use judgment funds to settle accounts between that tribe and the federal government as a preliminary step toward termination. Did he intend the machinery of the ICC to function in the same manner? Although he never publicly expressed such sentiments, there is one tantalizing, though circumstantial, piece of evidence to suggest that Wilkinson viewed the entire process of claims adjudication as a prelude to ending the trust relationship. In August 1946, he invited Ute tribal members Lawrence Appa, Julius Murray, and Rex Curry to come to Washington, D.C. and accompany him to the signing of the Indian Claims Commission Act at the White House. Also included in the delegation were representatives from two other important tribal clients of the Wilkinson firm, James G. Frechette, chairman of the Menominee Business Committee, and Boyd J. Jackson, secretary of the Klamath Business Committee. Was it a mere coincidence that Wilkinson represented the three most prominent tribes subjected to termination in the following decade? Regardless of the answer to that question, there is little doubt that Wilkinson was also motivated by a deep desire to try to rectify some of the wrongs committed against the Indians by government officials and the American people. His testimony before congressional committees frequently pointed to the many injustices suffered by Indians. In no case was this desire more evident than in his prosecution of claims against the government in the four cases known collectively as the Big Ute case, which lasted 15 years. The most important of these cases sought to recover the surface and subsurface value of 4.4 million acres and the subsurface value of an additional 790,000 acres of Colorado land ceded by the Utes in the Agreement of 1880 and retained by the government. Wilkinson filed the claim on November 22, 1941, and spent the next 6 years bringing the case to court. The subsequent cases, filed on October 15, 1945 and December 30, 1946, involved claims for the proceeds of land sold or disposed of by the government, lands set aside as a naval oil reserve, and lands withdrawn for inclusion into national forests. Wilkinson won an interlocutory, provisional decree from the court that the Utes were entitled to damages in these cases. But the process of determining the amount of the damages and calculating probable government offsets took many years and involved a truly monumental effort to gather evidence. For example, it took the Secretary of the Interior 2.5 years just to determine the amount of former Ute land retained by the government. Naturally, determining the valuation of such vast tracts of land proved to be one of the most difficult tasks faced by the prosecution. Wilkinson employed the most competent land appraisers, agronomists, and field inspectors he could find to conduct range surveys and classify the topography and soil conditions. Meanwhile, staff members worked for nearly a year at the National Archives microfilming 36,000 pages of documents dealing with the Ute land claims in an effort to establish prior Ute ownership. Hearings to determine the surface value of the former Ute lands finally got underway in August 1947 and lasted 16 consecutive weeks. The hearings produced more than 10,000 pages of evidence, testimony from 180 witnesses, and 34,504 pages of transcript. Following the hearings, both sides had to submit findings to the court, a process that took more than a year. And then on March 17, 1950, the court finally rendered a decision on the damages for the surface value. Wilkinson had won a complete victory. The Ute lands were valued at $1.70 per acre, more than 4 times what the government had claimed. Following this rather stunning setback, the government began in earnest to negotiate a consolidated settlement for all 4 Ute cases. Both sides reached an agreement on July 13, 1950. The United States would pay the Colorado Ute bands $31,938,473, the largest judgment ever rendered against the United States to date. The successful outcome of the Ute cases constituted Wilkinson's greatest achievement as an attorney. It brought him wealth and a modicum of fame, and perhaps, not coincidentally, a calling from the Mormon Church to serve as the president of Brigham Young University. Moreover, Wilkinson clearly deserved the credit. Winning such an immense and complicated set of cases required an extraordinary amount of perseverance and self-confidence. Wilkinson possessed these qualities in abundance, but even he later admitted that the task had been overwhelming. At the hearing on his fee, Wilkinson told the court, "Had I known of the hurdles in the way when I began, I may not have had the courage to undertake this vast litigation. But having started it, I was determined, in the language of my youth, in Hell's Half Acre," Wilkinson's nickname for his childhood neighborhood on the outskirts of Ogden, Utah, that, come hell and high water, I would not quit. The court, in recognition of his diligent work performed on behalf of the Utes, determined that Wilkinson was entitled to 8.75% of the $31,938,473 judgment, a fee that amounted to nearly $2.8 million. The fee was so large, in fact, that some members of Congress called for hearings to determine if Wilkinson and other claims attorneys were taking unfair advantage of the Indians. Without question, the Colorado judgment changed the course of events, both for Wilkinson and for the Ute tribe. According to the complex formula worked out by government and tribal attorneys, the White River bands, as the principal aggravated parties, received 60% of the award, while the Southern and Ute Mountain Utes of Colorado received 40%. Adjusted for Wilkinson's $2.8 million attorney fee, the Uncompahgrees and White River Utes received slightly more than $18 million. Yet these long-anticipated riches generated vexing new questions for tribal leaders and government officials. The most pressing question concerned the matter of access to the funds, for the Ute Jurisdictional Act, in keeping with the usual pattern of such legislation, stipulated that any funds awarded to the tribe would require congressional approval and appropriation. In other words, the Utes might have won an $18 million judgment against the government, but how they used the money still depended on the will of Congress. Naturally, Wilkinson had his own ideas about how the tribe should make use of the funds. These he shared with very few others, and then only discreetly. To answer the demands of the newspapers, Wilkinson had his firm prepare a lengthy press release in advance of the news of the settlement. Most of the documents simply explained the Ute cases and gave details of the settlement. But in an attempt to clarify the issue of how the money would be used, and especially to dispel fears that the Indians would simply be given the money, the press release noted the following. $31,500,000 will not be immediately paid to the Ute Indians, as it would be in the case of white citizens. Instead, it will be deposited in the Treasury of the United States, and Congress, from time to time, will decide how it should be spent for the benefit of these Indians. In total, it represents over $10,000 for each man, woman, and child in the Ute tribe. At present, the Utes are divided into 3 different groups, each of which has a business committee that largely governs the affairs of each group of Indians, and they contemplate using large parts of the fund for housing, better medical care and hospitalization, the construction of additional schools, and the building up of a large livestock industry for the Indians. The foregoing made it sound as if the tribe, working cooperatively with Congress, would decide how to appropriate the money. But the document went on to suggest how this might be accomplished. The awarding of these large judgments to the Ute Indians, it is planned, will make them self-supporting and probably make it unnecessary for the government to continue large appropriations for the support and education of these tribes. Most readers probably failed to discern the meaning of this last point, coming as it did near the end of the rather long press release. But a close reading renders at least two important revelations. First, that the awarding of the judgment money would eventually result in termination of the Utes, or something very close to it. And second, that such an outcome had in fact been planned. The question is, planned by whom? If Wilkinson had been plotting with terminationists in the BIA, he conducted his business in a very confidential manner, because no public or private records to that effect have yet emerged. A more likely scenario is that Wilkinson harbored terminationist sentiments, but possessed enough professional acumen to keep them to himself. In this way, he could work in concert with those in government who shared his objectives while simultaneously protecting his reputation as a defender of Indian rights. That Wilkinson possessed a reputation as an Indian rights advocate is beyond dispute. His previous involvement with Felix Cohen in drafting the Indian Claims Commission Act led many activists to assume that he shared their devotion, and the favorable judgment in the Big Ute case enhanced this image considerably. After news of the settlement appeared in the press, Wilkinson regularly received solicitations from Indian rights organizations for contributions or assistance, as well as correspondence from leading rights advocates Helen Peterson of the National Congress of American Indians and Oliver Lafarge of the Association on American Indian Affairs. Cultivating a reputation as a defender of Indian rights made good business sense and brought many new clients to Wilkinson's firm, yet in virtually every instance, Wilkinson maintained a polite distance from these groups. In June 1950, for example, Lafarge wrote to Wilkinson requesting information for an article he was then writing for the Atlantic Monthly about American Indian civil rights. Lafarge wanted to know if Wilkinson would share with him specific citable instances of discrimination toward Indians, but he received only the cool reply, "I regret that I cannot comply with your request immediately. At this particular time, I am unusually busy with the litigation of several large cases." Wilkinson's practice indeed kept him very busy, but his response to Lafarge seems unusual when compared to the volume of correspondence Wilkinson maintained with friends, Mormon Church leaders, and other acquaintances. In most instances, Wilkinson proved more than willing to tender assistance in matters he considered important. The truth is, Wilkinson did not share Indian rights advocates' enthusiasm for a pluralistic society. He was a devout, conservative Mormon who firmly believed in the Book of Mormon doctrines concerning the origin and destiny of American Indians. He never publicly expressed admiration for Indian culture or any particular desire to see it preserved. Wilkinson kept his opinions to himself, however, since he relied upon Indian tribes to make up his clientele. After the settlement of the Ute cases, the world of Indian affairs occupied considerably less of Wilkinson's time and energy. Not long after he had exchanged letters with Lafarge, Mormon Church leaders offered him the presidency of Brigham Young University. He accepted in July 1950 and spent the next 6 months finishing his work on the Ute cases, including matters related to his fee, so that he could move to Provo and assume his university responsibilities early in the new year. But Wilkinson did not formally resign his position in the Wilkinson, Cragen, and Barker law firm. Instead, he established a working arrangement with his brother Glenn A. Wilkinson. Glenn would manage the Washington office and forward all pertinent business to Provo, allowing Ernest to continue working as both claims attorney and university president. The walls of academia, however, could not shelter Wilkinson from the gathering storm in Indian affairs. Over the next few years, as the termination movement gathered momentum in both Congress and the BIA, Indian rights advocates continued to pressure Wilkinson to lend his influence in opposition to the new policy. Just as before, Wilkinson preferred not to become involved, except that he now found it more difficult to maintain his distance. Most of the tribes he earlier represented before the Court of Claims, and in some cases continued to represent before the ICC, including the Menominees, Klamaths, Utes, and Turtle Mountain Chippewas, were specifically targeted for termination. In large part, this peculiar circumstance was owing to Wilkinson's effectiveness as a claims attorney, since all of these tribes were then in the process of winning, to varying degrees of success, large settlements against the United States. The actual selection process seems to have been under the primary control of Watkins's subcommittee on Indian Affairs. Although the Utah senator and his committee colleagues based their decisions more on ideological considerations than actual readiness, success in the courts undoubtedly worked against tribes that won favorable decisions. Committee members found themselves equipped with a potent argument for terminating specific tribes. Since past grievances had already been adjudicated for these Indians, the government no longer owed them anything. Wilkinson bore the responsibility for this development more than anyone else. In fact, he generally agreed with this line of reasoning, and as long as Watkins and his committee adhered to it, Wilkinson had little reason to oppose the termination process. As members of the close-knit Washington Mormon community, Wilkinson and Watkins were well acquainted and shared many of the same perspectives on religion and government. When Watkins entered the Senate in 1947, Wilkinson sent him reading material on Franklin D. Roosevelt that portrayed the former president in a very negative light. And over the years, they continued to exchange articles and notes on perspectives they held in common. Both were anti-New Deal conservatives and stridently opposed to what they considered paternalistic government. As a United States Senator, Watkins's views were well known to his constituents and anyone else who cared to follow proceedings in Congress. But in the early 1950s, Wilkinson's were decidedly less known. Few people realized that he was every bit as ideologically committed to conservatism as his senatorial counterpart. Wilkinson later wrote that he became disenchanted with the Democratic Party in the 1930s because he could not reconcile the amalgamation of more and more powers in the growing federal bureaucracy with what he believed the United States Constitution specified. By 1945, he had become an ardent opponent of the Roosevelt and Truman administrations, and in August of that year, he delivered an address in Washington, D.C., in which he stated that there can be no greater menace to our country than the doctrine preached by some in high places that our country owes us a living. If that doctrine be accepted by the majority of the people, we are in great danger as a nation. Later in life, Wilkinson repeatedly denounced what he called socialism, or more particularly, the welfare state, which he said debases and deprives man of his free agency, and which, unless arrested, will ultimately spell the doom of our republic. It is not hard to see how Wilkinson's personal ideology led him to privately support Watkins' efforts to demolish the BIA, given the paternalistic relationship between the Bureau and Indian tribes. But Wilkinson also shared another common bond with Watkins: a lifetime of activity in the Mormon Church. Both men were participating members of the Washington, D.C. congregation, and Wilkinson seems to have admired the way the senator blended his church and civic duties. In the summer of 1950, he authored a brief article about Watkins's church service that appeared in the Chaplain, an Army/Navy journal for Protestant chaplains. Wilkinson took care to notify church leaders of his efforts to promote the Mormon senator, and the article was subsequently reprinted in the church-owned Deseret News, and was also noted in the Church News, a weekly supplement to the Salt Lake City newspaper. Wilkinson's apparent esteem for Watkins reflected that of many church leaders and members. As the termination effort gathered momentum, other Mormons also privately supported Watkins' efforts to free the Indians and abolish the BIA. In February 1952, the Church News reprinted an editorial from the Los Angeles Herald-Express that raised the question, as we celebrate Bill of Rights Week, shouldn't we also do something about providing a Bill of Rights for the American Indian? Shouldn't we free him from the virtual slavery imposed upon him by the grasping greediness of the Indian Bureau? Why don't we smash this Bureau once and for all and give the Indian the chance to be proud of the fact that he is an American? Arthur Watkins could not have expressed these sentiments better if he had written the editorial himself. But some church leaders were more temperate than the editors of the Church News. In particular, Elder Spencer W. Kimball, a member of the Quorum of 12 in the leadership hierarchy and a longtime advocate for Indian members of the church, wanted to know what Wilkinson thought about the termination issue. In July of the same year, Kimball forwarded Wilkinson a letter from a church member who had complained of her dealings with the BIA, and he took the opportunity to ask Wilkinson his feelings on the subject. Responding directly to the woman's criticisms in his reply to Kimball, Wilkinson offered a rare, candid expression of his views. "I suspect that her main purpose is to have something done about the Indian Bureau, about which all Indians complain, but very few have any constructive suggestions. I hold no brief for the Indian Bureau. I would be inclined to liquidate it as soon as possible. That is, as soon as the Indians on the respective reservations are able in any way to govern themselves. The tragic thing, however, is that bills were introduced in the last Congress for that purpose, and the Indian Commissioner announced his intention of giving up supervision of certain Indian reservations, whereupon the Indians of those reservations reversed their attitude and didn't want to be made free. This situation spells out what has always been my feeling. When you force governmental paternalism upon a people, it is extremely difficult to ever get rid of it. The Indians really expect the government, in large part, to take care of them. Yet I know that they have many things of which they can justly complain." From the perspective of his own experience, and as a result of a long legal relationship with Indian groups around the country, Wilkinson knew full well that Indians as a people had been much wronged. But as an ideological conservative and devout Mormon, he thought only in assimilationist terms and, like Watkins, never seemed to consider that there might be anything in Indian culture worth preserving. He differed from his senatorial counterpart only in the degree of his experience, which at least provided him with a basis for understanding that the process would require a certain amount of time. It is doubtful that Wilkinson envisioned a grand program for liberating Indians in the same way Watkins did, but his Mormon theology and conservative nature at least led him along the same ideological path. After assuming the presidency of Brigham Young University, Wilkinson converted to the idea that education held the key to the assimilation process. He went to great lengths to obtain federal funds to educate Indian students at the university. At one point, he even suggested that special efforts should be made to recruit members of the Ute tribe in the hope that tribal leaders might be induced to donate some of the Colorado judgment money to the school. In the meantime, Ute tribal leaders busily worked out the details of a comprehensive plan to use the judgment funds for the betterment of the tribe, and the evidence suggests that Wilkinson had a hand in this effort as well. But before anything could be presented to Congress, or for that matter, before Wilkinson could claim his attorney fee for the Ute cases, an agreement had to be reached on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation regarding how the money would be divided among the three bands. Strictly speaking, the funds were to be extended only to the bands expatriated from Colorado, the Uintah-Ouray and White River bands, since the Uintah Utes of Utah had not been a party to the litigation. However, the situation was complicated by the fact that the Uintah Utes had been forced to share their reservation with the two Colorado bands without compensation for 70 years, and in 1937, they had incorporated with the Colorado bands under the provisions of the IRA. Thus, from a legal perspective, all three bands existed as one tribe. In settling the Big Ute case, both Wilkinson and Attorney General Howard McGrath feared that if the judgment monies were not shared equally among all three bands, the Uintahs might file suit against the other two bands, the tribal government might dissolve, and the negotiated settlement could become entangled in a web of charges and countercharges. Wilkinson must also have realized that such an eventuality would postpone the settlement indefinitely, not to mention delay his long-awaited attorney's fee. The Uintah-Ouray and White Rivers had no obligation to share the judgment funds, which further complicated the situation. Moreover, any attempt to impose an agreement requiring them to share their money with the Uintahs could leave the government liable for misappropriation. Any solution Wilkinson and the government officials reached, therefore, had the potential to decisively alter the future of all three bands, collectively and individually. The settlement provisions negotiated by Wilkinson and Justice Department officials ultimately had exactly that kind of impact. Initially, however, the attorneys decided the best course of action was to try to convince all three bands to share the money voluntarily. For Wilkinson, this meant personally traveling to Uintah and applying his considerable powers of persuasion to the collective tribal membership. The potential rewards of this strategy seemed to outweigh the risks. So Wilkinson arranged a special three-day conference with the tribe, scheduled from May 29th through June 1st, 1950. As a final precaution, he also discussed the proposed settlement with Senator Watkins, who offered his full support. The most important meeting took place during a general council session on the first day. Only the Uintah-Ouray and White River bands were specifically invited. Wilkinson attended, accompanied by his associate John S. Boyden, the tribal legal counsel and affiliate of the Wilkinson, Cragen, and Barker law firm. Rex Curry, chairman of the tribal business committee, and several members of the local and national press. Wilkinson fully understood the gravity of the task before him, but like any skilled lawyer, he redirected attention to the tribal membership, making it appear as if they were responsible for decisions that had already been reached. He opened the conference by stating, "This is probably the most important meeting that you Ute Indians have had since the White Rivers and the Uintah-Ouray were driven from the state of Colorado and placed on this reservation." He then informed the assembled Utes of the settlement details. The Uintah-Ouray and White River bands would receive their share of the $32 million judgment, provided they approved the terms negotiated with the Department of Justice. But the challenge soon became apparent. The judgment applied only to the Colorado bands and not to the Uintahs. Wilkinson had hoped to witness a show of tribal unity, but he was quickly disappointed. No one suggested that the funds be shared among all three bands. In fact, one elderly man expressed the opinion that the money should remain with the Uintah-Ouray and White Rivers, as a means of keeping it out of the hands of the mixed-blood Uintahs. Realizing his initial strategy had failed, Wilkinson took the offensive. He addressed the assembly, stating, "You seem to think that you can settle this case without settling the dispute between yourselves. You can't. The Attorney General has already told me he will not consent to any settlement in this case unless you Indians get together and settle your own differences." He then recounted the advantages the Uintah-Ouray and White Rivers gained by living on Uintah land, including per capita payments derived from oil royalties. The argument had a clear effect. Wilkinson urged them to consider the potential loss of all future oil and mineral revenues, which legally belonged only to the Uintahs. He also reminded them that the Uintah Utes had their own pending claim before the ICC, the proceeds of which would be similarly distributed among the bands. In short, he argued that the three bands should pool their resources and operate as a single tribe. Unfortunately, he had overestimated the degree of unity on the reservation. The tribal elders of the Uintah-Ouray and White River bands requested more time to consider the proposal, but Wilkinson and his associates insisted that a decision be made immediately. Otherwise, they would have to wait another year for Congress to appropriate the funds. Tensions rose, and some elders turned their frustration toward the Tribal Business Committee and its chairman Rex Curry for not keeping the tribe informed of these sudden developments. Even Orrin Curry, an Uintah-Ouray elder and Rex's father, admonished his son, "One party here isn't going to do our business for us," implying that the business committee had acted without proper transparency. As the meeting began to unravel, Wilkinson reminded the assembly that he had to return to Washington and that Attorney General McGrath awaited their decision. Orrin Curry once again urged caution. "We've waited these 13 years," he said. "I think we can still wait again. Another 5 years won't matter." Other tribal members countered that the funds were urgently needed and could not be delayed. The session dissolved into a heated debate, and many Uintah-Ouray and White Rivers walked out. Even the few Uintah members in attendance insisted that any decision should involve all three bands, given that their own future interests were implicated. Nevertheless, Wilkinson and his associates called for a vote among the Uintah-Ouray and White Rivers on the proposal to share the judgment money with the Uintahs. Only 121 members raised their hands in favor. The majority of the 246 members still present declined to vote either way. Wilkinson interpreted the result as sufficient agreement. Tribal Resolution No. 3, formally adopted on June 3, 1950, by the Tribal Business Committee based on the General Council vote, declared that 1. Ownership and distribution of funds derived from judgments against the United States. 2. Land within the Uintah-Ouray Reservation. And 3. Oil and mineral incomes derived from the reservation land. All belong to the Indians of the Ute tribe without regard to band derivation. Justice Department officials apparently had concerns about the adequacy of the resolution because they further required the Tribal Business Committee to sign a formal release statement protecting the government from possible suits by stipulating that the government was not a party to the agreement and not responsible for implementing it. These concerns paled in comparison to Wilkinson's. He felt that a release statement, though a positive step, was still insufficient, and he took the matter several steps further by directing his brother in the Washington office to draft the agreement into legislation and offer it to Senator Watkins's subcommittee on Indian Affairs. Watkins shepherded the bill through Congress without difficulty, and the Utes duly found that their agreement had acquired the additional force of federal law. The fact that Wilkinson resorted to such extraordinary measures reveals the precarious nature of the share and share alike agreement he engineered. Even as a Washington claims attorney, he had little experience in actual tribal affairs and had not fully appreciated the depth and seriousness of the divisions between the three bands. After the May 29th meeting, however, he acted swiftly to solidify the arrangement. On July 26th, he again visited the reservation and met at length with the Tribal Business Committee. He had much to report as to the status of the Colorado settlement and related issues. Wilkinson asked the committee to review his services to the government and to decide how to pay John Boyden for his negotiations with the Southern and Ute Mountain Utes. He wanted to know, for example, if Boyden's services should be charged against his own commission. These actions corroborate the view that once the settlement had been reached with the Department of Justice and the two Colorado bands, Wilkinson turned his attention to collecting his fee. One issue remained, however, and it threatened to unravel the entire settlement: the ongoing dispute between the mostly full-blood members of the Uintah-Ouray and White River bands and the mixed-blood members of the Uintah band. The controversy that surfaced at the May 29th General Council meeting represented only the tip of the iceberg, as arguments about how these mixed-blood people gained membership in the tribe and what to do about them had occupied the tribal members for decades. The Uintah Utes had a history of intermarriage with non-Indian populations that dated back to the years of pioneer settlement in Utah. Many of the mixed bloods were also descendants of other tribes, mostly Shoshone, Paiute, and Navajo, whose ancestors had married into one of the several Utah bands that came to be known as the Uintahs. Wilkinson had a solution for this problem as well. Although the minutes of the 26th of July 1950 meeting curiously make no mention of the matter, possibly because Wilkinson preferred to keep it from tribal scrutiny, the Tribal Business Committee debated and passed a new ordinance defining Indian blood for purposes of future membership. The new ordinance simply stated that all Indian blood possessed by persons whose names appear on the census roll of July 1st, 1935, shall be deemed to be Ute Indian blood. Wilkinson probably proposed, or at least supported this effort because he saw it as a method of diffusing the mixed blood controversy, since it made all tribal members equal as far as tribal descent was concerned. According to the ordinance, Indians adopted into the tribe from other tribes before 1935 would be defined as Utes, or at least whatever degree of Indian blood they possessed would be considered Ute blood. But Wilkinson's efforts contributed only to the latest in a long series of attempts by the Tribal Business Committee to settle the issue. The mixed blood controversy had been simmering throughout the previous spring and into the summer, and with the news of the settlement in the Colorado cases, the issue finally came to a boil. The 26th of July 1950 ordinance was designed to support another one passed by the Tribal Business Committee on the 17th of March 1950. The earlier effort restricted future membership in the tribe to persons possessing one half or more Ute Indian blood. Bureau officials mishandled the ordinance passed in March, however, necessitating a series of corrections. Eventually, Rex Curry wrote a long letter to Interior Secretary Oscar L. Chapman explaining the entire situation. Curry argued that the mixed blood question had been one of long controversy on the reservation, one that flared up from time to time, especially when the tribe distributed per capita funds. He went on to note that the discovery of oil on the reservation, combined with the announcement of the Colorado judgment against the United States, had the effect of attracting many bona fide Ute Indians back to the reservation, where they were nonetheless regarded with suspicion. Curry also took note of the small group of Uintah mixed bloods who had earlier petitioned Watkins. asking for the repeal of the IRA. But he incorrectly assumed that they wanted nothing more than individual allotments and a lifting of restrictions on tribal enrollment. Naturally, full-blood Utes were alarmed by these developments. It seemed to many, Curry noted, that the majority of the mixed-blood Indians have had little to do with tribal government, but seemed to be the first to ask for loans, free wood, poles, posts, grazing, etc. For all of these reasons, real and imagined, the full-blood leaders sought to restrict tribal membership. They encountered many difficulties. When the Tribal Business Committee first attempted to change the tribal membership provision to one-half or more Ute blood in March, Tribal Superintendent Forrest R. Stone doubted the legality of the proposal, and instead of signing it and forwarding it to the Secretary of the Interior, as the ratification process required, he sent the ordinance to an attorney for a legal opinion. Meanwhile, Bureau officials knew nothing of the new membership ordinance until Wilkinson informed them of its existence. Whereupon Irma O. Hicks, acting chief of the BIA's Division of Tribal Relations, immediately wired the tribe and asked for a copy. Stone's action, or rather lack of action, effectively scuttled the ordinance, since by law he had to sign it within 10 days and forward it to the Secretary of the Interior for approval within 90 days. Further attempts by the Tribal Business Committee to get the Secretary to review the matter only muddled the situation, since a hastily drafted second ordinance called for a restriction of tribal membership to those of one-half or more Indian blood and failed to include the important Ute qualifier in the definition. Befuddled Bureau officials had no choice but to rescind the ordinance, although with some apparent reluctance. One internal BIA memorandum characterized Stone's action in withholding the original ordinance for more than 90 days as inexcusable. At any rate, Wilkinson supported the 26th of July 1950 ordinance as a method of clarifying the tangled mess of tribal membership and protecting his share-and-share-alike agreement, upon which the Colorado judgment was based. As previously noted, this third attempt to rectify the situation simply stated that those persons whose names appeared on the tribal rolls as of July 1, 1935, were deemed to have Ute blood. Curry explained in his letter to the Secretary of the Interior that redefining blood quantum in this way meant the tribe would not need to go beyond 1935 to determine the degree of Ute Indian blood for future members. In every respect, the July 26th ordinance reflected Wilkinson's desire that the tribe function as a unified whole, rather than by band or tribal ancestry. He undoubtedly knew that intra-tribal squabbling over the judgment monies had the potential to unravel the entire Colorado settlement, which legally required that the three Ute bands at the Uintah-Ouray Reservation accept the funds as a whole or not at all. The tribe's mixed-blood members probably would have welcomed Wilkinson's approach to solving the membership controversy had they been aware of it, since they already had serious reservations about the earlier ordinance. By requiring one-half Ute blood for future membership in the Tribal Business Committee inadvertently disinherited the future heirs of current members. In September, Elizabeth Curry Bumgarner, Rex Curry's sister, organized a protest against the ongoing attempt to restrict tribal membership. She and more than 60 other prominent members of the mixed-blood faction, chiefly Uintah band members, drafted a resolution questioning the logic and the legality of these ordinances. They noted that it unfairly discriminated against the more mixed-blood Uintah heirs, even though the reservation now belonged to the Ute tribe as a whole, and not to specific groups. The petitioners also pointed out that the ordinance placed an undue restraint on marriage, which not only restricted the rights of parents to pass on inheritance to their children, but also potentially encouraged unlawful cohabitation. The mixed-blood group's restraint on marriage argument must have provoked the consternation of Bureau officials and members of the Tribal Business Committee, because they had already been warned of potential legal complications arising from just such a predicament. In 1947, the Business Committee had requested a legal opinion from the Wilkinson, Cragin, and Barker law firm on an earlier proposal for a blood quantum restriction on membership, and received a discouraging response. The Wilkinson firm found legal precedents dating back to 1897 that upheld the rights of mixed-blood offspring of tribal members. The firm also found that Section 19 of the IRA rendered it mandatory that individuals with a quantum of Indian blood of 50% or greater be accorded membership in the tribe. Research into the status of the mixed-blood Utes yielded an even more significant deterrent to tribal attempts to curtail the rights of these people. According to tribal lore, the mixed-blood families adopted into the tribe, the Shoshones, Paiutes, Bannocks, and so forth, were adopted under a provision that their children marry tribal members. The full-blood Utes argued that the mixed bloods never kept this promise. However, the firm found that such a contract, if it ever existed, would be void from the beginning because it would function in restraint of marriage. For the time being, Bureau officials decided that they could afford to wait and allow the Utes time to resolve the disagreements among themselves. In part, this attitude stemmed from the fact that the BIA was itself divided into factions over the termination issue and the fate of tribes receiving large judgments in claims cases. But not everyone could wait. Many on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation desperately needed money and anxiously waited for the tribe and the Bureau to settle on a formula for distributing it. Finding a solution, however, proved much more difficult than anyone could then imagine. In less than 4 years, disagreements over who would be entitled to these funds and how the money would be utilized by the tribe pitted the full-blood Colorado bands against the mostly mixed-blood Uintah Utes, thereby destroying the fragile balance between them. In the mid-1950s, however, the equilibrium was preserved, largely because the goals and objectives of the mixed-blood group paralleled Wilkinson's own. At the time, Wilkinson sided with the mixed bloods in desiring to have the tribe function as a whole, rather than by factions. Both wanted the Colorado Judgment Funds to be distributed to all members in a manner that would accelerate the development of the tribe and its resources. Since the mixed bloods represented the more acculturated elements of the tribe, it seemed logical that they would make the best use of the funds in the interim. Bumgarner took up this line of reasoning with the Secretary of the Interior in the cover letter she wrote for the Mixed Bloods protest resolution. She pointed out that the ordinance would either prevent the tribe's assimilation or leave its vast resources in the hands of a few. Her argument highlighted the illogical reasoning of those who sought to assimilate a people by removing the most acculturated members. Officials in the Interior Department forwarded Bumgarner's letter directly to the office of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, Dillon S. Meyer. As one of the leading advocates of termination policy, Meyer could not have been sympathetic to a plan that would frustrate the forces of assimilation. In the heady days of 1950, Meyer and his allies in the BIA did not see the need for selective membership ordinances. They assumed that, with the legislative assistance of Senator Watkins, the legal skill of tribal attorney Wilkinson, and a payoff of $18 million, the entire tribe could be manipulated into termination. Chapter 3. The 3-year program and economic blackmail. The events bridging the Colorado Judgment Award in 1950 and Senator Watkins's 1954 campaign to terminate the Utes marked a period of experimentation and preparation for both tribal and governmental leaders. In Washington, members of Congress debated and then embraced the philosophy of termination, but left the actual task of creating terminal programs to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and tribal leaders. BIA officials, meanwhile, heeded the legislative mandate and began collecting information about specific tribes deemed capable of assuming the responsibilities rendered by the federal government. The $18 million Colorado judgment moved the Ute tribe directly into this category, even though Bureau officials had previously considered the tribe ill-prepared for termination. Tribal leaders suddenly found themselves responding to the demands of Bureau and congressional policymakers, while tribal factions fought over control of the money. The ensuing disagreements reflected deep divisions within the tribe itself, and as the termination philosophy matured into policy, these accumulated pressures threatened the fragile equilibrium that existed between the 3 Ute bands. These fissures became more pronounced over the course of the 3-year program. Meanwhile, following the settlement of the Ute cases, the termination issue again came to the forefront in Congress, and just as before, the leading proponent was a former judge from Utah. But this advocate of the termination policy differed from Senator Arthur Watkins in several important ways. Congresswoman Reva Beck Boson represented Utah's 2nd congressional district, a constituency dominated by independent Salt Lake City voters who sometimes defied the traditional Mormon-dominated hierarchy of Utah politics. Her election in 1948 was a case in point. She was the first woman ever to serve Utah in Congress, and had also been the first woman to serve as a judge in a Salt Lake City court. Earlier, as a member of the Utah legislature, she had fought for minimum wage laws and child labor reform as a New Deal Democrat. Bossone made a career of challenging the existing order. She was divorced, pursued liberal politics, and, despite her pioneer ancestry, chose not to affiliate with the Mormon Church. Bossone may have taken up the politically potent issue of Indian affairs precisely because it offered an opportunity to encroach on one of Senator Watkins's legislative responsibilities. Perhaps she wanted to show that Indian policy could be formulated less ideologically. Her approach appears to have been one of co-optation, outpacing Watkins by sponsoring a more enlightened humanitarian program of termination than the one he proposed. Whatever her motives regarding Watkins, Bossone also believed strongly in the capacity of Indian people to manage their own affairs. She later explained that, when she first came to Washington, she thought of Indians only as government wards needing protection and coddling. With experience, however, she found Indian people to be full of ability, intelligence, courage, and what she called a fine and common-sense attitude toward the white man. This awareness led her to promote legislation to help tribes prepare for termination, because she had a profound respect for the Indian and a deep interest in seeing that he gets a square deal. She added, "There is no reason why he should continue always as a baby in the arms of the government." Like most members of Congress, Representative Bossone defined the federal-trust relationship in terms of wardship status. Her approach to termination emphasized tribal preparedness and careful planning as key to successful implementation, and she incorporated both elements into House Joint Resolution 490, which she sponsored in July 1950. Specifically, her resolution authorized the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a study of the tribes under his jurisdiction to determine the respective qualifications of such Indians to manage their own affairs without supervision and control by the federal government. The legislation initially provided $250,000 for the study, but the economy-minded House, with Bossone's approval, reduced the amount to $50,000. Bossone also wanted to know which tribes targeted for termination were ready to undergo the process, and insisted that they be allowed to consent. "I have no idea what that means," she argued, "and it certainly is not the purpose of the bill to release tribes, bands, and groups of Indians who do not give their consent and who are not prepared." Even though House Joint Resolution 490 appeared to be a relatively moderate approach to termination, influential policymakers and Indian rights advocates were divided in their response. After initial concerns, Secretary of the Interior Oscar Chapman expressed support for Bossone's resolution, but his backing drew powerful opposition. In an exchange of letters with former BIA Commissioner John Collier, who inquired about the proposal, Chapman defended the resolution on the grounds that the proposed study would be both constructive and inexpensive. He calculated that, counting travel and expenses, the $50,000 would provide for 25 persons scattered across the United States to conduct studies of tribal readiness. Collier had little patience for such expedients. He argued that 25 inexperienced investigators could not, in 1 year, gain an understanding of the myriad complexities of Indian life and Indian-white government relations, and then program these understandings and develop them in full cooperation with Indian groups. He warned that such individuals would be, like the present Indian Commissioner, administrative experts in vacuo, lacking the necessary knowledge or experience in the subject matter. Collier went on to deny that Chapman's investigators could accomplish these things. Moreover, he continued, "One thing they can do, they can apply roughly a preordained, unrealistic formula of oversimplification and liquidation, exactly as the Bossone bill intends that they shall do." He then predicted, with remarkable foresight into the eventual results of termination policy, that these administrative wizards will whisk whole communities and tribes of Indians toward economic and social confusion. Collier concluded his denunciation with a sharp warning. "There are scandals of intellectual irresponsibility, scandals of gross blunder flowing from ignorance. How terribly loaded is Indian affairs history with this fact." There is a scandal in Bossone Bill. As the legislation progressed through the House, Collier continued his letter-writing campaign, arguing that the legislation's real intent was to deprive the Indians of services, property, and other rights guaranteed under solemn treaty. It specifies the ends in advance and does not provide adequate funds for such a comprehensive investigation. He dismissed Bossone as a relative newcomer to Indian affairs, an appellation he also bestowed on another Utah termination advocate, Associate Commissioner H. Rex Lee. Collier correctly identified Lee, a Utah Mormon and acquaintance of Watkins, as an important figure in the pending ideological combat over termination. But he overestimated the significance of Reva Beck Bossone. Ultimately, she proved to be like many members of Congress, in that she showed great enthusiasm for termination as an abstract principle, but could not support non-consensual legislation for specific tribes. Like Collier, Watkins also perceived a threat in Bossone's approach to the termination issue, but for different reasons. Watkins saw the resolution as a direct challenge to his legislative prerogatives, even though in the anterooms of Congress, his influence greatly overshadowed Bossone's. For that reason, Collier need not have worried about House Joint Resolution 490, because to the surprise of many, especially Bossone, Watkins came out in opposition to the measure and helped to defeat it in the Senate. When the resolution came before the Senate for consideration, Watkins objected, and the legislation was passed over. At the same time, he took the opportunity to state the legislative intent of the tabled resolution. He began by assuring the assembled body that he wanted to do everything possible to help the American Indians become independent and self-supporting American citizens. The sooner that result can be accomplished, he continued, the better it will be for the Indians and for all the rest of us. Then came the gist of his argument. Our government has been the guardian of the Indians for over 100 years. On the surface, it would appear to be entirely unnecessary now to authorize the Secretary of the Interior to make a study of these Indians to determine their qualifications to control and manage their own affairs. If the Bureau of Indian Affairs has not made that study in the last 100 years, and if it now does not have a definite program for the emancipation of Indians, it would appear to me that it would be a waste of time and money to ask that Bureau to undertake the job now. Rejecting the need for further study, Watkins argued for action. As he said, the sooner the better. And so, the Senate went on to other things. When Bossone heard that Watkins had objected to the consideration of the resolution, she was shocked and amazed. There is no politics in this bill, but I am led to believe that Senator Watkins' objection was made purely for political reasons. Bossone was mistaken in this regard, for Watkins had no overriding political agenda in Indian affairs, at least in the partisan sense. His motives for halting Bossone's resolution might have been better described as ideological, for he had few qualms about collaborating with Democrats, even career New Deal administrators, if their views on termination coincided with his. Watkins insisted that the time had arrived for action because at that moment he had the full cooperation of the leadership of the BIA. Since May 1950, the Bureau had been under the direction of Dillon S. Meyer, a former New Dealer with vast administrative experience and, even more importantly, a man thoroughly sympathetic to the goals of termination. He was, as John Collier described him, exactly that kind of administrative expert in vacuo who lacked the required experience in working with Indians. Much has been written about Meyer and his objectives as Commissioner of Indian Affairs. During World War II, he served as the director of the Wartime Relocation Authority, the agency responsible for operating the relocation camps that housed Japanese aliens and Japanese American citizens. The WRA practice of relocating these people into the interior of the United States as a means of accelerating their assimilation into American society not only generated a considerable amount of controversy for Meyer, but also demonstrated his bureaucratic solution for dealing with these disparate Nisei and Indian ethnic enclaves. There was, as Meyer's biographer has demonstrated, a certain superficial similarity between wartime relocation camps and Indian reservations. Meyer's administration of the BIA met with the criticism of Indian rights advocates almost from the beginning, in large part because of his inexperience. His predecessors in the commissioner's office generally possessed at least an understanding of the myriad obligations and agreements that governed relations between the tribes and the Bureau. Meyer had no expertise in these matters, nor did he feel that he needed to understand them, since his overriding objective was to sever these relationships. Moreover, to facilitate his crusade against the existing order, Meyer systematically removed some of the best qualified and most experienced administrators in the Bureau, including Assistant Commissioner William Zimmerman and Chief Counselor Theodore H. Haas. Several others soon resigned, among them Assistant Commissioner John Province, Chief of the Branch of Education, Willard H. Beatty, and Head of the Division of Tribal Relations, Darcy McNichol. Meyer replaced several of these administrators with former WRA officials who, without exception, lacked experience working with Native Americans. On the reservation level, the situation was much the same. Some of the most experienced superintendents retired or resigned, only to be replaced by unqualified appointees. In one case, Meyer replaced a superintendent in Alaska with a former FBI agent. In another, he replaced the Blackfeet superintendent in Montana with the former warden of a War Relocation Authority (WRA) detention camp. Meyer's efforts to recast Indian administration dramatically shifted the direction of policy away from the developmental approach employed since the Indian Reorganization Act. Ostensibly, Meyer wanted to make individual Indians more responsible for their daily affairs and less dependent on the paternalistic workings of the BIA. Accomplishing this goal, however, required a sustained attack on tribal governments, since virtually none of the tribes wanted to relinquish the rights and privileges that encompass their trust relationship with the federal government. Therefore, the Meyer administration found itself in the paradoxical position of having to curtail Indian rights to liberate Indians. Two policy decisions demonstrate how this odd arrangement took effect. In the fall of 1951, Meyer issued a set of directives governing the hiring of tribal attorneys and regulating the activities of attorneys under contract. Indians and advocacy groups, ranging from the Association on American Indian Affairs to the American Jewish Congress to the United Auto Workers, vigorously denounced the new rules because they violated the rights of Indian people to freely obtain counsel, and in January 1952, Secretary Chapman interceded to reverse Meyer's directives. Nevertheless, Meyer continued to meddle with tribal attorney contracts, to the effect that over 40 tribes ultimately protested his interference. The significance of these actions was perhaps best summarized by Felix Cohen in his stinging indictment published in the Yale Law Journal in 1953. For Indians, as for other underprivileged groups, denial of the right to independent counsel means undermining of all the rights which require independent counsel for enforcement. Virtually all tribal rights associated with the trust relationship fit this category. Meyer moved to implement a second policy in 1952 when he announced the creation of a new layer of bureaucracy, area directors, stationed around the country to decentralize the Bureau's decision-making process. In theory, the area directors would be more responsive to the needs of Indians, since they would be in closer proximity to the reservations. In actual practice, however, they tended to remove responsibility from reservation superintendents, thereby reducing local control. As John Collier pointed out, at the local agency level, the Indians may exert their political pressure directly. In Washington, the Indians may exert such pressure directly through their congressmen. But there is no way in which the Indians may effectuate political decisions at the area office level other than by making numerous expensive trips, and with the knowledge that the final decision is in the central office at Washington. The area offices thus do take the administration of BIA programs farther away from the Indians. The cumulative effect of these and several other policy innovations was a sharp increase in the power of the Commissioner's office at the expense of Indian rights and prerogatives. But Meyer did want the tribes to exert local control over their own affairs to the degree that they took over responsibilities formerly vested in the Bureau. He referred to this approach as his Tribal Liberation Program. He eventually discovered, however, that the tribes had no wish to be so liberated, at least in any fashion that included the abrogation of their treaty rights and federal trust status. Therein lay his difficulty, for despite the extensive authority of his office, Meyer had no legislative authority. Therefore, he could not compel the Indian tribes to accept his termination proposals. By 1952, he resorted to inviting tribes to join in his initiative. That year, Meyer officially extended his offer in his annual report. If any Indian tribe is convinced that the Bureau of Indian Affairs is a handicap to its advancement, I am willing to recommend to the Secretary of the Interior that we cooperate in securing legislative authority to terminate the department's trusteeship responsibility with respect to that tribe. The key words in this proposal were those inviting the tribes to cooperate in securing legislative authority. Meyer knew that he could not prevail without tribal consent, and since consent was not forthcoming, his initiatives generated more controversy than results. Moreover, Meyer attracted such strong and determined opposition that he became a liability both to the growing bipartisan consensus over Indian affairs in general and to the Truman administration in particular. Determined to make a new start in Indian affairs, the newly elected President Eisenhower asked for Meyer's resignation in March 1953. Meyer departed somewhat unceremoniously, declining to comment to the press for fear that he might revive the bitternesses that have passed. While Meyer generated controversy and bitterness, the real power behind the termination effort remained in the congressional subcommittees, particularly that of Senator Watkins. Meyer could invite tribes to submit to termination, but Watkins had the legislative prerogative. As will be seen, he used this power to propose specific acts of termination legislation and guide them through the Senate. Allies in the BIA remained important to Watkins, and he made good use of them, especially after Meyer's resignation. Associate Commissioner Lee remained in office and made certain that Watkins received the Bureau's cooperation. Meanwhile, in the House, Representative Bossone continued her quest for a report from the BIA to determine which tribes were qualified to manage their own affairs. When Congress convened in January 1952, she promptly introduced a new version of her resolution, this time designated House Joint Resolution 8. Like her earlier effort, Bossone's proposal had plenty of support. As she noted in the debate on the merits of the resolution, 3 years ago I was the first member of Congress to introduce a resolution to start the wheels turning to take the American Indian off wardship. Now everybody seems to be trying to get into the act. Not only were other House members proposing similar legislation, but several termination supporters outdid themselves in denouncing the past trend of Indian policy. Congressman O.K. Armstrong of Missouri declared, for example, that former Commissioner John Collier's policy of enlarging reservations and encouraging tribal self-government had virtually forced the Indians back into Indianhood. Furthermore, Armstrong declared the Wheeler-Howard Act, the capstone of Collier's New Deal legislation, to be an absurd thing. He continued, it should never have passed. Now, Congress should move quickly to undo the disaster of the Wheeler-Howard Act that would Indianize these Indians progressively and completely. As Representative Armstrong's comments made clear, the growing congressional sentiment held that Indians needed to be assimilated into the American mainstream as quickly and comprehensively as possible. Given the tenor of the times and the conservative composition of Congress, it is less than surprising that no one defended Indians' right to maintain their own cultural identities, or the right to be both Indian and a participating citizen. Few people understood the idea of a pluralistic society in those days, especially, it seems, members of Congress. In the clamor to do something about Indian affairs and the maladministration of the BIA, the House of Representatives superseded Bossonne's resolution with a more comprehensive measure. Her legislation called only for a report on the condition among the various tribes, bands, and groups of Indians, so that Congress could take appropriate action later on. But several members of the House felt that this resolution did not go far enough and that an investigation into the activities of the BIA should also be conducted. Ultimately, both ideas were incorporated into House Resolution 698, passed on July 1, 1952. H.R. 698 required the BIA to submit, among other things, an explanation as to the manner in which the Bureau performed its functions and fulfilled its obligations of trust, a delineation of Bureau functions that could be discontinued or transferred to other agencies or to the states, and most importantly, the names of tribes, bands, or groups of Indians now qualified for full management of their own affairs. Within 6 months, the BIA responded to the House resolution and submitted 1,600 pages of data and supporting testimony to the House Committee on Interior and Insular Affairs. In one of the most significant pieces of information in this voluminous report, the Bureau informed the committee that it had already established a division of programs and staffed it with specialists in withdrawal programming. Field agents were busily conducting inventories and gathering data, and intensive programming activity was already underway in 18 states. The report listed Utah as one of them, and the Ute Indians of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation as the one Utah tribe targeted for withdrawal. Utah's Uintah Basin is a starkly beautiful place, rich in the hues of reddish ore in the hills and valleys. Nestled to the south of the majestic Uintah Mountains, with their vast pine and fir forests and alpine lakes, the basin provides a sharp contrast of aridity, rolling terrain, and sparse vegetation. The deep green colors of the high forests are almost absent. In fact, the most prevalent shade is the pale green of the Russian olive trees planted in the early 20th century by fish and game officials who sought cover for their transplanted pheasant populations. Today, the Russian olive trees are ubiquitous along the meager waterways of the Duchesne and White Rocks rivers, Ashley Creek, and other tributaries of the Green River. Together with the field grass and sagebrush, the olive trees provide a backdrop for the desert terrain. The high elevation and limited rainfall combine against agricultural endeavors. The growing seasons are short and water resources are scarce. Economic development in the basin has historically been centered on cattle and sheep ranching, with mineral extraction as a secondary consideration. Early in the 20th century, mining enterprises were directed at relatively mundane resources, such as gilsonite and gypsum. But the subsequent discovery of oil and oil shale deposits redirected the economy toward energy development. In the early 1950s, when Bureau specialists examined the physical assets of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, they concluded that these resources were sufficiently abundant to allow the tribe to become self-sufficient. In fact, when the withdrawal specialists in the Bureau presented their report on the Ute tribe in late 1952, they had a considerable amount of economic and sociological information to draw upon. Some aspects of the planning effort had been underway literally for years on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, although most of it evolved in response to the needs of the tribe rather than the expectations of the Bureau. The Utes even had their own planning division, headed by the tribe's coordinating officer, Francis McKinley. Most of the plans developed by the tribe originated as part of a Colorado Judgment money expenditure program, while others, such as the tribe's land acquisition program, started decades earlier. When dissident Utes later accused McKinley and his planning division of foisting a ready-made program on the tribe, he countered that anyone who reviews this record must conclude that the land feature of the Ute Planning Board did not suddenly materialize. It is a product of years of planning, litigation, and controversy. He took the same approach in explaining the education plans, noting that the federal government had been attempting to close the Uintah Indian School for years. All these plans, he said, were designed to meet the ongoing needs of the Ute tribe. Tribal planning, however, differed from the rehabilitation programming envisioned by advocates of termination policy. On the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, rehabilitation, or withdrawal programming, as it was variously known, resulted from two important developments. The realization of the Colorado Judgment money, which offered the Ute people the possibility of a greatly improved standard of living, and the direct application of pressure tactics by Senator Watkins and his temporary ally, Commissioner Meyer. The advent of new money from the claims case and energy resources led many tribal members to demand per capita payments as a way of alleviating the general poverty on the reservation. 2 years earlier, in the summer of 1950, many of the Utes were so poor that they could not provide clothes for their children to wear to school. Conditions reached such extremes that Superintendent Stone had to request approval for a per capita payment of $100 for clothing purchases and other needs. The meetings for planning this distribution were heavily attended. Stone noted in his request for assistance that the Utes knew they would receive money in the future, both from the Colorado Judgment and from oil royalties. As he put it, "We are dealing with a group who are coming into material wealth, and it seems not only important for their present needs that they receive this money, but that they be allowed to use it in preparing for the use of the larger sums when such funds become available." Thus, he forecasts the consolidation of tribal planning with withdrawal programming, which occurred when policymakers realized that both approaches could be utilized in a scheme to distribute the judgment funds. The critical juncture seems to have come in November 1950, when Tribal Business Committee members and the Planning Division staff met in Phoenix with Commissioner Meyer and the area director's staff. McKinley described the outcome as follows. The proposal we advanced was that the Utes needed money desperately, and they were clamoring for relief. We realized that a mere request for a per capita payment would not meet the approval of the higher authorities, and such a request would have to be accompanied by a permanent constructive plan to receive favorable action. The appropriation for the land program and education met the requirements. They were of an emergency nature in that we had already had plans for them. Attention needed to be given to them immediately. In other words, Meyer and the higher authorities demanded a permanent constructive plan in exchange for favorable action in granting the Utes' request for emergency per capita funding. In Meyer's vernacular, permanent constructive plan meant a long-range termination program. The Ute delegation had little choice but to agree to these terms and push ahead in preparing the short-term emergency program. According to the provisions of the Ute Jurisdictional Act, any funds appropriated to the Utes from the judgment monies required the general approval of Congress, and of Senator Watkins's subcommittee on Indian Affairs in particular. Thus, McKinley's oblique reference to receiving approval from higher authorities undoubtedly referred to this reality. That Watkins was aware of these promises and very likely a party to them can be deduced from statements made by Watkins himself. 2 years later, when resistance to the programming effort demanded his personal attention, Watkins wrote to Tribal Business Committee Chairman Rex Curry and reminded him to perform in good faith the promise which they, the Tribal Business Committee, undertook in 1950, namely to formulate a long-range rehabilitation or termination program. 6 months later, in May 1951, the Tribal Business Committee and McKinley's Planning Division completed the comprehensive two-stage rehabilitation program for the tribe. That month, a delegation that included both Curry and McKinley traveled to Washington to present the program to Watkins's subcommittee. It seems likely that Watkins obtained similar promises for a long-range termination program from the tribal leaders on this occasion as well, for he later referred to these promises in another of his letters to Curry. On May 12, 1953, Watkins warned Curry and the Business Committee to keep certain promises made by certain administrators of the Ute tribe to a committee of the Congress to produce a long-range program that would result in the ultimate termination of the tribe. The Utes' ideas for spending their $18 million share of the court settlement envisioned two phases. The first, a 3-year rehabilitation program aimed at raising the low living standards on the reservation, was estimated to cost $5 million. The 3-year plan was also intended to prove that the Utes could use their money wisely while working out a long-range program for spending the balance, with a view to assimilating the Ute Indian into American culture and society. The main provisions of the plan provided for an immediate, no-strings-attached $1,000 per capita payment to tribal members, a $1 million loan fund administered by the Tribal Business Committee, a $1.25 million land reacquisition program, and $1.15 million going to schools, a fish and game program, and adult education. The hearty welcome the Ute delegation received in Washington masked the fact that the development of the rehabilitation program over the past 6 months had created serious tensions within the tribe. As part of the process, the Tribal Business Committee and the Planning Division held a series of meetings at the reservation communities of Randlet and White Rocks to educate and inform tribal members of their plans. The hope was, as McKinley put it, that after receiving enlightenment, the Indians would be able to do some constructive and intelligent thinking on their various problems. However, he continued, we received very little, if any, constructive thinking. The majority of the Indians seemed to be interested only in how much money they were to get, and when. The money issue divided the tribe along the fault line that already ran between the mixed bloods and the full bloods. Both sides resented the plan proposed by the Tribal Business Committee and the Bureau. At one of the meetings held by the planning groups, Rex Curry's sister, Elizabeth Bumgarner, strongly attacked the programming efforts of McKinley and the Business Committee. Bumgarner emerged that winter as a formidable opponent to the tribal leadership. She helped to organize a group called the Ute Indian Affairs Organization to oppose the planning effort. Most of Bumgarner's supporters were mixed bloods like herself, who wanted a larger per capita payment. Officers of this new dissident organization included a trio of mixed blood Utes, with Bumgarner as president, Julius Murray as vice president, and Lula Murdoch as secretary. In one of their first acts of opposition, Bumgarner wrote to McKinley and threatened the Tribal Business Committee with a court injunction unless the tribe received the opportunity to vote on its rehabilitation plan. She reminded McKinley that Mr. Wilkerson at the May meeting stated that the Tribal Committee or Mr. Stone could not touch these judgment funds, and that the plans and expenditures must come from the Indians. Bumgarner sent a copy of her threatening letter to tribal claims attorney Ernest Wilkinson, hoping for his powerful endorsement. Wilkinson, however, fully backed the planning effort. Just a few weeks earlier, he had received a similar letter from William C. Bill Reed, an influential member of the mixed blood opposition. Reed argued for a much larger per capita payment, preferably one of $5,000. But his main purpose was to inform Wilkinson of the formation of the Ute Indian Affairs Organization and to enlist his support. Reed also informed Wilkinson that the tribal committee seems to favor a socialist or communist system for the Ute people, rather than an economy based upon individual or private enterprise. A rather obvious attempt to play on Wilkinson's anti-communist sentiments. In his reply to Reed, Wilkinson blandly outlined the procedures by which appropriations were made by Congress, making no mention of the new opposition group or its objectives. Without informing Reed, however, he also sent courtesy copies of his reply to Rex Curry and tribal attorney John Boyden, along presumably with copies of Reed's letter. Wilkinson made certain that the courtesy copy notation was typed directly onto the carbon copy and not the original, a standard business practice in legal offices known as sending a blind carbon copy. In other words, Wilkinson kept Curry and Boyden informed of the opposition group's activities without telling Reed. The job of responding directly to the tribal opposition fell primarily on McKinley. As the planning officer for the tribe and a spokesman for the full-blooded members, McKinley favored using the funds for the benefit of the less acculturated members. Rather than spend the money on per capita payments, he knew that the most effective way to use the funds would be to create programs to uplift the tribe as a whole. To Bumgarner's accusations, McKinley responded with a point-by-point rebuttal. Among other things, he blamed the Utes' failure to secure a larger per capita payment on Bumgarner's own Ute Indian Affairs Organization. He reminded her that when the Uintah-Ouray approved the emergency plan, they requested a $2,000 per capita payment, which the White River Group also favored. But, as he explained to Bumgarner, the group you represent more than any other opposed the program, and as a result of your opposition, the White Rocks Group, representing the majority of the Uintah people, refused to endorse the plan. Their refusal to cooperate revived old quarrels about the Uintah group not having any rights in the Colorado claims, and the breed question cropped up, leading to a rehashing of old controversies which were purportedly settled in the General Council of June 1950. With events thus stalled, a general meeting was called at Fort Duchesne on the 11th of February 1951. The Indians were given a choice of taking either $1,000 in unrestricted money or $2,000 with the strong possibility of having restrictions placed on how the money could be spent. The Utes voted 74-0 for the short-range program in land, education, and rehabilitation over a long-range program and then voted 96-6 in favor of an unrestricted $1,000 payment instead of a restricted $2,000. When the Ute tribal delegation finally arrived in Washington in May 1951, Senator Watkins and the members of his subcommittee received their 3-year program warmly. Watkins quickly had the legislation drafted and then ushered it through Congress. He graciously facilitated these requests because he saw them as expedients to a larger goal, a long-range termination program for the Ute tribe. Watkins thought he had the Ute leadership's promise that a long-range program would be forthcoming. He did not fully appreciate that the terms long-range and rehabilitation meant different things to the divergent factions on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation. After the 3-year program went into effect as Public Law 120 on August 21, 1951, problems quickly emerged over what the plan was supposed to accomplish and which tribal factions would benefit the most from it. The plan itself offered something for almost everyone, including, most fundamentally, a per capita payment authorized by the Secretary of the Interior. In October 1951, every enrolled member of the Ute tribe received $1,000 in the form of an individual Indian money account, subject to withdrawal upon submission of a brief plan explaining how the funds would be used. The tribe offered very few restrictions on the withdrawals in the expectation that members would need the experience gained in handling large sums. According to Superintendent Stone, most of the Utes used the money to buy food and clothing and to pay old debts. He noted in his report to the Bureau that almost every family bought an automobile or a truck, exercising reasonably good judgment in purchasing these vehicles. But he added that there were also a number of stupid transactions, both in the care that they have taken of their automotive equipment and the tendency to spread out in this direction far beyond their need. The per capita program continued out of tribal funds over the duration of the 3-year program. In 195, each member of the tribe, approximately 1,750 individuals, received an additional $1,375, and in 1,953, another $1,325. By the end of the 3 years, payments from the U.S. Treasury and local funds totaled $4,135 per member, much of it derived from oil and gas leasing revenues. From the perspective of the Tribal Business Committee, however, per capita payments constituted only one aspect of a comprehensive plan for rehabilitating members and strengthening the tribe's economic base. Additional features of the plan included a land program designed to add new land to the reservation and provide more grazing land. Within the first 6 months, the tribe purchased over 5,500 acres and contemplated purchasing many more. In addition, a 3-year program was provided for surveying the range-carrying capacity of tribal grazing lands and for improvements to existing rangelands through the construction of fences, stock ponds, and other useful projects. Other provisions of the program helped the members in a more personal way. A revolving credit fund of $1 million was established to provide loans to individual members, managed by a rather conservative tribal credit committee. A housing rehabilitation program helped remodel or build more than 100 homes, with much of the lumber coming from the tribal forestry reserves. The program also made arrangements to close the Uintah-Day and boarding school at White Rocks and to transfer the Ute children to public schools in the Uintah Basin. A reservation school board was established to assist in this process and to act as a liaison with the local school boards. The Ute Planning Division intended that the various provisions of the 3-year program would further the development of the tribe as a whole and foster the rehabilitation of individual members. But all of these provisions, range enhancements, housing and credit programs, and involvement in the public schools, presupposed a degree of experience in business, banking, and education. The assimilationist objectives of the program, therefore, made it inevitable that the most acculturated tribal members would be in a position to receive the greatest benefit. The per capita payment program formed the only exception to this general pattern, and government officials observed that the Utes took less interest in their farms and ranches and off-reservation employment opportunities as a result of the tribal income. Not too surprisingly, tribal divisions widened between the more acculturated mixed-blood members and the full-bloods, especially as the mixed bloods aggressively took advantage of the program's various provisions. For example, during the 3 years the program was in effect, the average loan made under the credit program was $6,032.04 to the mixed bloods, but only $3,279.81 to the full bloods. The majority of self-supporting households on the reservation were those of mixed bloods. According to reports submitted by Bureau personnel, the mixed bloods made substantial progress over the course of the program, while the full-blood Utes demonstrated no comparative improvement. The evidence suggests, in fact, that the full-bloods lost considerable ground in the later stages of the 3-year program. In March 1954, to cite one rather telling statistic, 18 cars were repossessed from full-bloods. Merchants in surrounding towns had to take steps to collect on exorbitant grocery bills. One case resulted in a civil suit filed against a full-blood family for refusing to pay a $2,200 grocery bill. Sentiment among the full-bloods held that the tribal leadership, particularly the members of the Tribal Business Committee and the Planning Division, had fallen under the control of the mixed-blood faction. Bureau personnel tended to view the full-blood people as a threat to the acculturated, educated, and prosperous members of the tribe to support this assessment. Robert L. Bennett, a BIA programming officer who visited the reservation several times in 1953 and 1954, stated that the Uintah agency staff members spent 80 to 90% of their time working with the mixed bloods. This was primarily so, he concluded, because the full-blood Utes did not know enough about the available services to take advantage of them. The accusations of the full-blood Utes rang true, especially those aimed at the Tribal Business Committee and its 35-year-old chairman and business manager, Rex Curry. No one personified the divisions within the tribe better than he. His mother descended from the mixed-blood Uintahs and his father from the full-blood Uintah-Ouray, yet Curry charted his own course. It is said that as a young man he set out to disprove the Mormon Church and ended up converting to it. He left the reservation to attend Brigham Young University, and after graduation and military service, he returned to work for the BIA. Largely assimilated to the dominant culture himself, Curry represented the interests of the more acculturated elements of the tribe. He married a white woman and settled in Roosevelt, for the most part raising his children outside of Ute cultural traditions. Eventually, he became a Mormon bishop, the leader of a local Roosevelt congregation. Needless to say, his religious and ideological background provided for a close working relationship with attorneys John Boyden and Ernest Wilkinson, and as events soon demonstrated, contributed to his cooperative attitude toward Senator Watkins's legislative agenda. Curry shared many things in common with these men, most importantly, the stereotypical Mormon perception of Indians as a troubled people who needed help and understanding to overcome their problems. A speech Curry delivered for the Uintah Basin Indian Day celebration in August 1949 illustrates his point of view. After carefully reviewing the course of Ute history since the arrival of the whites, he argued that few people understood the problems his people faced or the contributions they had made. Yet he defined progress for Indians only in terms of economic development and rapprochement with the local population. He concluded by offering his sincere wish that, regardless of the direction future events might take, the residents would meet the Indian, give him sympathetic understanding, and to help him meet his problems. Let him know that you appreciate what he has done for the basin. Curry could afford to be ambiguous about the future direction of tribal affairs on that occasion, for in the late summer of 194, the Colorado judgment had not yet been rendered, nor had promises been extended to Senator Watkins and Commissioner Meyer. Following congressional approval of the 3-year program, however, Curry became more direct in his pronouncements, especially to those in a position to assist tribal development. He wrote to Congresswoman Bissonnet, for example, thanking her for supporting the legislation, and then promised that the Utes would make wise use of our money to the end that our Indians will be able to help themselves and become contributing members of our American society. Exactly how the Indians could be counted on to help themselves remained to be determined, but one thing was certain. Curry possessed enough authority within the tribal leadership to decisively affect the direction of tribal affairs. As previously noted, he served the tribe both as chairman of the Tribal Business Committee and as the tribal business manager, an arrangement that concerned bureau personnel. As Robert Bennett noted, Curry basically ran all phases of tribal activity, and what he didn't do as business manager, he did as chairman. As a consequence, Curry lacked any checks or balances on his authority. Nevertheless, bureau officials like Bennett contented themselves with the knowledge that Curry invariably took the advice of tribal attorney John Boyden, a man they trusted thoroughly. Despite his dual position within the tribal government, Curry shared de facto leadership responsibility with Francis McKinley, the planning officer. The Tribal Business Committee hired the 30-year-old McKinley in July 1950 to conduct research and develop a rehabilitation program for the tribe utilizing the Colorado Judgment Funds. Before accepting the position, McKinley received a bachelor's degree from George Washington University and had taken graduate courses while working for the Treasury Department. Thus, he and Curry shared the distinction of being the only college graduates on the reservation. In those earlier years, the two worked closely in developing the 3-year program, But as the program matured, tribal members came to identify Curry as the spokesman for the mixed-blood Uintahs, and McKinley as the spokesman for the full-blood Uintah-Ouray. While neither characterization was entirely accurate, the situation produced some friction between the two. By the summer of 1953, as plans for a long-range rehabilitation program began to evolve, the disagreements between Curry and McKinley became more pronounced, and McKinley made arrangements to leave his position and take a similar one with the Ute Mountain Utes of southwestern Colorado. To head off this potentially disastrous loss to the programming effort, the Tribal Business Committee offered to increase McKinley's salary and enlarge his responsibilities. He accepted and remained with the tribe as the Director of Housing and Community Programs. Meanwhile, to placate the other half of the dual leadership, Curry also received a salary increase. The most profound difference between Curry and McKinley concerned the overall direction of the programming effort. Although Curry distrusted the motives of some of the more rabid termination advocates, especially those who wanted to open reservation land to developers, he generally followed the lead of his legal and legislative advisors, Boyden, Wilkinson, and Watkins. McKinley, on the other hand, was philosophically more attuned to the guidance of Superintendent Stone and far more outspoken in his opposition to termination. The first signs of disagreement emerged in April 1952 when Senator Watkins introduced legislation in Congress to withdraw federal supervision over the Indians of the Grand Ronde, Oregon, and Siletz, California agencies. The legislation proposed to terminate some 2,100 Indians, approximately 800 of whom lacked any tribal affiliation. Watkins made a point of explaining to members of the press that he had been urging such legislation for several years, and that, following the Oregon and California Indians, the next tribe to be guided toward first-class U.S. citizenship would be the Utes of Utah and Colorado. Watkins's schedule certainly came as news to the tribal leadership at Uintah-Ouray. McKinley reacted with anger and issued a press release of his own, stating, "We have never advocated legislation to terminate federal responsibility toward the Ute Indians of Utah, and will oppose any such measures until we are satisfied that the Utes are prepared and willing to assume the responsibilities of citizenship." Senator Watkins, among other congressional leaders, believes that the cure-all to the perplexing Indian problems can be solved by legislation, but we disagree and would prefer to meet the problem through education, orientation, experience, and cooperative relationships between the tribal, county, state, and federal governments in working out our mutual problems. In his position as chairman of the Tribal Business Committee, Curry issued the press release under his own name, but he attributed the statement entirely to McKinley. Curry offered no comments of his own on the subject, perhaps remembering the promises made to Watkins and his subcommittee. McKinley, however, took the opposite approach, warning that the objectives of the long-range program would be determined by the democratic action of the Ute people. He concluded by reminding the senator that the Utes could think and act for themselves. McKinley's outburst seems to have taken the tribal attorneys by surprise, as did the statement by Watkins that provoked it. At the Wilkinson law firm, a flurry of letters followed as Glenn Wilkinson and John Boyden tried to determine exactly what the senator had said and to whom. Ernest Wilkinson finally settled the issue by pointing the others to Watkins's press release published in the Salt Lake Tribune. Apparently, the lawyers concluded Watkins had merely offered his opinion that the Utes would be next in line for termination and had not issued any formal announcement to that effect. Shortly after McKinley's public warning to Senator Watkins and others who would terminate the Utes, Superintendent Stone issued a private warning of his own. Writing directly to Associate Commissioner Lee, Stone complained that he could not help but lean very much to McKinley's viewpoint and urged that the Bureau support the tribe's efforts to develop its own plans. He warned that Watkins' statements had the potential to undo all that had been accomplished by creating the impression among the tribe members that the tribal leaders and Watkins were working together. For the enlightenment of his superiors, Stone included with his letter an editorial from the Salt Lake Tribune that argued, among other things, that termination programs must be oriented and gradual, for to remove the ward status without preparing the red men for more responsibility and authority would be chaotic. Whether the superintendent knew of the cooperative relationship between Watkins and Lee is unclear, but his letter certainly made the rounds of the Bureau hierarchy. Most of the senior officials read and initialed it, including Commissioner Meyer. Not all BIA officials were in agreement with Stone's assessment of the situation on the reservation. Meyer's appointees in the BIA Division of Programs, for example, had long been preparing to implement a long-range rehabilitation program for the Utes as soon as the tribal leadership could be persuaded to create one. Meyer's office was also seeking ways to reduce bureau services on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation. The most significant example involved a proposed change in the Ute corporate charter, which would allow the tribe to open an account with a commercial bank for tribal funds and eliminate individual Indian money accounts with the BIA. Following the Bureau's lead, the tribal leadership convened a general council meeting and submitted an amendment to that effect. The Utes passed the measure, but their version included a provision allowing tribal corporate funds to be deposited with a disbursing officer of the United States, which displeased Meyer, as it ran counter to his goal of removing as many bureau functions as possible from tribal operations. After reconsideration, Meyer decided the provision might actually prove useful to the government, so he proposed that the amendment be modified to allow use of a disbursing officer, but only at the direction of the Secretary of the Interior. Meyer's proposals and counterproposals created considerable confusion and anxiety for the tribal leaders, but they accomplished little. Ultimately, the commissioner's suggestions led Boyden and Curry to travel to Washington to settle the matter. In a meeting with Meyer, Boyden argued that the proposed changes were unnecessarily restrictive and would require a special referendum of the tribe to enact. Meyer finally agreed to accept their interpretation and allow the tribe to pursue its own method of depositing tribal funds, though he warned that by August 1954, the end of the tribe's 3-year program, all such funds would have to be transferred to a commercial bank. In the end, the tribe held a special referendum to amend the corporate charter. The measure passed overwhelmingly, but the vote was invalidated because an insufficient number of voters participated. Apparently, most of the Utes either did not understand the issue or did not care enough to vote. As events transpired, the failure to amend the corporate charter proved largely inconsequential. By the spring of 1953, Meyer's tenure as commissioner had ended. President Eisenhower requested his resignation in May, leaving W. Barton Greenwood as acting commissioner until Glenn L. Emmons was appointed in late July. This transitional period proved critical for the Ute people, as it coincided with Senator Watkins' decision to intensify pressure on the tribal leadership to produce a termination proposal. The uncertainty surrounding the commissioner's office may have prompted Watkins to act while he still could, given the possibility that a newly appointed commissioner might oppose termination legislation. During the preceding fall campaign, Eisenhower had promised not to appoint a new commissioner without first consulting the Indian people, and he honored that commitment. He sent Assistant Secretary of the Interior Orm Lewis to meet with representatives from 150 tribes to discuss the pending appointment. Meanwhile, Watkins pressed the Utes to produce their long-range rehabilitation plan. Despite the apparent successes of the 3-year program, disagreements between the mixed-blood and full-blood factions stymied efforts to plan the tribe's future. The mixed-blood group, which initially generated most of the opposition, boycotted the adult education planning meetings sponsored by the Tribal Business Committee and encouraged others not to attend. The full-blood Utes also resisted the planning, partly out of resentment toward the mixed-blood agitators and partly due to growing dissatisfaction that the programming effort did not meet their needs. Rex Curry reported to Robert Bennett that the situation on the reservation was very confused and that the tribe had made little headway toward a beneficial program. Ironically, on May 12, 1953, the same day Curry informed Bennett of the situation on the reservation, Bennett, accompanied by Associate Commissioner Lee, visited Senator Watkins's office to discuss the same issues. Bennett planned to visit the reservation in an effort to curb opposition to the planning effort, and Watkins supported him by drafting a letter to be delivered to Curry and the Tribal Business Committee. The letter came directly to the point. In response to the dissension and opposition on the reservation, the senator warned Curry and the Utes that Congress will expect you to keep very fully and completely your promises made to the committee when this legislation, the 3-year program, was approved. Then, addressing Curry, he added, "This applies not only to you and those representing the Ute tribes, but also the entire membership." Bennett arrived at Fort Duchesne on May 19, 1953, and hand-delivered Watkins's warning. He and other BIA officials, most notably H. Rex Lee, had already decided to intervene in the tribe's affairs because, as Bennett noted in his official report, the Bureau could not place the entire responsibility on the tribal leadership to attain what in the main are Bureau objectives. In other words, Watkins, Lee, and Bennett could no longer wait for the tribe to do their bidding. Efforts had to be made to resolve the crisis and get on with the planning effort. To McKinley and the Ute Planning Division, however, this interference from the BIA on behalf of a U.S. senator amounted to nothing less than economic blackmail. The Utes were in desperate need of the funding, but many intuitively distrusted the new termination policy. Few understood it, and unsettling rumors swept the reservation. Resolving the divisions within the tribe and developing a long-range plan satisfactory to most tribal members consumed the remainder of 1953 and much of 1954. Senator Watkins observed all of this with growing impatience, and in February 1954, he finally delivered his ultimatum. In yet another letter to Curry, he explained exactly what type of program he would accept, and then stated that further legislation for aid or assistance to the Utah tribe would greatly depend upon the activities of the tribe in performing in good faith the promise which they undertook in 1950, namely to formulate the report and plan, that is, a 7-year termination program. As if to underscore the gravity of his threat, Watkins informed Curry that he expected the final phase of the Ute program to be tendered within 90 days, adding that all of the essential elements could easily be found in other termination bills currently before Congress. He even advised that, if the tribe needed assistance in drafting the legislation, he would be happy to provide it. Watkins also specifically instructed Curry and other tribal leaders to ignore Indian rights advocates from the National Congress of American Indians and the Association on American Indian Affairs. It is hard to imagine that Curry could have been much surprised by this ultimatum. As a close collaborator with attorneys Boyden and Wilkinson in tribal affairs, Curry was well enough acquainted with Watkins' objectives and, in certain ways, even sympathetic to them. But McKinley and other tribal leaders, particularly those associated with the Uintah-Ouray and White River Full-Bloods, were stunned by this sweeping declaration of the senator's intentions. They feared that the senator intended to use the better-educated and more acculturated mixed-blood Uintahs to demonstrate that the Utes were prepared for termination legislation, and to thus prematurely and unwittingly thrust the full-blood Utes into a way of life for which they were not prepared. Chapter 4. Utah Paiutes as Watkins's Examples. Despite Senator Watkins's optimistic prediction, the dissension and turmoil on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation prevented the Utes from becoming the next tribe emancipated by the termination policy. Yet Watkins still wanted the tribes in his home state to serve as a model for Indians in other parts of the country. Initially, he sought to terminate all of the Utah Indian tribes, and in disregard for the diverse needs and conditions of the Paiute, Goshute, Shoshone, and Ute people living in Utah, the BIA drafted legislation to accomplish his objective. By the end of 1953, however, the Utes still had not resolved their differences, and it became clear that Watkins would have to find other Utah Indians to serve as his examples. The senator felt that he had to move quickly, as the fall and winter of 1953 to 54 proved to be a propitious season for termination action. Over the course of the preceding summer, Congress passed House Concurrent Resolution 108, with remarkably little debate for such far-reaching legislation. Introduced in the House by William H. Harrison of Wyoming and in the Senate by Henry M. Jackson of Washington, the resolution stated the intent of Congress to make the Indians, as rapidly as possible, subject to the same laws and entitled to the same privileges and responsibilities apply to other citizens of the United States, and to end their status as wards of the United States. The resolution went on to list tribes of Indians presumed ready for termination, including groups in California, Florida, New York, and Texas, as well as specific tribes such as the Flathead of Montana, the Klamaths of Oregon, and the Menominees of Wisconsin. Notably, Utah tribes were not mentioned, a deliberate omission that Senator Watkins intended to correct at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, to capitalize on the prevailing congressional sentiment, Watkins's subcommittee on Indian Affairs released a schedule for termination hearings to be conducted jointly with the House Subcommittee, set for February and March 1954. Despite Utah tribes being omitted from House Concurrent Resolution 108, Watkins ensured that they were listed first for hearings, albeit for only a single day. Because the Ute Indians required more time to resolve internal differences, Watkins shifted the focus of his termination legislation to other Utah tribes. Initially, this included 4 small bands of Southern Paiutes in central and southern Utah, the Skull Valley Band of Shoshones, or Goshutes, in western Utah, and the Washakie Band of northwestern Shoshones in Box Elder County. The 2 Shoshone bands, however, managed to secure legal representation and were eventually removed from consideration, but not until after the Paiute hearings had taken place. The final Senate bill had included the Shoshone bands, but the House Subcommittee amended the legislation to drop them. According to the conference report, the Skull Valley and Washakie bands had only intermittent contact with BIA employees, and consultation proved difficult. House members questioned whether these Shoshone groups even understood the purpose of the legislation. Unfortunately for the Southern Paiutes, Watkins had personally consulted with them and vouched for their readiness. Lacking legal resources comparable to the Shoshones, the 4 Paiute bands became the senator's Utah examples. In fact, 5 Southern Paiute bands existed in Utah, none of which met the government's established criteria for termination. House Joint Resolution 698, passed in July 1952, had called for an examination of Indian affairs and a list of tribes deemed sufficiently prepared for termination, but it succeeded only in laying the groundwork for determining tribal readiness. In the meantime, Congress and the BIA continued to rely on the criteria prepared by Assistant Commissioner William Zimmerman, which he presented during the 1947 Civil Service Committee hearings. According to Zimmerman, tribes considered for termination were expected to have achieved a significant degree of acculturation, possess the economic resources to be self-sufficient, and demonstrate a willingness to accept the withdrawal of federal services. House Joint Resolution 698 required the BIA to conduct a thorough survey of the tribes to assess their readiness. Under Commissioner Meyer's administration, the Bureau developed a detailed questionnaire for officials to evaluate each tribe systematically. By late summer 1952, reservation superintendents and their staffs had compiled the necessary data and submitted their reports to Washington. These documents, collectively titled Summary Status of Withdrawal Status, reflected the judgments of local BIA personnel. An examination of the reports submitted for the Paiute bands revealed that the BIA did not consider them ready for termination and did not anticipate any negotiations for withdrawal status. Government officials noted that the Paiutes had made very little progress toward self-sufficiency. For instance, the report for the Indian Peaks Band stated that no member had ever engaged in a successful business enterprise and concluded that the members were not competent to manage their own affairs. The reports went on to point out that the Kusharam Indians were supported almost entirely by welfare, with only 2 of 9 families receiving any benefit from tribal resources. The Shivwits and Kanash bands endured similar conditions, with 4 of the 6 families partially supported by welfare. Ironically, the band of Southern Paiutes not considered for termination, the Cedar Band, was the one with which Watkins was most familiar. These Indians had been living in a shanty village on the outskirts of Cedar City, but had come under the paternalistic care of the local Mormon Church leaders. Watkins knew of the situation because the ecclesiastical leader of the church in Cedar City, William Palmer, had written him a detailed history of these Indians in 1946. Watkins apparently did not wish to interfere with the efforts of the church, and he dropped the Cedar Paiutes from consideration. After some preparatory work by BIA officials, Watkins scheduled a meeting for December 30, 1953, at Fillmore, Utah, with the 4 remaining Paiute bands. Since these Indians lacked representation and were generally disorganized, Watkins presided over the meeting, apparently feeling that he could present the legislation to them himself. His staff had already prepared a termination bill for the Paiute bands, and the senator used this occasion to present it to them. According to Norman Holmes, acting superintendent of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, who attended the meeting and filed a brief report to his superiors, Watkins had the bill read to the assembled Indians. Then he told them that the bill would release them from government control and that the time had come to see how many of them could take over their own affairs. After thus extending the prospect of federal abandonment, Watkins turned to his best argument. He explained that local and state officials had much to offer the Utes in terms of social work and public health care, but as long as they remained under the government's control, local officials could do nothing for them. Most of those in attendance apparently did not grasp the full meaning of the senator's message, or were too cowed to ask questions. A few Indians did speak out against the proposal, however. Arthur Johnson, a Goshute, argued against termination and pointed to the discrimination that local Indians experienced in the area. Watkins replied that the Indians would have to conduct themselves respectfully if they expected white society to treat them well. Clifford Jake, acting as speaker for the Peaks Paiutes, told Watkins that his band was not ready for termination and asked the senator if he had ever visited the Indians on the reservation or if he knew how they lived. According to Jake's reminiscences, Watkins told him to sit down, mind his own business, and shut up. Watkins obviously had little regard for the Indians' problems. As the meeting progressed, the Paiutes were informed that the terms of the legislation had not been finalized and that they could make suggestions and changes, but they were never asked if they wanted to be terminated or given any choice in the matter. Watkins attended a second meeting on February 10, 1954, at the Newhouse Hotel in Salt Lake City with leaders of the Kanosh Band of Paiutes and their attorney, George C. Morris. The senator arranged the meeting to discuss rights that the Paiutes might have under termination. In particular, the Paiutes asked for the right to grant oil leases. They had been influenced by an oilman, Charles H. Harrington, who was in attendance and who wanted an oil lease on tribal lands. Harrington had been encouraging the Paiutes to accept termination because he did not want to engage in the bidding process that BIA regulations required. Apparently, he knew that if the Indians were terminated, he could negotiate directly with them as private citizens. Local BIA officials, however, were well acquainted with Harrington's penchant for creating difficulties among the Paiutes. The previous year, he had several times attempted to convince the Kaibab Paiutes that their constitution gave them the right to vote for oil leases on their own lands, when in fact the constitution granted only the right to veto oil leases. Frustrated in this attempt, Harrington turned instead to the Kanosh Band, first interfering with negotiations between the Indians and the state of Utah over a ditch right-of-way in an effort to ingratiate himself with tribal leaders, then pressuring them to accept oil leases on tribal land. In every case, Bureau employees pointed Harrington to the proper procedures for obtaining oil leases, but he preferred to pursue his own course of action. Senator Watkins knew about the economic coercion Harrington was applying to the Kanosh Paiutes, but was untroubled by it, despite warnings from a Bureau official. At the Paiute termination hearings held in Washington shortly after the Hotel Newhouse meeting, Uintah-Ouray Superintendent Harry W. Gilmore described Harrington as an enemy of the Bureau who sought to avoid the bidding process on oil leases. But Watkins deflected the accusation by producing a rather remarkable letter from Harrington, which, Watkins asserted, had been mailed from Gilmore only 2 days earlier. The oil executive had written to the senator to confirm that he had been in attendance at the Hotel Newhouse meeting and to acknowledge that the Kanosh, Kusharem, Shivwits, and Indian Peaks Paiutes were more enthusiastic than ever in supporting Watkins's termination bill and that they wanted out from under government control. Instead of denouncing Harrington for his unscrupulous activities, Watkins used him as a favorable witness on behalf of Paiute termination. The senator went so far as to have Harrington's letter printed in the hearing record. A few months later, Harrington had the opportunity to use the senator's testimony in much the same way the senator had used his. In the course of his dispute with the BIA, the oil executive retained the services of Salt Lake City attorney George C. Morris, the same attorney who represented the Kanosh Paiutes, to plead his case. Morris wrote several letters on Harrington's behalf, including one to Interior Secretary Douglas McKay, in which he cited Watkins as an expert on the Paiutes' ability to manage and conduct their own affairs. Since neither Harrington nor Watkins possessed any real knowledge of the Utes and their supposed readiness, and since Ute representatives later denied any support of Watkins's termination bill, it seems likely that the two men arranged mutually supporting testimony before the hearings. As previously mentioned, following the meeting with the leaders of the Kanash Utes at the Hotel Newhouse, Watkins returned to Washington to chair the Ute termination hearings scheduled for February 15th. Although the session was the first of several scheduled, committee members were less concerned with establishing proper precedents than with conducting the hearings as quickly as possible. After welcoming his committee counterpart in the House, E.Y. Berry of South Dakota, Watkins told the assembled gathering that the hearings would be conducted jointly by both committees. As he explained the situation, "We have not gone into the legalities of it, but the evidence will be considered by both houses and the committees of both houses. I think it will avoid the necessity of having two sets of hearings and two sets of records." By circumventing the usual bicameral system of checks and balances, Watkins demonstrated that he cared more about expediency than the rights and needs of the Utes. Chairman Watkins called Assistant Secretary of the Interior Orm Lewis as the first witness to appear before the Joint Committee. Lewis pointed out that the Ute bill had been drawn up in response to House Concurrent Resolution 108, and that it followed a formula drafted by the Bureau. The most important provisions, according to the Assistant Secretary, were those calling for consent on the part of the Indians and the stipulation that the Indians actually be ready for the adoption of such measures. Otherwise, he noted, the bills could be customized to fit the individual tribes as a result of the hearing process. As events transpired, Lewis had good reason for his concern about the consent issue. A few Indian defense organizations and private individuals had already taken an interest in the hearings, not only because they opposed termination, but in particular because they doubted that Watkins and his colleagues would respect this all-important provision. Before the hearings, Alexander Lesser, the executive director of the Association on American Indian Affairs, wrote to attorney John Boyden and asked if the Indian Peaks Band or any of these Utah groups had any input in the pending legislation. "Our interest," he informed Boyden, the legal counsel for the Utes in the termination process, "is that we hope due weight will be given to the views of the Indians themselves." Lesser had also written Glenn Wilkinson at the Wilkinson, Cragen, and Barker law firm and asked if he knew the views of the Utah Ute bands. Wilkinson replied that he did not know how the Utes felt about the legislation, but he promised to contact Boyden and find out. Confronted on both sides, Boyden felt unprepared for the sudden scrutiny. In his response to Wilkinson, he confided, "On Monday, I went to the Uintah Reservation, where I talked with Superintendent Gilmore about the withdrawal bill. As you know, Superintendent Gilmore is also superintendent over the scattered Ute bands. We were unable to arrange a meeting with the Indian Peaks group before February 15th, the day of the hearing, because Superintendent Gilmore was required to leave on Tuesday for Washington. Some of the Indian people were in my office today, and I have agreed to call a meeting with the Indian Peaks group at Cedar City immediately upon Mr. Gilmore's return. I have sent a letter containing this information to Senator Watkins, a copy of which is enclosed for your information. Before this meeting, I do not believe anyone can say exactly what the stance of the Indian Peaks group will be. I am not acquainted with the views taken by the other groups. Aside from the December 30th meeting held by Watkins himself with some of the Indian Peaks members, no one had talked with them before the termination hearings. Even their attorney, Boyden, professed not to know their views. Watkins knew full well that the Utes had not made any decision or even been consulted, because Boyden had already informed the senator of his inability to meet with them before the hearings. Naively assuming that this fact might matter to Watkins, Boyden wrote to the senator and suggested, "If there is no further hearing in the Senate, perhaps we can submit our opinions in writing to you, or in the event the bill has passed the Senate, we will then take the matter up with the House when its hearing is held, provided, of course, that we care to make any suggestions." Boyden failed to realize that Watkins had arranged for the session to be a joint hearing and that there would not be another in the House. The joint hearing, therefore, would be the only chance for the Utes to make their feelings known. Still, Boyden's response to this situation demonstrated a marked lack of concern. When informed of his mistake by the Wilkinson firm, he merely replied, I will be very pleased to hear of the developments which took place at the hearing. As the joint hearing proceeded, Watkins called Commissioner Glenn Emmons as the second witness. Emmons argued that the government did not necessarily have to obtain the Indians' consent before terminating them. As a trustee, he noted, the federal government must make the final decision and assume the final responsibility. He also pointed out, however, that the Indians themselves would have the opportunity to offer their views to the Joint Committee. Apparently, he referred to future hearings and not the present one, because none of the Paiute representatives had been allowed to appear. The BIA had, in fact, authorized delegates to attend the hearing, provided that the particular groups concerned have ample available funds to cover the expenses of such a trip. The Bureau also warned that no federal funds would be available for travel expenses, and that no advances would be made to delegates who might run out of funds while in Washington. Given the general poverty of these people, it is unlikely that any of the Paiute bands had the necessary resources to fund a trip to Washington. Watkins had a strategy to cover this rather glaring omission. He claimed that the Paiutes had informed him that they would probably not be in attendance, and that they wanted him to convey their views to the committee. Watkins's assertion seems dubious at best, considering the fact that, at the time, only the Kanosh Band had shown any interest in termination, and then only because of the presumed influence of the oil executive. At the time of the hearing, none of the other three bands had demonstrated any interest in the proposal at all. All four bands clearly failed to meet the consent criteria for termination, either because they had not been asked or because they were uncertain about it. As the hearing continued, direct questions about tribal agreement met with ambiguous responses. Watkins disingenuously asked Superintendent Gilmore of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation if he knew of any protests from the Paiutes. Gilmore surprised the senator by affirming that he did. While at Kanosh, the superintendent noted, he had asked the Paiutes if they wanted the Bureau services terminated. After considerable discussion, the Indians told him that they did not. Watkins seemed surprised by this answer, but like any experienced attorney, he shifted the focus by questioning Gilmore's knowledge of the scattered Indian bands. Gilmore became defensive, and the moment passed. Very little of the testimony presented at the hearing centered on whether the Paiutes were actually ready for termination. In general, Watkins and his colleagues used the convoluted argument that since the Indians were already in poverty and were receiving only limited government assistance, the federal trusteeship was not doing them any good. Watkins offered that, while they are very poor in this world's goods, I think they have gone a long way toward full citizenship. They are prepared to take on the obligations as well as get the benefits from it. At the same time, a closer examination of the individual bands revealed that only the Kanosh Paiutes had anything resembling an economic livelihood. This tiny group had a tribal farming enterprise of about 1,000 acres and a grazing service. At one point, they managed to obtain a loan of $25,000 from the BIA's revolving credit fund, and they received several $1,000s worth of assistance from the Soil Conservation Service. In other words, the Kanosh Indians, who received the most federal assistance, were the ones in the best condition. Yet this obvious contradiction was lost on the committee members. Watkins and his associates persisted in the notion that the best way to help these Indians was to take away what little they had. The various small bands of Indians in Utah did possess land, some 63,000 acres of it. However, because the Paiutes made very little use of it, nor did anyone else for that matter, the Joint Committee deemed it to be of limited value. As the hearing continued, it seemed that no one in attendance would speak for the Paiutes, not even Joseph R. Gary, who was attending as a representative of the National Congress of American Indians. After reading a brief statement of opposition to termination in general, Gary offered his opinion that the Paiutes had been well spoken for. He also pointed out, however, that the tiny bands were not members of his organization and that he was not familiar with their circumstances. Apparently, the Southern Paiute bands of Utah were so obscure that not even the nominal defenders of Indian rights had the time or resources to assist them. Finally, just before the hearing came to a close, one rather surprising witness came forward, Glenn Wilkinson, the younger brother of Ernest Wilkinson and acting head of the Washington office of Wilkinson, Cragun, and Barker. Wilkinson offered the only dissenting testimony. At that time, he represented the Shoshone and Southern Paiute tribe of Nevada in claims filed before the Indian Claims Commission, so he had a vested interest in the outcome of the legislation. He informed the committee that certain amendments already made to the bill might unintentionally hinder the prosecution of future claims cases. But in raising the question of legislative intent, he also incurred the wrath of Representative James G. Donovan of New York, who seized the opportunity to lecture Wilkinson on the real purpose of the bill. "Could not the attorney see," queried Donovan, "that the bill would enfranchise these Indians and put them on the same basis as all the white, or yellow, or dark citizens of Utah?" Wilkinson answered, "Not in my judgment. They are already enfranchised. This takes away some privileges that other citizens do not have. But so far as I can see, as applied to these 6 groups, Shoshone bands included, it doesn't give them any benefits whatsoever." Representative Donovan betrayed no evidence of having understood the logic in Wilkinson's answer, but instead quickly silenced the Washington attorney by insisting that termination would put the Indians of America on the same footing and on the same basis as all the other inhabitants of our country. The joint hearing adjourned on this sour note. It proved to be the only public hearing on the Paiute termination legislation, S. 2670, and it concluded without a single Paiute assenting to the action. Glenn Wilkinson's testimony before the Joint Committee constituted the only challenge to the convoluted purpose of the legislation. As events later demonstrated, Wilkinson's comments also hinted at the misgivings the 2 Wilkinson brothers increasingly felt about the Paiute termination proceedings. The evidence suggests, in fact, that the Wilkinson, Cragen, and Barker firm monitored the Paiute termination process more carefully than the Paiute's own legal counsel, John Boyden. Boyden and the Wilkinsons maintained regular contact over Paiute and Ute legal matters because of what can only be described as an unusual business relationship. In the early 1950s, Boyden technically joined the Wilkinson firm as a partner, but he maintained his own law office in Salt Lake City and rarely participated in firm-related business. While the Wilkinson firm prosecuted claims cases for the Northern Ute and Southern Paiute tribes, Boyden handled the tribal and other legal affairs for the Utes and the 4 Utah bands of Paiutes, including matters relating to termination. Consequently, Boyden relied on the Wilkinson brothers to keep him informed about developments in Washington. On the day of the Paiute termination hearing, for example, Glenn Wilkinson wrote to Boyden and informed him that he would be in attendance. He promised Boyden that he would keep him informed of any unusual developments. The younger Wilkinson knew enough about Watkins and the legislative process to appreciate that the outcome was foreshadowed. In the meantime, some members of the affected Paiute bands began to view the legislation as a possible method of acquiring at least a small amount of income for their families. Potential income from the sale of reservation land served as a prime motivator, particularly among the Peak Indian Paiutes. The 6 families constituting that band received few of the benefits or services provided by the BIA to Indians of larger tribes. While they did possess a reservation of some 10,240 acres in Beaver County, Utah, none of the members lived on it or near it for the simple reason that the reservation consisted of semi-desert rangeland 70 miles from the nearest settlement. Most members preferred to live near Cedar City, where they received occasional assistance from the Mormon Church welfare system. The BIA contended that it provided no services to the Indian Peaks group, and that termination would therefore create no special hardships. But in making this claim, the Bureau failed to mention that it had actually provided limited health services and Johnson O'Malley funds to the Indian Peaks and other Utah Paiute bands. Nevertheless, to the Bureau, the sale of the Indian Peaks Reservation seemed the most logical, or at least the most convenient, solution to the poverty of these people. On the other hand, the Bureau could have argued that the Indian Peaks Band might have benefited greatly from an expansion of services rather than from their withdrawal. To cite but one supporting example, research conducted during the summer of 1954 on the background of the Indian Peaks Reservation uncovered the fact that a lessor paid the band an annual rate of $525 for summer grazing rights on Indian Peaks land. The rentals had accumulated to over $3,500 because no one in the Bureau bothered to notify the members of its existence. Thus, the leasing revenues sat on deposit in the U.S. Treasury while the Indian Peaks Band continued in poverty. Thereafter, Boyden busied himself with the task of finding prospective buyers for the Indian Peaks Reservation. At one point in 1952, he arranged a trade for the band's rangeland in exchange for agricultural land in Beaver County, Utah. But field representatives for the BIA found the deal unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, at the time, the Bureau employees agreed that the sale of the reservation offered the best solution to the poverty of the Indian Peaks people. In April 1953, Boyden met again with the band and informed the members that Commissioner Meyer had agreed to approve the sale of the reservation, provided certain provisions were included in the contract. The group readily agreed to this, and afterward the new superintendent, Harry Gilmore, asked members what they planned to do with the money. Gilmore told them that a congressional act would likely be required to disperse the funds and that Congress would want good use made of it. Most of the Paiutes said they wanted to buy homes, which presumably met the criteria. Boyden remained in contact with Senator Watkins's office, on one occasion informing the senator's staff that he and Superintendent Gilmore had met with the Indian Peaks and Cedar City bands of Paiutes, and that the Indians were very anxious that this bill should pass. Finally, Boyden made use of his Mormon connection in the BIA to muster support for the bill, contacting the Bureau's Associate Commissioner H. Rex Lee, who assured him that the BIA supported passage of the bill in the current session. After Watkins's bill passed into law, PL 762, on September 1, 1954, Boyden regretted only that the new legislation required more time and made it more difficult to sell the Indian Peaks Reservation than his own bill, S. 3570, would have done. Yet he felt that it could still be accomplished. As he told Superintendent Gilmore, "Since our bill did not pass, if it is the desire of the tribal members that I proceed under this bill, I will be very happy to cooperate with you in the administration of this termination bill in accordance with the contract I have with the Indian Peaks Indians." While the Indian Peaks Band sought to sell their reservation and ultimately accepted termination as a method of accomplishing that objective, members of other bands made strenuous efforts to halt the termination bill once they understood the legislative intent. The Kanash Tribal Council, in fact, was probably the most vociferous in denouncing termination. On 21 July, they sent a telegram to President Eisenhower saying quite directly, "We are against federal termination bill, S. 2670. We desire to remain for the time being as wards of the government, as we have lived on the reservation and have not paid taxes for so long, and we feel we should live as we have always lived." The White House passed the telegram to Secretary Lewis, who undoubtedly understood the importance of the Kanash protest, and he promptly forwarded it to the chairman of the Interior and Insular Affairs Committee. But Senator Corden, in deference to Watkins, coolly responded that the legislation to which they refer has already progressed so far that it is doubtful whether any further changes can be made. A few days late, the Kusharam Paiutes also protested, again in the form of a letter addressed to the president. This time the White House forwarded the message to the BIA's acting commissioner, W. Barton Greenwood. Written by Jimmy Timikin, speaker for the Paiute tribe, at Richfield, Utah, the letter straightforwardly protested the pending termination of the Kanash Band. Timikin pointed out that the Kusharam Band had only about 60 members, of whom only 12 could read and write. He asked for more time so that the members of his band could learn more about what they were entitled to as Indians. Then he stated, "We do not wish termination, hoping to better ourselves." But then the newsletter continued with a discussion of the Paiute termination proceedings, which undoubtedly piqued Wilkinson's interest. The pertinent paragraphs read, "The proposal to terminate 4 backward groups of Paiute Shoshone Indians of Utah, now Public Law 762, was a test of administration attitudes. Its enactment is ominous in the extreme." Apparently aware of the facts, the 83rd Congress did not include them in its original termination program. The late addition of a bill, S. 2670, H.R. 7390, to terminate them was justified, not by their readiness, but by the argument that little had been done or was being done for them by the federal government, and they would be better off on their own. It was also generally understood that these, at first 6, bands wanted an end to their federal status. The AAIA newsletter and the personal appeal from Lafarge had some effect on Wilkinson, who in his position as president of Brigham Young University necessarily relied on his brother Glenn for information about these matters. Curious to know if what he had read accurately portrayed the Paiute situation, Wilkinson forwarded the pertinent materials to his brother with the query, "I am enclosing the attached letter because you may not have seen it. What is your recommendation to me?" At any rate, Ernest Wilkinson did not take an active role in the Paiute termination debate until Watkins dragged the Mormon Church into it. Then he voiced his disapproval to the highest earthly tribunal that he personally acknowledged, the First Presidency of the Mormon Church. Writing in conjunction with his ecclesiastical position as a member of the Church's Board of Education, he informed church leaders that, by the time the Kanash and Kusharam Paiutes submitted their letters of protest, the termination legislation was, to use Senator Corden's phrase, far advanced. With Watkins pushing the legislation through the conference committee, the compromise Paiute termination bill passed Congress without difficulty. President Eisenhower signed the legislation, and it went into effect as Public Law 672 on September 1, 1954. As stipulated, the Paiutes had only until February 21, 1957, to prepare themselves for the discontinuation of government services. Even this process was hampered, however, because the BIA did not establish a withdrawal office in Cedar City until the end of 1955, leaving only slightly more than a year to make necessary arrangements. During those short months, Bureau officials met repeatedly with the various Paiute bands to inventory and appraise property and to arrange for the disposition of tribal land. The bands tended to be more inclusive in defining membership than were BIA officials, who preferred blood quantum restrictions over the broader kinship definitions used by the Paiutes. As a result, the final rolls of the four bands, excepting the Indian Peaks Band, proved to be somewhat larger in number than Congress had been led to expect. Leaders of the various groups obtained affidavits to establish membership, but that method proved less than satisfactory to BIA officials. In typical bureaucratic fashion then, the Bureau decided to require the bands to pass resolutions defining membership so that the members could then be terminated. Following termination in February 1957, the Utah Paiutes slid into the long shadow of obscurity and poverty. Cut off from Bureau health, education, and employment programs, many succumbed to alcoholism and early death. According to state welfare reports, several families subsisted on state or church welfare supplemented by seasonal migrant labor. A report compiled in Washington County in 1962 found a universal worsening of conditions among the Paiutes. Many of the Shivwits still lived on former reservation lands, only without any services. Chapter 5. Tribal Alliances and Tribal Divisions. Over the course of 1953 and early 1954, while Senator Watkins and the officials in the BIA Division of Program worked out the details of Paiute termination, the situation on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation grew increasingly chaotic. The gulf between the mixed bloods and the full bloods widened as each group developed a list of grievances against the rest of the tribe. Bureau officials responded to the situation by threatening termination, hoping that the Utes would band together and produce a development plan out of necessity. The threat, however, was more real than the Bureau imagined. For at that moment, Senator Watkins increased the pressure by reiterating his threat to tie up the Colorado judgment funds until the tribe produced a long-range termination plan. With the stakes thus substantially heightened, the two Ute factions fought a protracted political battle over membership, a convenient cover, as it turned out, for the real issue dividing the membership, control of the judgment money. Ultimately, the threat of termination resulted in a hastily reached decision to sever part of the tribe and partition the assets. In the spring of 1953, members of the largely mixed-blood Uintah band resented the use of court funds for expensive long-range tribal projects, and they continued to boycott the adult education meetings sponsored by the Tribal Business Committee and the Planning Division. Rex Curry and his fellow members of the Tribal Business Committee attempted to overcome the boycott by sponsoring a series of 15-minute radio programs on Vernal radio station KJAM. As Curry described it, the bilingual programming consisted of a combination of news broadcasting and commentary on the events concerning the reservation. The broadcast failed to effectively curtail the opposition, however. That spring, one member of the Tribal Business Committee, Sarah Hackford, emerged as an important ally of the mixed blood group. Hackford used her access to tribal government to sponsor a petition from the mixed bloods calling for the abolition of the Indian Reorganization Act. Apparently, the mixed bloods, not realizing that only Congress could rescind the IRA, believed that the best way to combat the business committee was to attack the legislation that brought the Ute tribal constitution into existence in the first place. Curry and the Tribal Business Committee countered by insisting that Hackford and the opposition group follow constitutional procedures in making their proposals. Hackford then produced another petition signed by 52 voters calling for a general council meeting of the tribe. The council convened on April 10th, and much to the surprise of the tribal leaders, a large group of mixed bloods gathered to hear the harangues of a rather enigmatic person known to the crowd as Frank Tom Peasaw, who claimed to represent an association variously known as the League of North American Indians, the League of Nations of Pan American Indians, or the Pan American Indian Association, all names for an organization he said existed to help Indian tribes defend themselves against government intrusions. In particular, he argued that tribal attorney John Boyden did not faithfully represent the interests of the Ute tribe and that the Indians should not have to pay federal income taxes. Not surprisingly, the meeting proved to be quite raucous, with much arguing but very little constructive deliberation. The Assembly finally decided to appoint a committee of 12 to study the possibility of amending or repealing the tribal constitution, with recommendations to be presented to the tribe on May 25th. Each of the three bands could appoint 4 members to the panel, but the Uintah-Ouray refused. The Uintah-Ouray representatives later informed Rex Curry and Francis McKinley that they did not want to become involved in the mixed blood campaign against the tribal interests, because in fact, they considered most of the problems to be the fault of the mixed bloods. Privately, this group began to consider the possibility of withdrawing from the tribe and forming their own governing body because, as Curry put it, they believe they will have no peace until they have separated themselves from this group of people that have caused so much confusion. In the meantime, Frank Tom Peasaw and his Pan American group formed a reservation chapter, with Sarah Hackford as the leading member. Hackford's daughter purportedly served as the group's secretary, while the elder Hackford solicited donations to buy Tom Peasaw a car, apparently in an effort to assist his work. By early May, the BIA headquarters in Washington became concerned about the growing rift between the mixed blood faction and the full-blood Utes. Robert Bennett, an Ute Indian then working as a program officer within the BIA Division of Programs, the office responsible for developing termination plans, telephoned Area Director Ralph M. Gelvin to get information about the situation. In response, Gelvin reported considerable dissension by a minority tribal group and informed Bennett that the mixed bloods were upset about limited per capita payments and the liability for income tax on them. They even sought to have Curry and Boyden fired from their positions. Gelvin added only that one of his assistants would investigate and make a full report. Julius Murray, a leading member of the Uintah opposition and a member of the committee appointed to study possible revisions to the Ute Constitution, shared the mixed bloods' concerns. Following the General Council meeting, he wrote a letter to President Eisenhower protesting the payment of income taxes. His letter generated a response from Interior Secretary Orm Lewis, who informed him that the government collected the tax from the Utes because the Uintah-Ouray Reservation treaty provisions did not include any guarantees of tax immunity. In a more significant move, Murray also wrote to Senator Watkins and argued that the Uintahs wanted to separate their business dealings from the Uintah-Ouray and White River Utes. He felt that the way the reservation was being run threatened the business interests of the Uintahs. No one can expect any fair treatment, he said, especially if you happen to oppose the powers that be. Murray also contended in his letter to Watkins that the tribe usurped Uintah money to fund jobs and projects created under the Colorado Judgment, rather than using funds earmarked for that purpose. Most interestingly, Murray informed the senator that the Uintah Utes, despite the tribal constitution created under the IRA, had maintained themselves as a separate, distinct, and identifiable group on the reservation. In the face of these complications, the Bureau attempted to maintain the programming effort and to discredit the opposition. The Division of Programs dispatched Bennett to the reservation in late May 1953 to deliver Senator Watkins's letter to the tribal leadership and to quell opposition to the Tribal Business Committee and the programming effort. Bennett quickly discovered that the minority group, which he later identified as primarily mixed-blood Uintahs, wanted direct per capita distribution of the Colorado judgment monies and that they had become quite vocal under the leadership of Frank Tom Peasaw. While on the reservation, Bennett worked with the business committee to counter Hackford's opposition. He informed his superiors that she was continually fighting her co-members and stirring up the tribal membership. The business committee found itself in turmoil over many things at that time, including the status of the funds of minorities, a problem that would grow in importance in later years. Bennett also sought to discredit Frank Tom Peasaw, who turned out to be a con artist specializing in duping Indians and Bureau employees. His real name was Frank W. Kirk, and he advertised himself as a Cherokee Indian activist. An investigation later conducted by the BIA found that Kirk was not a member of any tribe. His specialty involved traveling around the country and agitating on behalf of Indian tribes, arguing that the government unfairly collected income tax from the Indians. It took several years for the Bureau to catch on to Kirk and his methods, but by 1958, BIA officials had learned enough about him to put an end to his activities. In a warning to the House Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, the Bureau informed the congressman that Kirk had been a thorn in their side for several years, working as a sort of freelance lobbyist and con man. In fact, the BIA developed a rather voluminous file on Kirk's activities. It contained evidence that he made his living by representing himself as having inside connections to the BIA and then collecting retainers for his services. He typically wrote letters to members of Congress and other officials, then used the return correspondence as evidence of his influence. Bureau officials learned, in fact, that the League of North American Indians, in its various forms, had never existed except as a front for Kirk, and they also obtained fairly conclusive evidence that Kirk was actually an African American with no discernible Indian ancestry. Whatever his affiliations might have been, he had represented himself as an Indian to the Potawatomi, Shoshone-Bannock, Elko, Paiute, Ute, and several other tribes. In connection with the Ute, Kirk wrote to Senator Watkins in 1954 requesting information about the status of Ute tribal funds. On that occasion, Watkins merely passed the letter on to the BIA, which declined to provide him with any information. Watkins never questioned Kirk's credentials, however. He simply acted on the matter in the usual bureaucratic fashion. Before the Bureau caught on, Kirk got the attention of several government officials, including Senator Watkins and his close associate in the BIA, Associate Commissioner Lee. In 1957, Kirk wrote to Watkins and claimed that he was writing on behalf of 1,750 Utes at Fort Duchesne, each of whom supposedly had $50 deducted from royalty checks for the payment of income tax. He concluded his letter with the following: "We respectfully request you introduce a Senate-House joint resolution requiring an audit by the Secretary of the Interior," and then called for a companion bill authorizing repayment to the Indians. The letter demonstrated a certain sophistication in citing relevant case law and IRS tax rules regarding the tax-exempt status of Indian trust lands. Failing once again to question Kirk's credibility, Watkins responded with a Dear Rex note to Lee, asking him to analyze the Kirk letter to determine if a refund was due to the Utes. Lee had not heard of Kirk, but he did not question his connection to the Utes. Instead, Lee informed Watkins that he would have the solicitor's office look into the matter. He also told the senator that he had asked Phoenix Area Director Frederick M. Haverland to investigate, after which, as he said, further consideration will be given to the liability of the Indians for the payment of income taxes. Haverland responded to the associate commissioner promptly, and he completely refuted Kirk's charge that income tax was being withheld from Indian royalty checks. He pointedly stated that no deductions are being made or have been made from any rents, royalties, or bonuses, and then somewhat caustically added, "The agencies in this area are aware of the U.S. Supreme Court decision relating to the applicability of the federal income taxes to Indian income. We have followed this decision." But Haverland also used the occasion to finally enlighten his superiors. Mr. Frank Tom Peasaw is one of the most prolific accusers of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We receive many communications from Mr. Peasaw, and I have yet to find one of his letters based upon true fact. Without Haverland's intervention, Kirk may have been significantly more successful in carrying on his enterprise. The Bureau finally put an end to Kirk's activities in 1958, when he audaciously attempted to correspond with Commissioner Emmons. Apprised of his activities beforehand, Emmons gave orders to have Kirk's name removed from the mailing list for BIA press releases and other information. In a circular letter, he also warned the area directors that Kirk had again accelerated his activities among Indian groups, and he provided them with information about Kirk's activities. Ultimately, Kirk's activities did not prove to be very significant, but on April 10, 1953, when the mixed bloods agitated against the planning effort, a critical juncture in tribal history, Frank Tom Peasaw made his presence felt. He capitalized on the pre-existing bitterness between the tribal factions, the anxiety over per capita payments, and especially the anger that many Utes felt toward the Tribal Business Committee. Bennett, meanwhile, returned to Washington believing that he had resolved the conflict. At the tribe's General Council meeting on May 26th, the Uintah-Ouray and White River Utes quelled the mixed blood opposition by threatening to withhold Colorado judgment money from the Uintah band, to which most of the mixed bloods belonged. Then, in a further demonstration of their political strength, the full-blood Utes of all three bands united to secure passage of a new tribal resolution restricting future enrollment to persons of one-half or more Indian blood. To counter these moves, the mixed bloods expected the support of the man they knew as Frank Tom Peasaw. But Kirk apparently thought better of confronting Bennett and failed to show up at the meeting. Discredited by his failure to appear, Kirk apparently left the reservation and disappeared. Although the protests of the mixed blood group had been temporarily stifled, an attitude of confusion prevailed on the reservation. Senator Watkins had much to do with this state of affairs. For one thing, his threatening letter of May 12, 1953, created considerable apprehension by demanding that Curry and the Tribal Business Committee members live up to their promise to develop a long-range termination program. After Bennett delivered the letter to Curry and the committee, someone mimeographed it, and copies quickly circulated throughout the tribe. Bennett claimed that the letter had a positive effect, but later events proved his assessment far from accurate. Even he admitted that the threat of termination produced a certain amount of panic. In an official report to his BIA superiors, he noted that rumors are flying around here like bees about 30-day notices. Watkins's influence played a critical role at this important juncture, not only because of fears about the pending threat of termination, but also because he intervened at a time when the Utes were already deeply divided over tribal membership. This issue came to a head at the 26th of May General Council meeting, when the full-blood Utes successfully passed the new membership resolution limiting future enrollment in the tribe. The debate over membership qualifications had not changed materially since the spring 1950 attempt to restrict enrollment. These earlier ordinances failed due to the non-cooperation of Superintendent Stone, although the tribal ordinance of 26 July 1950, supported by Ernest Wilkinson, remained in effect. It stated simply that all persons of Indian blood on the tribal roll in 1935 were considered to have Ute blood, even though some were apparently descended from other tribes. Even though these earlier efforts to restrict future tribal membership had failed, a few members protested that the tribe operated as if the measures were in force. Orrin Curry, for example, wrote to Watkins and protested that children of less than one-half Ute blood were not receiving per capita payments, despite the fact that the tribal ordinance raising membership to one-half Ute blood had been invalidated by the Secretary of the Interior. Clearly, the Tribal Business Committee believed that restricting future membership held the promise of mending the rift between the mixed bloods and full bloods by establishing a more stringent standard for future generations. But once again, the new ordinance had the opposite effect. In the General Council meeting, the mixed bloods protested that they had not received sufficient notice, while the tribal leadership, backed by the full bloods, steamrolled the measure through. The vote suggests that the minority group abstained from voting. The following day, The Business Committee again passed a resolution restricting future enrollment in the tribe to those of one-half Ute Indian blood. This time, the BIA approved the measure since the vote in the General Council overwhelmingly supported it, but Bureau officials harbored significant doubts about what the membership ordinance actually meant. Area Director Gelvin urged the commissioner to accept what he believed to be a majority vote in favor of the measure, explaining that, subsequent to its adoption, enrollment in the Ute Indian tribe would be restricted to persons of not less than 2 degrees of Ute Indian blood. However, the Tribal Programs Office of the BIA pointed out to Acting Commissioner Greenwood that Gelvin had misread the ordinance. Actually, the resolution restricted future enrollment, but it only affected people born after its adoption. Gelvin seems not to have grasped this distinction. Meanwhile, members of Greenwood's administration found other problems with the wording of Ute Resolution No. 600. Greenwood himself asked if the Tribal Business Committee wanted to restrict membership in the tribe to persons of Ute blood, including those in Colorado and elsewhere, or merely to those who derive their Ute Indian blood from members of the bands comprising the Ute Indian tribe of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation. Rex Curry acknowledged that the resolution meant to define Ute Indian blood as Ute Indian blood of the Ute Indian tribe of the Uintah-Ouray Indian Reservation, Utah. The Business Committee then passed another resolution to clarify the issue. Such narrow distinctions over the wording of these tribal membership ordinances gain added significance when cast into historical perspective, for the Ute mixed blood question has a long and illustrative tribal history. The difficulty lies in determining which version of tribal history to believe, particularly in light of the fact that in early 1954, BIA Programming Officer Robert Bennett wrote a series of highly selective reports for his superiors in Washington. In doing so, he utilized the time-honored bureaucratic practice of rewriting the story to cover his actions, but his version became the official BIA position on the subject. According to these reports, the three bands on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation willingly shared their funds with one another for most of the first half of the 20th century, without regard to the derivation of the funds. But in Bennett's account of these events, the turning point came in 1950 with the $32 million Colorado Judgment Award, which also followed the share and share alike formula. Many full-blood Utes, mostly of the Uintah-Ouray and White River derivation, refused to vote on this measure, and it passed over their abstaining protest. He asserted that the Uintah-Ouray and White River Utes subsequently believed that the mixed-blood Uintahs made much more effective use of the 3-year program, a situation that provoked their resentment since most of the money derived from sources intended for the two Colorado bands was used for that purpose. In fact, Bennett made the rather questionable argument that the mixed bloods largely developed the plan for their own benefit. He also claimed that the Uintah leaders made plans to use the forthcoming Spanish Fork judgment funds for their exclusive benefit, a revelation that increased intertribal antagonism. Bennett further argued that, regardless of which faction received the most benefit, the evolution of the 3-year program demonstrated the divergent desires of the two groups. To bolster his claim, he might well have pointed to the official report on the program, which noted that experience gained under the 3-year program led to the formulation of legislative proposals to partition and distribute the tribe's assets between the mixed-blood and full-blood members. And further, probably the most significant result of the 3-year program was to develop an accent on the divergent interests of the mixed-blood and full-blood members of the tribe. Beyond Bennett's contentions, the larger question about the genealogy of the mixed bloods remained. Specifically, who were these people? Ute tradition holds that from time to time Indians of Paiute, Navajo, Shoshone, and other extractions married into the tribe. The Uintah Utes descended from several Utah bands that once inhabited central and eastern Utah, and they evolved into a composite tribe following the removal of the Utah bands to the Uintah Valley, following the Spanish Fork Treaty of 1865. Some of these earlier bands shared extensive cultural contact with neighboring Native American peoples. The Pavant and Sandpitch Utes, for example, lived in close proximity to the Queumpats band of southern Paiutes and adopted similar methods of sustaining themselves in the desert environment. The Kumumba Utes, or Weber Utes, lived in the present-day Ogden area and intermarried extensively with the northern Shoshone. In fact, the Kumumba Utes may have been bilingual. An even more striking example of cultural exchange may be seen in the circumstances of the Sheberech and Weemanooch Ute bands of southeastern Utah. These two bands, particularly the Weemanooch, operated in a region devoid of governmental control during the latter half of the 19th century. Far from the political and population centers of the state of Colorado and Utah Territory, the Sheberech and the Weemanooch roamed freely between the Colorado Utes to the east, the Southern Paiutes to the west, and the Navajos to the south. They often served as intermediaries in the systematic cattle raiding that took place in the region. Navajos, for example, frequently used the Weemanooch territory as an escape conduit for conveying cattle northward out of the New Mexico territory. Much evidence suggests that the Weemanooch occasionally joined with Navajo and Paiute raiders to carry out raids of their own on Mormon settlements in southern Utah. The Ute warrior Otankwer, usually known as Black Hawk in Utah lore, frequently included Navajo and Paiute warriors in his raiding parties. The salient point is that the Uintah-Ute people had a long history of incorporating members of other tribes into their social structure. Hence, it is not at all surprising that they continued to adopt Shoshone, Paiute, and Navajo people into the band following the Ute removal to Uintah in the 1860s and 1870s, or that they frequently married into white families in the remote settlements of territorial Utah. Bennett noted that certain non-Indians were adopted into the tribe with the understanding that their children would marry into the tribe, which, according to tribal lore, the children did not do. He went on to explain that most of these mixed bloods belonged to the Uintah bands, and being more aggressive Indians, their descendants participated to the fullest extent in the tribal program. However, in the late 1940s, a legal opinion on the subject rendered by the Wilkinson law firm questioned this purported marriage agreement between the Utes and the mixed-blood families adopted into the tribe. The firm examined the supposed provision whereby these Shoshones, Paiutes, Bannocks, and other Indians were adopted on the condition that their children marry into the tribe, and found that such a contract, if it ever existed, would be void from the beginning because it is in restraint of marriage. In the end, the firm concluded that the issue of mixed-blood offspring was at best ambiguous, noting that the courts had generally upheld the rights of tribes to define their own membership. The contemporary Ute problem stemmed from determining the lineage of the mixed-blood adoptees themselves. Bennett provided one example of this common difficulty. Henry E. Harris, the Paiute ancestor of approximately 190 mixed bloods, had been adopted into the Ute tribe decades earlier, but it was a matter of some dispute as to whether Harris himself was a full or half-blood, a question that caused no end of controversy for his descendants. In his 15th of April 1954 report, Bennett contended once again that the origins of the mixed blood issue dated from the time when the Uintah band adopted Indians of other tribes into the Ute tribe. He specifically noted that the adoptees were Indians, yet he appeared to contradict himself by arguing that the majority of the mixed blood group are Indians only because their names are on the rolls. An increase in the number of interracial marriages in the decades between the adoption of non-tribal Indians and the time of his writing probably accounts for this discrepancy, but Bennett said nothing about adopted Uintahs intermarrying with whites. A careful analysis of the final mixed blood roll reveals that all of the terminated Utes had some degree of Ute ancestry, ranging from 1/16th to a full 16/16. The average degree of Ute ancestry for the terminated members tallied 28%, or roughly 9/32, due to the long proximity of the Utah Utes to white communities in central and eastern Utah. It is not surprising to find an extensive pattern of intermarriage between these peoples. Nevertheless, Bennett's claim that a majority of the mixed blood group are Indians only because their names are on the rolls is demonstrably false. The final roll also supports the contention that a large number of the mixed blood members had been adopted from other tribes. A full 23%, 115 individuals, of the terminated Utes had ancestry in other tribes, and a large majority of these, 85 out of 115, had more ancestry in other tribes than in the Ute tribe. One other thing is certain about the mixed bloods. The overwhelming majority were descendants from the Uintah band. Only 27 Uintah-Ouray Utes, 4% of the 672 total, had one half or less Ute Indian blood. Of the White Rivers, less than 1%, actually 0.65%, had one half or less Indian blood. Most interesting, however, are the statistics for the Uintah band, which show that 52% of the Uintah had one half or less Ute Indian blood. Perhaps the most significant problem faced by the mixed bloods of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation was the same one faced by mixed blood people elsewhere in the United States: their relative lack of legal and social standing as a distinctive and legitimate cultural group. Recent scholarship has attributed the invisibility of racially or ethnically mixed populations to the deeply embedded racial dualism, white and Indian, in American thought. As Jennifer S. H. Brown has noted, there is no separate term in common American usage to designate people who combine the two ancestries. An outgrowth of this racial dualism is the traditional belief that mixed bloods are marginal people, suspended between cultures, and incapable of inclusion into either group. Consequently, a common stereotype holds that mixed bloods are psychologically disadvantaged in terms of participation in these societies. A considerable amount of evidence demonstrates, however, that this perception is false. Anthropologists and sociologists have revised the stereotype by showing that such people tend to develop complex bicultural methods of adaptation, or, as ethnohistorian James A. Clifton puts it, they become culturally enlarged. Moreover, according to the notion of racial dualism, membership in cultural groups such as Indian tribes follows linear descent, or, in common parlance, bloodlines. It springs from the European concept that one's racial origins determine one's identity and characteristics, a kind of rigid biological determinism used to explain cultural distinctiveness. But these racial constructs are European in origin and were entirely absent in Native American cultures prior to European contact. Among these indigenous peoples, skin color and other racial characteristics were considered irrelevant. Membership in a clan or band depended instead on language, behavior, social affiliation, and loyalty. According to Clifton, the most common identity question asked of strangers was not, "What nation do you belong to?" or "What race are you?" More typically, strangers would ask, "What language do you speak?" The fact that Indian tribes came to define membership in terms of blood quantum does more than signal an acceptance of the European construct. As ethnohistorian Melissa L. Meyer has demonstrated, from the time of first contact onward, Indian people learned that Euro-Americans made distinctions between them on the basis of descent and intermarriage. Under American governance, tribal groups discovered that people of mixed descent were far more likely to be deemed competent and given freedom to manage their land and other assets. As a result, Indian tribal governments retaliated by derogating the rights and citizenship of mixed-blood members. Control over the blood ties of native peoples became one more battleground in the war against Indian culture and sovereignty. But this tendency has confused the older, ethnically derived methods with the newer racial ones. The problem with identifying Indians by race is that it presumes certain intrinsic characteristics. And since membership in a particular race is derived entirely from parentage, as the theory goes, one can do little to alter or escape it. Indeed, in the Euro-American tradition, native peoples have been presumed to possess certain controlling characteristics of behavior and physiognomy. Although defining tribal membership criteria according to race has come into serious question in recent years, in the 1950s the Utes followed the standard administrative procedure. In his definitive study of American Indians and the 1980 census, C. Matthew Snip noted that Indian tribes have historically relied upon an administrative definition derived from the blood quantum theory to delineate membership. This theory holds that the amount of blood a person possesses from a particular race determines the degree to which that person resembles and behaves like other members of that race. However, since racial blood types cannot be directly observed, again, according to the theory, the degree of blood quantum must be inferred from ancestry. As a consequence, most tribes came to rely on some type of benchmark for identifying ancestors considered to be 100% members, and tribal censuses taken in the late 19th or early 20th century usually served in this way. The Uintah-Ouray Utes, thanks to the intervention of Ernest Wilkinson and the resolution of July 26, 1950, used the 1937 date of tribal incorporation under the IRA as the benchmark. In more recent times, blood quantum definitions have been undetermined by genetic science and social theory. Modern research has shown that genealogical bloodlines do not clearly determine who is an Indian and who is not, nor is there any biologically significant way of determining the degree of blood at which a person is considered to be an Indian. As a consequence, blood quantum definitions are no longer legally enforceable for most purposes. Standards of ethnicity constitute a potentially more accurate way of defining Indian identity, or in this case, delineating membership in the bands of Ute Indians. For identity, according to ethnicity, derives from a common cultural and historical heritage. Typically, ethnicity follows certain standards of speech, dress, and behavior that are not fixed. In other words, people can learn or unlearn, or for that matter adopt or reject, these cultural patterns. Groups that define themselves ethnically have a potentially greater capacity for adopting or encompassing new membership. According to ethno-historians such as Clifton, the pattern of biological inbreeding between people of European, African, and Native American descent has been so extensive that relatively few Indians can trace their ancestry exclusively to full-blooded Indians. As Clifton put it, the Indian population of North America is an amalgam of composite indigenous American, European, African, and other ancestries. In fact, he contends, many contemporary Indians have little or no Native American biological ancestry. The logical consequence of this tendency to define Indian identity along blood quantum lines is that the process of determining tribal membership has invariably been politicized. At times when Indian identity has been little valued by the dominant society, membership in Indian tribes has been relatively inclusive. Robert Bennett noted, for example, that between 1911 and 1936, a period that might be termed the high point of assimilation policy as applied to the Utes, the three bands freely shared tribal funds, regardless of derivation. Unfortunately, the opposite tendency has also proven true. At times when Indian identity has been highly valued either for cultural or for economic reasons, tribes have been forced to adopt exclusive membership requirements. In the Ute case, with the tremendous increase in tribal funds from the Colorado Judgment and from oil and shale royalties, both the full and mixed-blood Utes struggled to control the membership process. In other words, with the advent of new money, membership in the tribe became a sharply contested political battleground upon which the blood quantum argument merely served as a convenient excuse for fighting over the real issue: ownership of the money. One of the most obvious aspects of the struggle over tribal membership is that it coincided with Senator Watkins' campaign to terminate the Utes, which induced the full-blood Uintah-Ouray to move beyond the usual political measures and take drastic steps to protect both their status as Indians and their tribal resources. Had it not been for Watkins' interference, the membership issue would probably have subsided relatively quickly. An episode from 1933 is instructive in this regard. During that year, the Utes came into a substantial amount of money through the settlement of a few of their claims against the United States. With the prospect of the members receiving large per capita payments, a group of full-blood Utes petitioned the Commissioner of Indian Affairs to halt the enrollment of mixed-blood Utes into the tribe. No action was taken, however, and following the disbursement of $1,100 per capita payments, the entire matter faded from view. A few years later, with the incorporation of the tribe under the provisions of the IRA, the mixed-blood Utes enrolled without significant protest. 20 years after the 1933 incident, these circumstances resurfaced. But this time, the conflict included not only the divergence between the mixed bloods and full bloods, but also the bitter disagreement between the Colorado and Utah bands over rights to the Colorado Judgment funds. The Uintah-Ourays held legitimate grievances against the formula employed by Wilkinson to share their money with the other Utes, and in time these grievances evolved into genuine animosity among the three bands. The Uintah-Ouray increasingly came to believe that the government's actions progressively reduced their share of judgment monies. The share and share alike agreement of 1950 vexed them most of all. When combined with threats from Watkins delivered either personally through correspondence or vicariously through BIA personnel, the mixed blood question assumed even greater importance. Pressure from Watkins often came in the form of visits made by Bureau personnel. Bennett, for example, carried Watkins' letter when he visited the tribe in May 1953. And though he personally disliked doing Watkins' bidding, he always carried out his assignments. Watkins' more direct ultimatums came later, but in the meantime, Bureau officials heeded the congressional mandate and encouraged the Utes to accelerate their planning effort. Following the May 1953 General Council meeting, termination loomed as a distinct possibility. The Bureau again dispatched Bennett to the reservation that August, in his official position as program officer, to encourage tribal officials to produce their long-range program. He met with Rex Curry and Francis McKinley, explaining to them the legislative intent behind House Concurrent Resolution 108, as well as the Senate report on the Menominee Bill, to acquaint them with the congressional attitude. Bennett particularly wanted Curry and McKinley to understand the probability that tribes with money and leadership, that is, like the Utes, would be the first to be terminated. To prepare the tribe for this eventuality, he helped the two Ute leaders develop a new organizational structure to set the pattern for planning the long-range program and for future tribal administration. In October, the Utes met in General Council and adopted a plan whereby each community would submit proposals to an elected tribal planning board, which consisted of 19 elected members. Yet, nothing happened beyond the creation of the planning board. A month later, the Division of Programs again directed Bennett to visit the reservation and stimulate the programming effort. Upon arrival, he found the Utes lethargic. Apparently, they had adopted a strategy of inaction in the hope of eventually getting their money anyway. He also discovered that, aside from obtaining the rest of the tribal funds, the Utes preferred that everything else remain as is. Bennett attended several meetings with tribal groups and afterward reported to his superiors that the Utes did not feel ready to manage their own affairs. Yet he noted that they also understood that they had to produce some kind of planning document for the BIA and Watkins's committee. Bennett therefore concluded that a program must be developed to meet this situation. Exactly what he had in mind remained to be seen. Meanwhile, to help spread the word that the Utes would have to learn to manage their own affairs, Bennett agreed to meet with tribal members at the reservation communities of Randlet and White Rocks. Rex Curry issued a tribal announcement to advertise these meetings. In calling attention to Bennett and his proposed topic, Curry informed the members that the Ute Indian people will have to prepare a program looking toward the assumption by the tribe of full responsibility for managing their own affairs. Warning that these changes would have a grave effect, he urged everyone to attend. In the subsequent heavily attended meetings, Bennett delivered exactly the same message. Bennett also agreed to address the tribe over KJM radio in Vernal on the 4th of November. He told the Utes that they were at a crossroads where they must choose a course which will affect their future and their children's future for all time to come. And this, he said, came because of developments in Washington. He then explained House Concurrent Resolution 108 and other related termination legislation in an attempt to impress upon the Utes the importance of creating their own plan. He also spent considerable time explaining how the Menominee tribe had failed to prepare a plan and consequently had a termination program written for them, by Watkins no less. While Bennett did not favor Watkins's style of forcing the termination issue, he nonetheless hoped his remarks would scare the Utes into action. He later reported that the radio address was designed to promote and explain the tribal programming effort, but he also admitted that he exaggerated the termination threat to the Utes in an attempt to stir up the tribe. Perhaps he did not realize at this point how dangerous the threat actually was. In the aftermath of Bennett's November visit and radio address, the Tribal Planning Board resumed its planning effort with earnest. Needless to say, none of the elected board members had the slightest experience in creating a comprehensive long-range termination program, and as a consequence, they naturally looked to Curry and the Tribal Business Committee for direction. Curry, in turn, relied on Watkins's office, and his contacts in the BIA for advice on how to proceed. As a guide to what presumably would follow for the Utes, he closely monitored the evolution of the Paiute termination legislation and maintained contact with its author, Robert Bennett. The Paiute Bill, as noted earlier, originally called for the termination of all of the Indians of Utah, except the Uintah-Ouray Utes. Curry received draft copies of the legislation and shared them with tribal attorney John Boyden. On December 30th, Curry wrote to Boyden and informed him that on that very day, Senator Watkins was in Fillmore meeting with representatives of these Indians of Utah in order to go over the Paiute termination bill. He also informed Boyden that the Ute tribe had sent 3 Indian representatives to the meeting as observers only to listen and see what is taking place and what might be in store for us. Not everyone on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation shared Curry's cooperative attitude on the pending threat of termination. McKinley, for one, found himself increasingly estranged from the process, and he strenuously objected to Watkins's strong-arm tactics. Most members of the Uintah-Ouray Band also resented the planning effort, and when the planning board issued its preliminary proposals, it appeared to John Tabby and other well-informed Uintah-Ourays at Ouray that the new program would simply be an extension of the 3-year program. As they saw it, the new program would be no better than the old in that the mixed bloods would once again receive most of the benefits. Some Uintah-Ourays even asserted that the real problems confronting the tribe stemmed from the fact that the mixed bloods had taken over the tribal government. In protest of this perceived situation, the Uintah-Ouray Band largely withdrew from the planning process, which had become quite acrimonious anyway. The argument over the mixed blood issue arose in virtually every meeting, disrupting the proceedings. In light of these developments, the full-blood Uintah-Ouray decided that the threat of termination demanded that something new and dynamic be developed as an alternative. They concluded, therefore, to essentially go it alone and argued for a division of the tribe as the best way to confront the problems besetting them. Early in the new year, leaders of the Uintah-Ouray Band approached McKinley with the idea of developing a new program, the main point of which would be to separate Uintah-Ouray assets from those of the rest of the tribe. This left McKinley in a difficult position. Although he intuitively sympathized with the Uintah-Ouray, he was still the tribal planning officer, and support for their proposal meant that he would have to turn his back on Curry and the elected representatives of the planning board. Unsure of what approach to take at this fateful juncture, McKinley made plans to attend a conference of the National Congress of American Indians, NCAI, in Washington, D.C. Just before the conference came Watkins's 18th of February, 1954 letter to Curry. In it, the senator explained exactly what type of program he would accept, threatening that further legislation for aid or assistance to the Utah tribe would greatly depend upon the activities of the tribe in performing in good faith the promise which they undertook in 1950, namely to formulate a 7-year termination program. McKinley must have been alarmed to learn that the senator expected the final phase of the Ute program to be tendered to him in only 90 days, an unreasonable amount of time by anyone's reckoning. He must have also taken note of Watkins's warning that Curry and the other tribal leaders must ignore Indian rights advocates from the NCAI and the Association on American Indian Affairs. The admonition strongly hinted that Watkins knew all about the pending NCAI conference and its anti-termination agenda. McKinley attended the conference anyway. The February 1954 emergency conference of the NCAI proved to be a pivotal event in the history of the organization because it confronted federal termination policy and specifically addressed the plethora of termination bills then emerging from Watkins's Senate subcommittee. 43 tribes from 21 states sent representatives to the conference, which ultimately adopted a Declaration of Indian Rights, calling for the federal government to honor treaty obligations and trust responsibilities. Although we have no record of what McKinley thought of these proceedings, one thing is known. While in attendance, he met with Bennett and discussed at length the Uintah-Ouray proposal to separate from the rest of the tribe. McKinley may have recognized a kindred spirit in Bennett. By all accounts, Bennett listened sympathetically. In fact, he completely understood the difficult situation McKinley found himself in, having wrestled with similar personal contradictions. The NCAI, for example, prohibited Bennett from holding leadership positions because his employment in the BIA division of programs might involve a potential conflict of interest. Yet Bennett had been a founding member of the NCAI and continued to be invested in its activities. During the course of the previous year, Bennett had spent a considerable amount of time on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, and McKinley had undoubtedly discovered that Bennett had his own ideas about termination policy. Most fundamentally, Bennett believed that the paternal relationships most tribes had with the BIA should be eliminated, and thus he agreed with certain objectives of termination policy. But he also believed that the Indian tribes should determine this course of action for themselves, rather than succumbing to coercive pressures from Congress or the BIA. Bennett also felt strongly that tribes should consent to the process before the Bureau could terminate the trust relationship. The two men shared other similarities as well. Although older than McKinley, Bennett too was a college-educated Indian, a member of the Oneida tribe, and he held a degree from Southeast University School of Law in Washington. D.C. Bennett was very familiar with the Utes, having worked for the Indian Service on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation in the 1930s. Finally, Bennett, like McKinley, held a certain contempt for Senator Watkins and his religiously motivated termination agenda. He had worked with Watkins in drafting the Ute termination legislation, and he knew full well that the Utes had not consented to the process. He also knew that Watkins excused this action by assuring other members of Congress that the Mormon Church would take care of the Utes. Bennett understood intuitively that Watkins's motivation for assimilating Indians stemmed from his religious beliefs. In a 1993 oral interview, Bennett unequivocally asserted that Watkins's fervent ideas about termination stemmed from Mormon theology. Bennett explained the situation to his interviewer by stating that one of the things you have when you deal with Indians and Mormons is that we are a factor in their religion. You have the religious aspect of it, along with the traditional aspect of the tribe. In fact, Bennett sometimes used his knowledge of Watkins's motives to his own advantage. For example, he once asked his associate John Rayner to visit Watkins' Senate office as part of a lobbying effort for a certain piece of legislation. Rather than simply having Rayner schedule an appointment with the senator, Bennett told him to sit outside Watkins's door and pretend to read a copy of the Book of Mormon. As Rayner later recalled the episode, Watkins came along and looked at me and asked me what I was reading. I showed him the book. He was really glad. He invited me into his office. With his intimate knowledge of Watkins' ideology, Bennett had reason to sympathize with McKinley when they encountered each other at the February 1954 NCAI conference. Bennett later reported that McKinley discussed with him possible methods of settling the Ute problem. McKinley's explanation of the situation was that it grew out of Watkins's threatening 14th of February letter to Curry. While a solution remained elusive, apparently the two men shared at least one common objective: to subvert Watkins's termination plan. To do this, however, Bennett and McKinley had to overcome the probable opposition of Watkins's main facilitator on the reservation, Rex Curry. Ultimately, the two men were able to convert Curry to the idea of allowing the full-bloods to go it alone. 39 years after the fact, Bennett reminisced that he, McKinley, and Curry held a meeting out in a bean field and decided that we would present a proposal which would terminate all the mixed bloods. The three men drafted an agreement to partition the tribe, and afterward they took it to the Uintah-Ouray leaders, who gave it an enthusiastic reception. The original resolution called for the division of the Ute tribe into 3 separate bands and the creation of an additional group for mixed-blood Uintahs. All of these proposals reflected the Uintah-Ouray perspective on tribal issues. The resolution reiterated the long-standing Uintah-Ouray contention that the decision to share and share alike in all assets, especially the Colorado judgment money, aggravated the differences between the bands and confused their property rights. Since further use of funds depended on the creation of a development plan, the 3 authors outlined 21 provisions for a more equitable program. The main points of the resolution argued that ownership of the Colorado judgment funds be fixed at a ratio of 75% for the Uintah-Ouray to 25% for the White Rivers. Future use of the then remaining $10 million in judgment funds would be divided, with 7/16 43.75%, going to the Uintah-Ouray, 4/16, 25%, to the White Rivers, and 5/16, 31.25%, to the Uintahs. However, since the Uintahs lacked ownership of the money, their share would be considered a loan owed to the Uintah-Ouray, with no interest for 10 years. Other points stipulated that fixed boundaries be placed on the reservation to divide the land into separate portions for each band, with an additional one for the mixed-blood Uintahs, and further that the Tribal Business Committee should assist in carrying out these provisions and then be abolished. The resolution also contemplated an association of water users, provided for mixed-blood marriages, created a credit program, and more. At later meetings held to generate input on the proposal, some White Rivers and full-blood Uintahs expressed concern about dividing the tribe by bands. At Fort Duchesne on 16th March, a White Tiver Ute named Wallace Jack accused the Uintah-Ouray of kicking the White Rivers out and leaving them no place to go. Julius Murray speculated that the White Rivers would also pull out, leaving the full-blood Uintahs at the mercy of the mixed bloods. "This is a very dangerous proposition," he said. "It is only the full-blood people who will suffer, and the mixed-blood people will take care of themselves." When White River and full-blood Uintahs objected to the proposal, McKinley, Bennett, and the Uintah-Ouray leaders elected to change the method of dividing the tribe from a division of bands to a division between the mixed and full-bloods. At this point in the negotiations, the mixed bloods demonstrated considerable opposition, the intensity of which alarmed the full-bloods in all three bands and united them behind the proposal. In many respects, the new proposal to divide tribal assets between the mixed bloods and the full-bloods represented a real breakthrough for Bennett, McKinley, and Curry because it simultaneously resolved two long-standing problems. First, it eliminated the age-old mixed-blood question, and second, it provided a sudden opportunity to protect the integrity of the tribe by sacrificing the mixed bloods to Watkins's termination program. In his report to the Bureau on April 15, 1954, Bennett suggested the latter point in several significant ways. He argued quite directly, in fact, that the partitioning process would result in the immediate termination of the mixed-blood Utes. The full-bloods, meanwhile, would then be in position for intensive work with the BIA to prepare them for eventual termination. He also acknowledged that Watkins's February 18, 1954 letter to Rex Curry prompted the crisis in the first place. It stands to reason that if Bennett and the tribal leaders had actually favored termination, they would not have taken steps to separate the more acculturated members from the rest of the tribe. Full-blood Utes virtually acknowledged this to be the case in their 10-year development program. This document, written after the division of the tribe, explained that the full-bloods were motivated out of concern that Watkins would focus his termination agenda on the Utes, primarily because of the mixed bloods' relatively high degree of acculturation. The document also described the aims and accomplishments of the three-year program for assimilating the Ute Indian into American culture and society with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities of citizenship. The termination of the mixed bloods, it went on to state, essentially met this objective, a frank admission that more than half of the Uintah band had been sacrificed to meet the terminationist agenda. Finally, in the aftermath of the tribal partition, the Utes established new objectives, many of which bore no relation to the goals of the earlier program. Instead of providing for the assimilation of the Utes into American society, for example, the new program listed the need to safeguard, protect, and perpetuate Indian customs, ceremonies, and religious beliefs. Instead of calling for the transfer of bureau programs to the tribe or to state and local governments, it expressed the desire that the federal government provide new technical and professional service in meeting tribal problems. Once the mixed bloods had been cut off, in other words, the tribe no longer felt the pressure to develop a termination program. Following the formulation of the plan to separate the mixed bloods from the tribe, Bennett, McKinley, and Curry spent the first few weeks of March 1954 traveling across the reservation and presenting it to several Ute communities. The Uintah-Ouray at Ouray were the first to hear the proposal, and they received it enthusiastically. John Tabbier expressed the sentiments of most of the full-blood Uintah-Ouray. After listening to Bennett explain the proposal to divide the tribe, Tabbier stated that Bennett had taken the original arguments of the Uintah-Ouray and given them character and substance. Furthermore, he said, the Uintah-Ouray had always objected to the unwarranted use of our money without our express consent, and he claimed that the 1950 share and share alike agreement had been obtained from us by duress and failure to present the total picture. Tabby also added that the Uintah-Ouray had not been fully aware until Bennett pointed it out to them that the Uintahs were getting the greater share of the judgment money. In directing his comments to the threat of termination posed by Senator Watkins, Tabby spoke for many when he said, "We highly value our status as Indians. We know we have certain privileges, which other people don't have, and it would be difficult to surrender them." Also at the Ouray meeting, an influential Uintah-Ouray leader named Pawini addressed the group and seconded Tabby's sentiments. He noted, somewhat disingenuously, that the full-bloods had had a basic idea of what to do all along, but did not know how to proceed until Bennett arrived with the plan to divide the tribe. "Now," he said, "it is up to us to develop it and give it substance." He also warned that the full-bloods needed to think about the future instead of how soon they are going to receive money. In planning, think about our community and the future of our people. We have the poorest section of the reservation. No excuse for people who are supposed to have money. During these meetings, the Uintah-Ouray and White River full-bloods continually expressed their opinion that the mixed blood problem was a Uintah problem, and that the Uintah full-bloods should take action against the mixed bloods since they were the ones who let them into the tribe in the first place. Uintah-Ouray feelings against the mixed bloods ran especially high. At the Randlet meeting on March 9th, Pawini charged that the mixed bloods had taken over the programming before the Uintah-Ouray could get involved. Afterward, he said, "They tried to tell us what to do." John Tabby added that the experiment of the 3-year program had not worked and that the old problems and feelings remained, chiefly those related to the mixed bloods. Tabby also defended the non-participation of the Uintah-Ouray by contending that the Uintah-Ouray never agreed to share with the mixed bloods to start with. Bennett, McKinley, and Curry received a considerably cooler reception in the predominantly mixed-blood communities to the north. Bennett's official report of April 15, 1954, gave a good chronology of the several meetings that took place in March when he and the others presented the plan to the tribe. On March 8th, he noted that the 3 of them came under violent personal attack from mixed-blood spectators at the Tribal Business Committee meeting. On March 11th, more resistance developed in a meeting held at Fort Duchesne when the mixed bloods attempted to have McKinley fired. Bennett later recalled that when the 3 leaders first presented the plan to the mixed bloods, the meetings became quite ugly and featured a lot of name-calling. He reminisced that on one occasion, he sat between Curry and McKinley and literally held on to their coattails so that when they were insulted, they could not jump up and respond. When Bennett left the reservation for 10 days in mid-March, considerably more contention erupted as the mixed bloods threatened lawsuits and other actions against the rest of the tribe. Bennett characterized the mixed blood antagonism as personal and not directed against the merits of the plan. He had good reason to characterize the opposition this way because it deflected criticism away from the partitioning proposal. In fact, however, the mixed bloods had several reasons to object to the proposal. Albert H. Harris, a BIA employee and mixed-blood Uintah of Ute-Shoshone descent, offered some of them in his comments at the Fort Duchesne meeting. He argued that splitting the tribe would result in many committees instead of one, and that it would bring earlier taxation. He felt that the tribe needed more time to consider the issues, especially since, given the terminationist mood of Congress, if they were all going to be terminated, it would be easier to divide assets after the fact. In making this point, Harris unwittingly touched the heart of the issue. He could not grasp at that time the real reason why Bennett, McKinley, and Curry wanted to partition the tribe: to protect the full-bloods from termination by sacrificing the mixed-blood Uintah population. Harris simply felt that the Uintah-Ouray did not participate in the planning effort because they first wanted to know how it would affect them. He also noted that Bennett had not met with the planning board in formulating his proposal. In fact, many of the mixed bloods felt that the entire process had bypassed the elected representatives of the planning board, and, by extension, the majority of the Ute people. Following Harris's remarks, Elizabeth Bumgarner asked those assembled how McKinley could use tribal money to take up business he was not authorized to do. She pointed out that the Uintah-Ouray were the real minority group. Lula H. Murdoch also reminded the audience that the Uintah-Ouray had agreed to share and share alike. Now, she said, it seemed like they were trying to back out. Harris and Bumgarner had correctly accused Bennett and McKinley of bypassing the tribe's elected representatives. What they did not know is that the two had also superseded the established programming criteria of the BIA, at least those established to comply with House Joint Resolution 698. Up to this point, Bennett had not even told his superiors at the Bureau what he and McKinley had in mind. On March 11th, he finally telephoned Homer B. Jenkins in the Division of Program Office and informed him that the Ute tribe had been trying to change the direction of the planning from a terminal program, carefully omitting mention of his own role. Without providing any of the details of the partitioning scheme, he told Jenkins that the tribe would be holding a series of meetings in the coming week, and that he hoped to use these meetings to do some good. He then added that he had already talked with the members of the Planning Committee board and believed that he had them headed in the right direction. He did not say what direction that would likely be. As noted earlier, Bennett then left the reservation at mid-month and traveled to Ignacio, Colorado, to confer with leaders of the Ute Mountain tribe on unrelated business. He returned to Uintah-Ouray in time to prepare for the pivotal 31st of March 1954 General Council meeting, at which the tribe would vote on the proposal. Meanwhile, the members of the Tribal Planning Board were hardly heading in the direction Bennett hoped they would go. The board, an elected body controlled by Curry and the Tribal Business Committee, had the responsibility of drafting a long-range rehabilitation program to comply with Senator Watkins's 90-day deadline, an effort Curry undoubtedly spearheaded since he had the most experience in working with the senator. But the committee members resented the fact that Bennett had bypassed them with his proposal to divide the tribe. Several members objected to Bennett's intervention, and they used the occasion of his absence to try to stop him. On the 18th of March, the planning board sent the following telegram to Senator Watkins, warning him of the danger to the programming effort. Because of the opposition from a minority group of uncompromising members regarding the Ute Long Range program, the Indian Office representative, Bennett, has presented another program for dividing the Ute tribe into separate bands. This action has disrupted the elected tribal planning board, and as a result, progress has been stopped. There is grave concern among many members of all bands regarding this new proposal, which is being offered without legal advice, as far as we know. As per your request in your letter dated February 18, 1954, your assistance and advice are urgently needed in order to comply with your 90-day requirement for submitting the Ute program. Please advise. Unfortunately for the planning board, the protest came too late to alter the situation. Whether Watkins responded to the telegram is unknown, but later events demonstrated that even if he had, his answer would not have been reassuring. The sudden prospect of immediately terminating part of the tribe appealed to him very much. Consequently, Watkins championed the division of the Ute tribe as a step in the right direction. Following his return to the reservation, Bennett continued to work with McKinley and Curry to refine the resolution for presentation to the tribe at the General Council meeting scheduled for March 31, 1954. The language and provisions were straightforward. It simply called for the division of the tribal assets between the full-blood and mixed-blood groups. Mixed-blood members were defined as those having less than one-half Ute Indian blood, and both groups would exercise jurisdiction and control over their own people and property. The resolution also contained an interesting proposal for the creation of a committee to draw up partitioning plans. Bennett and his Confederates anticipated mixed-blood opposition. The proposed committee would consist of a majority of full-blood members, 6-3 over the mixed bloods. Also, the plans created by the new committee would require the approval of the Tribal Business Committee. In other words, the resolution made it clear that the partitioning of the tribe would be controlled by the full bloods and that the mixed bloods would have input into the process, nothing more. With the main features of the plan essentially resolved, Bennett, McKinley, and Curry still needed the endorsement of tribal attorney John Boyden and claims attorney Ernest Wilkinson. Boyden had not been a party to the partitioning effort as yet, And when he learned of the rationale behind the proposal, he became rather angry. He particularly resented the Uintah-Ouray accusation that he and Wilkinson had steamrolled the tribe into sharing the Colorado judgment money in the first place. As he put it in a letter to Ernest Wilkinson, "Yesterday I attended a meeting at Fort Duchesne concerning the new development program that must be presented to Congress. Francis McKinley made several statements that were very disturbing to me with reference to the way in which we settled the claims between the various bands. They now propose to open up the whole matter and require a general accounting, redistributing the funds in accordance with the equities of the various bands. You and I know of the many legal difficulties with respect to this, particularly in view of the fact that the compromise has been reached and the agreement confirmed by Congress. But I think the next time you are in Salt Lake City, we should discuss this matter in the reasonably near future." A few weeks later, Curry sent Boyden a copy of the proposed resolution and notified him of the upcoming General Council meeting at which the new partitioning program would be formally presented. Boyden relayed the news to Wilkinson and extended an invitation to Wilkinson to attend, noting that it would be a very crucial meeting with reference to the tribe's planning. He also took the opportunity to inform Wilkinson that he had learned that we are being accused of forcing the Indians to agree to the equal sharing of the claims money. Wilkinson, like Boyden, had not been involved in the partitioning process. However, Boyden, Bennett, and the tribal leaders asked him to present the partitioning resolution to the General Council meeting on 31st March 1954 because he was perceived as a neutral person. In fact, by 1954, Wilkinson had little to do with the Utes, other than overseeing the Wilkinson, Cragen, and Barkerm litigation of cases before the Indian Claims Commission. His responsibilities at Brigham Young University generally kept him preoccupied. For example, in January, in response to a BIA field service request that he give a radio address to the Utes on the progress of their pending cases, he had to ask Carl Hawkins, a partner in the firm, to dictate about a 15-minute address that would be satisfactory for me to give. The resulting speech dealt entirely with the status of pending ICC cases, especially the Uintah Utes' Spanish Fork claim. Consequently, by March 1954, Wilkinson truly was a neutral person in one important respect. He had not been actively involved in the decision to divide the tribe. In fact, as he learned more about the proposal, he developed serious reservations about it. From his detached perspective, he could already see potential disaster for the mixed bloods. Nevertheless, he accepted Boyden's invitation to attend the 31st of March General Council meeting and serve as spokesman for the resolution to divide the tribe. The situation must have reminded him in many ways of the General Council meeting he presided over back in May 1950, when he stunned the full-blood Colorado Utes with his proposal requiring the two Colorado bands to share their judgment funds with the largely mixed-blood Uintah Utes. Now, nearly 4 years later, with Wilkinson once more presiding, the full-bloods were about to turn the tables on their mixed-blood kin. Chapter 6. The Bureaucratic Solution. In the early spring of 1954, Robert Bennett's proposal to divide the membership and assets of the Ute tribe had attracted the support of many on the reservation and in Washington. In fact, this process, known in BIA terminology as partitioning, became a kind of bureaucratic cipher for whatever the various interests wanted it to be. To Senator Watkins and his collaborators in the Bureau and the tribe, the partitioning process served as a legislative mechanism for terminating as many Utes as possible. To the mixed-blood Utes, it became a method for gaining their share of the tribal assets to pay off personal and tribal debts, many of which had been contracted as part of the 3-year program. For the less acculturated full-blood members of the tribe, it solved a host of ills by protecting tribal assets, providing much-needed per capita funds, settling old grudges against the mostly mixed-blood Uintahs, and, most importantly, shielding the tribe from the senator's termination program. The situation came to a climax at a tribal general council meeting on 31st March 1954. What actually took place is a matter of considerable controversy, though it is known that Robert Bennett, Ernest Wilkinson, and John Boyden were in attendance, and that Wilkinson presented the prepared resolution calling for the division of the tribe and the termination of members having less than 50% Ute Indian ancestry. The meeting had been orchestrated well in advance, attorneys Ernest Wilkinson and John Boyden, along with Area Director L. Nelson and Bureau employees Robert Bennett, Francis McKinley, and Rex Curry, met in the morning before the General Council meeting to discuss the proposed resolution and how to best present it to the tribe. In fact, Wilkinson, Boyden, and Nelson had plenty of time to discuss the probable course of action, since the three traveled from Salt Lake City to Fort Duchesne in Wilkinson's car. According to Bennett's official version of the meeting, the Utes received the proposal calmly and accepted it without serious opposition. Bennett took pains to note that one mixed-blood Ute moved the proposed resolution, and another seconded it. Unofficial versions of the meeting, however, tell a far different story. According to Tribal Planning Board Chairman Wabin Wanzitz, who presided over the meeting, the assembled Utes waited about half an hour for Wilkinson and his associates, without knowing why they were coming. Finally, the attorneys arrived and took control. Wilkinson explained that he had a resolution he wanted the Utes to pass, claiming it would be in the best interest of the tribe. Wanzitz provided a translator and allowed Wilkinson to read it, but the assembly was completely taken aback by his surprise move and received the resolution in silence. No one offered a motion or said anything. Superintendent Gilmore and Rex Curry urged discussion, but the silence continued. Finally, tribal member Charlie Atwine said, "We would like to discuss this some more another time." As the elected chair of the meeting, Wanzitz felt that Wilkinson was out of order, since his proposal had not been placed on the agenda, but he deferred to the tribal leadership. Other accounts suggest that a large number of Uintah Utes walked out of the meeting at this point, since they were unprepared for Wilkinson's intrusion and had no answer for it. What happened next certainly suggests that very few of the mixed bloods remained or were ever present. In the ensuing confusion, someone in the crowd called for a vote, and Curry seized the opportunity, saying, "Okay now, this is the time when you folks are going to get rid of the mixed bloods. We're getting rid of all of them down in here," gesturing to his heart and his head. Wanzitz asked the members if they were ready to vote, and they said, "We're ready." Then he said, "All those in favor of this resolution of what Wilkinson has read," and all hands went up. Wanzitz later claimed that some of the full-bloods even put two hands up because they were so glad to get rid of the half-breeds. The measure must have generated some opposition, however, since Bennett reported that 152 Indians voted in favor of the resolution and 8 voted against it. But regardless of the overwhelming vote, the fact remains that few, if any, of the Utes really knew what they were voting for. Wilkinson's resolution had taken them by surprise, and they had not been given sufficient time to consider the ramifications. Most importantly, the vast majority of those destined to be terminated by the proposal never had any say in the matter. McMurdoch Sr., who claims to have been one of the 8 voting in opposition to the motion, felt that the outcome was inevitable because of the composition of the voters. By his count, only 21 mixed bloods were present, whereas at least 265 full-bloods had voted in favor of the motion when they stopped counting. Preston Van Allen, an important mixed-blood leader in the events that followed, believed that Wilkinson and Boyden had carefully orchestrated the 31st of March meeting to ensure a successful vote to divide the tribe. In a sworn deposition, Allen contended that the mixed-blood issue pitted the full-blood Uintah-Ouray and White River Utes against the Uintahs, since the vast majority of the mixed bloods were derived from the latter group. In order to circumvent the expected Uintah opposition, the sponsors crafted the resolution so that only those with less than one-half Ute ancestry would be subject to termination, presumably inducing those with one-half or more Ute ancestry to vote with the full bloods. Allen believed that the vote of these half-breeds, as he called them, turned the meeting against those of lesser degrees of Ute ancestry. The resolution clearly reflected the sentiments of the full-blood Utes with regard to termination. It simply called for a division of assets between those Indians possessing one-half or more Ute Indian blood and those Indians possessing less than one-half Ute Indian blood. The resolution went on to declare that each group would have full political jurisdiction and responsibility over its own membership and property. Finally, Toto guaranteed control by the full-bloods. The resolution called for the creation of a 9-member committee, 6 full-bloods and 3 mixed-bloods, to oversee the partitioning process. Bennett's superiors in the BIA Division of Programs quickly embraced his solution to the Ute problem. Homer Jenkins's letter to Commissioner Emmons provided the specifics of the March 31st resolution and defended Bennett's actions. According to Jenkins, the whole thing was done to resolve the conflict between the mixed and full-blood Utes. He even went so far as to contend that the issue was one of long standing on the reservation. Jenkins offered the usual arguments about the mixed bloods being the primary beneficiaries of tribal funds, and he added information about the Duchesne County Commissioner's attempt to assess taxes on the property of the mixed bloods. More importantly, Jenkins echoed Bennett's sentiments in proclaiming the mixed blood group ready for termination. He also cited the standard Bureau contention that the full bloods would require considerable preparation. In the aftermath of the March 31st meeting, the Ute tribal leaders continued to meet periodically with their attorney, John Boyden, who took up the task of transforming the resolution into a legislative proposal. Senator Watkins rendered as much assistance as he could, even visiting Fort Duchesne on one occasion to work with Boyden. In an attempt to move the legislative process along as quickly as possible, Watkins arranged for one day of hearings on the proposal, even though Boyden had not yet completed the bill. The hearings took place on April 23rd at Fort Duchesne. Watkins did not attend, but he left one of his legislative assistants, Garth Jacks, to preside over the sparsely attended sessions. Although the surviving transcripts are of poor quality, they generally demonstrate that only a few Utes participated in the hearings, and that those who did attend had a very limited understanding of the partitioning process. A mixed-blood Ute, identified as Hugh Seswich, the names in the transcripts were invariably recorded incorrectly, offered fairly typical testimony. He asked Jacks, "By full bloods and mixed bloods, what do you mean?" Then he continued, "There are a lot of Indians that are mixed with a lot of other Indians here on the reservations. I can't figure out what it means to be full blood." Another Ute, identified only as Charlie, pointed out that the Utes didn't really understand the resolution when they voted on it. They didn't know what it meant, he argued. In the afternoon session, a Ute identified as Mr. Whitman contended that the Utes passed the resolution only because they were told that Congress wanted to get rid of the Indian Department as soon as possible. That is the reason we took up this resolution and acted on it. We were led to believe by Mr. Boyden and Mr. Wilkinson, that we had to get this done in a hurry because they were going to get rid of us in a hurry. Many who testified spoke in favor of the proposed division of the tribe, although few understood the significance of what had been proposed. Those who did, particularly Boyden and Albert Harris, one of the leaders of the mixed-blood faction, offered extensive testimony on the benefits the proposal would offer the Utes. More significant testimony came from influential Utes who had not yet decided how they felt about it. Orrin Curry, Rex Curry's father, identified in the transcript as Orrin Perry, offered the following assessment: "I would not be in a position to say one way or the other at this time until I hear both sides. I haven't decided whether I will go along with the mixed blood or with the whole blood. I am here to listen." While Watkins fulfilled the letter of the law by conducting hearings, Boyden, working closely with Watkins' staff, finished drafting the legislation in mid-May. He then sent a copy to Ernest Wilkinson, informing him that the draft followed the general line of the resolution passed by the Utes at the 31st March General Council meeting. Boyden asked Wilkinson to quickly review the document and offer his comments, as he wanted to have it introduced in Congress that same week. Wilkinson cheerfully obliged, and he congratulated Boyden on the extensive amount of work that went into producing his legislative magnum opus, as he called it. But Wilkinson also excused himself for not having time to examine the legislation as carefully as he would have liked due to the pressure of his university responsibilities. Nonetheless, he recommended several technical changes and warned Boyden of what he perceived to be the bill's greatest shortcoming. Pointing to the section dealing with the status and organization of the mixed bloods after the division of the tribe, he expressed his very definite feeling that it will result in the quick dissipation of the assets of the mixed bloods. But I am afraid that is inevitable. My main concern, as I have indicated above, is what happens to the mixed bloods. They should be fully protected. Wilkinson also expressed his belief that Boyden would continue to represent the full-blood Utes, and he asked Boyden if he knew who would represent the mixed bloods. Pointing to the obvious conflict of interest, he noted that it would be rather impossible to represent both. In fact, Wilkinson saw the division of the Ute tribe as an opportunity for his own firm to represent the mixed bloods. Writing on the same day, he asked his brother Glenn to discuss with the firm's partners the possibility of representing the mixed blood group. The legislation would require 7 years for the division of the assets, he explained, during which time the mixed bloods would require counsel. Should we represent them? He continued. It would probably mean that we would have to dissolve the fictional partnership, which we have with John Boyden at present. The question of legal representation for the mixed-blood Utes would eventually prove to be critical to the partitioning process. In May 1954, however, Bureau officials Homer Jenkins, head of the Division of Programs, and Robert Bennett found themselves in the dark about Boyden and his potential conflict of interest. Incredibly, the Bureau did not even know that Boyden had been working with Watkins to draft the necessary legislation. In the meantime, Bennett, who understood the situation on the reservation better than most, feared that in his absence the mixed-blood members might be organizing to subvert the partitioning plan. A telegram from the Phoenix area office in early May 1954 did little to reassure him. The telegram discussed the long-range planning for the full-blood Utes, which elicited an immediate long-distance call from Bennett and Jenkins to Area Director Ralph Gelvin. They wanted to know if anything had changed. That is, if the full-bloods still supported the partitioning concept. Gelvin assured them that all was in order and that the full-blood Utes were in the process of drafting a new rehabilitation plan. Still worried about the fragile situation on the reservation, Bennett and Jenkins decided that it would be better to have delegations from both Ute groups work out the details of the partitioning plan in Washington, where they could be closely supervised. In reality, the two officials had little reason to worry about the situation on the reservation because of Boyden's newly formed commitment to the partitioning process. At the time, however, the BIA officials took solace in the fact that Superintendent Gilmore strongly supported Bennett's plan. Gilmore felt that Bennett's partitioning program effectively removed the barriers to Ute termination. He believed that after the division of assets and the termination of the mixed bloods, the BIA would be in a position to carry on a constructive program with the full bloods, leading to a terminal program for them as well. Boyden and Gilmore used their considerable influence to control events on the reservation at this critical juncture. Boyden seems to have realized how important Gilmore's contribution could be to the upcoming planning sessions in Washington, for he wrote to Commissioner Emmons and insisted that Gilmore be allowed to accompany the Ute delegations. He argued that the matters to be considered are of grave importance, implying that the termination plans might be jeopardized should Gilmore not be permitted to come. Jenkins readily approved the request. He was aware that Gilmore strongly supported the partitioning effort and was happy to have Gilmore's assistance. In early June, the tribe sent a delegation to Washington to testify on the proposed legislation. The Tribal Business Committee took the lead in selecting the members of the delegation, a tactic that produced a great deal of controversy later on. At the time, however, Boyden, Watkins, and the Bureau all wanted the Ute testimony to be carefully orchestrated in favor of the legislation. So Gilmore, Boyden, Curry, and a few tribal leaders, Albert Harris, Connor Chapoose, and Russell Cook, who had fallen under Watkins' influence, were selected. Before the hearings began, they met with the senator in his office and informed him that the tribe had voted for a separation of assets between the mixed-blood Utes and the full-bloods. Watkins congratulated the delegates and announced that their proposals had already been incorporated into a termination bill that he would shortly introduce in Congress. Since Watkins eagerly wanted some kind of termination for the Utes, he was all too happy to take advantage of the vote by proposing legislation. Actually, Watkins had already spent a considerable amount of time working with Boyden on the draft legislation, and the two men had reached an agreement on the most important issues. Watkins saw the partitioning process as an opportunity to terminate the mixed-blood Utes immediately, with the rest to follow in due course. As events would shortly demonstrate, his negotiations with Boyden over the features of the bill resulted in a legislative formula that would terminate the largest possible number of mixed bloods. A joint hearing was subsequently held in June on the proposed legislation, and the carefully chosen delegation of tribal members and government officials testified. Not surprisingly, all of the witnesses gave favorable testimony to the proposed legislation, as none of the mixed-blood Utes opposed to the plan were invited to attend or offer their views. Even so, the proposal contained one rather stunning alteration crafted by Watkins and his small coterie of allies in the BIA and the tribe. Instead of terminating anyone with less than 50% Ute Indian blood, the language of the pending legislation had been changed to terminate anyone who did not have more than 50% Ute Indian blood. Boyden, who wrote the bill, inserted the change into the legislative draft used by the congressman at the hearing. In his testimony before the Joint Committee, Curry further modified this proposal by suggesting that full-blood membership be restricted to those who possess 1/2 degrees of Ute Indian blood and a total of Indian blood in excess of 1/2, excepting those who become mixed bloods by choice under the provisions of Section 4 hereof. Closely questioned by Watkins, Curry explained that his definition would clarify the status of those with Indian blood from other tribes and would even allow full-bloods to join the mixed blood group if they so desired. Watkins promptly inserted the change into the bill and included Curry's version in the bill submitted to Congress. The more than 50% ancestry requirement immediately added 10% of the Uintah Utes to the mixed blood rolls. It also provided for the eventual termination of other tribal members, since the children of anyone who married a non-Indian would be automatically disinherited. Watkins realized that such a stringent provision on tribal membership would be very restrictive. The possibility existed that the Utes could be defined out of existence by a bureaucratic formula. Boyden later made the interesting point that during the course of the hearings in Washington, one of the several compromises reached with the department and with representatives of Congress, the BIA and Watkins, related to the definition of full blood. He clearly stated that the tribe had proposed that all members possessing 1/2 degrees of Ute Indian blood should be termed full blood members. But this was changed to a compromise definition of 1/2 Ute and more than 1/2 Indian, as stipulated in the bill. He did not elaborate on how or why this occurred, but he did indicate that it was a matter of negotiation between the tribe, probably Boyden and Curry, the BIA and Watkins. In fact, a letter from Boyden to Ernest Wilkinson supports this interpretation. Boyden informed the claims attorney that a new definition of mixed blood and full blood has grown out of our discussions at Washington. He continued, "We have proposed still a further change, and I confidently expect it will be adopted." He then explained the new definition as follows. Full blood means a member of the tribe who possesses 1/2 degrees of Ute Indian blood and a total of Indian blood in excess of 1/2, except those who become mixed bloods by choice under the provisions of Section 4 hereof. Mixed blood means a member of the tribe who does not possess sufficient Indian or Ute Indian blood to fall within the full blood class as defined herein, and those who become mixed bloods by choice under the provisions of Section 4 hereof. Boyden added, "Our proposals were met with enthusiastic approval, and you will see from the committee print, which represents an agreed statement with the Senator and with the Department of the Interior, that the bill is left substantially as drawn." Curry and the other Ute delegates to the hearings in Washington, D.C. reported that the increase in blood quantum for tribal membership came at the insistence of Interior Department officials Rex Lee and Orm Lewis, so that the bill would establish a stronger precedent for termination. The fact that these men, particularly Lee, were closely associated with Watkins leaves little doubt as to who really authored the new provision. Watkins wanted the Ute legislation to set an example for other tribes, so he likely agreed to support the partitioning resolution on the condition that the language be more inclusive in terms of determining the largest possible number of Indians. He undoubtedly pressured his allies in the Interior Department to insist upon it. Boyden, working at the tribal level, then induced Curry and McKinley to change the tribal membership definition. It must be noted that in making this change in the legislative proposal, Watkins and his accomplices exceeded the stipulations of the tribal resolution passed on 31st March. Once again, Watkins' actions demonstrated his contempt for the will of the Indian populations targeted for termination. Boyden, Bennett, and others involved in the arrangement could not have been surprised by his actions. since virtually every prior step in the partitioning process had been conducted illegally. The decision to divide the tribe had been conceived by individuals working outside the legitimate planning boards elected by the tribe. The tribal resolution approving the decision had been presented to the tribe extra-legally, without notification or sufficient time for deliberation. Most importantly, the critically important principle of consent had been violated, since the mixed bloods never had the opportunity to approve or deny the termination process. The vote had been taken at a meeting which the vast majority of them did not attend. In a letter written much later to Curry, Boyden rationalized these maneuvers by emphasizing the intent of the resolution presented to the General Council meeting on March 31st. The idea, he noted, was to terminate the mixed bloods at an early date, and thus leave the remainder of the tribal membership in a position to proceed with their tribal government, as in the past, but pursuant to a development program with a view of eventually terminating all federal supervision over the tribe and its members. He then offered a key piece of evidence concerning the deal that he and the others made. It was agreed by Senator Watkins that if the mixed bloods were terminated within the near future, no definite date of termination for the full bloods would be required, but that such termination of the full bloods would depend upon the success of the development program and other factors. Watkins, it seems, could wait for the rest of the tribe as long as he could use the mixed bloods as examples of his termination program. In fact, he said as much during the hearings. His comments came in response to those offered by Congressman E.Y. Berry of South Dakota, after listening to Curry present the outline of the partitioning plan. Berry offered his view that the Ute program signaled the dawn of a new day, to which Watkins responded, "It will certainly be a model or pilot program that might help a lot of other reservations." Curry and the Ute delegates understood this as well. In attempting to explain the inclusion of the Utes of one half-blood with the terminated group to the rest of the tribe, they noted that the Ute bill is being considered as legislation which will form the pattern for other bills introduced by Indians throughout the United States. As events later developed, this administrative alteration of the blood quantum formula generated a number of unforeseen consequences. In early 1956, for example, the BIA interpreted the language of the Partition Act in a way that would have effectively terminated the children of full-blood members, and consequently lead, with the passing of the current generation, to the termination of all of the Utes. In a legal opinion rendered by BIA Associate Solicitor W.H. Flannery, the Bureau contended that the Partition Act divided the assets between full and mixed-blood Utes only, and that these rights to the assets of the tribe were not inheritable. The only members of the Ute tribe, therefore, were those expressly listed on the rolls of the Partition Act. Flannery also concluded that no persons born after the date of the Act could qualify as full-blood Utes. As he put it, subsequently born children have no rights to the assets of the tribe, except such rights as may be extended to them under the development program. Flannery's opinion also argued that the asset rights of mixed-blood Utes, on the other hand, were inheritable, presumably because they belonged to individuals and not to the tribe. Flannery had already corresponded with Senator Watkins about his decision, a fact which suggests that Watkins at least had questions about the inheritance rights of Ute heirs. Of course, it may also have been the case that Flannery rendered his rather extraordinary interpretation of the Act at Watkins' urging. A related opinion from the Solicitor's Office, Opinion M-36304, stipulated that the determination of the full-blood membership of the Ute tribe for the purpose of participating in the development program is controlled by the provisions of the Act, Public Law 671, and not by the Constitution and bylaws of the Ute Indian tribe. This opinion froze the full-blood rolls and prevented children born to the full-blood members from participating in the program. Boyden and the full-blood leadership violently disagreed with this conclusion and lobbied for a new clarifying piece of legislation to amend the offending sections of the Ute Partition Act, Public Law 671. Consequently, Congress passed the amending legislation, Public Law 920, in the 84th Congress. It amended Sections 5 and 8 of the original Act so as to disallow individual full-bloods from inheriting tribal assets, so that they would be retained by the tribe as a whole, and to unfreeze the tribal rolls by allowing future membership after August 27, 1954, the date of Public Law 671, in a manner provided in the Constitution, bylaws, and ordinances of the tribe. But this too proved to be a miscalculation, because the tribal ordinances still defined tribal members as those possessing one-half or more Ute blood. Suddenly, the half-blood Uintahs were again eligible for membership in the tribe. Boyden reacted to the new predicament by recommending a series of ordinances for adoption by the Tribal Business Committee to clarify the situation. He insisted that the new membership ordinances follow the definitions stated in the Partition Act as a matter of right and justice. To admit persons of one-half degree because of legal niceties, he contended, would do violence to the purposes of the Act, meaning Public Law 671, and be unfair. But he did not address the question of fairness from the perspective of the mixed bloods. The first of these proposed ordinances stipulated that all members subsequent to August 27, 1954, must possess at least one-half Ute Indian blood and Indian blood in excess of one-half. Boyden proposed this ordinance in the spring of 1957 in an apparent attempt to sweep aside legal niceties by prohibiting ex post facto laws. The other proposals dealt with the membership status of illegitimate children, women living in common law relationships, and so on. After the hearings and subsequent revisions to the language of the partitioning legislation, Watkins ushered the Partition Act through a receptive Congress, which passed it without objection in late July 1954. For the full-blood and mixed-blood Utes, however, the summer of 1954 became a season of turmoil. Even as the legislative process unfolded, the two groups began debating separate plans for an uncertain future. In June, while the Senate considered the Partition Act, a group of Uintah Utes contacted attorney Ray E. Dillman of Roosevelt, Utah, to voice their concerns about the legislation. The very fact that these Uintahs, many of whom were mixed bloods, decided to consult with an outside attorney signaled their growing disenchantment with Boyden. Dillman transmitted the concerns of the mixed-blood Uintahs to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, noting that the Uintahs objected to the rigid criteria for determining the status of mixed and full-blood Indians, and in particular felt that they should have a greater voice in determining the fate of those of one-half Ute blood. The Uintahs pointed out, for example, that some of their members were full-blooded Utes married to members of other tribes, most typically Navajos. According to the terms of the legislation, their children would be classified as mixed blood group and terminated, despite the fact that they had no interest or business with the mixed blood. The Uintahs felt that the half-blood members of mostly full-blood families should at least have the option of joining the full-blood group. Acting Commissioner Greenwood rejected out of hand the suggestion that Utes of one-half blood be given the opportunity to be classed with the full-bloods. His response to Dillman offered a rather sweeping declaration of the bill's true intent. As he put it, the recommendation would permit mixed bloods the right to defer the termination of federal supervision, whereas the intent of the legislation is to effect such termination. Greenwood twice informed Dillman that the full-blood definition used in the legislation had been proposed by the Indians themselves, an assertion that was patently false. The definition of tribal membership that Senator Watkins' committee had inserted into the Partition Act had been proposed by Boyden and Curry, and then only as the result of secret negotiations with Watkins' allies in the Interior Department. It certainly did not reflect the will of the tribe, even as expressed in the controversial Ute Resolution of 31 March 1954. Meanwhile, Dillman's intrusion into the process raised serious questions about the mixed-blood Utes' need for independent counsel. As Ernest Wilkinson had noted earlier, the division of the tribal assets would take 7 years, and the mixed bloods would have to have counsel to protect their interests. 39. In June 1954, the same month that some of the Uintahs contacted Dillman, Boyden notified the Wilkinson law firm that he would continue to represent both the mixed blood and the full-blood tribal groups, an obvious conflict of interest. Yet Boyden justified this course of action by claiming that expediency demanded it. As he explained the situation to Glenn Wilkinson, the mixed bloods asked him to continue representing them, as well as the full bloods, because they felt that his knowledge of their problems made it inadvisable for them to hire another attorney at this time. In passing Boyden's decision on to his brother, the younger Wilkinson dryly noted that Boyden operated on the theory it would take another attorney a considerable period of time to become acquainted with their problems. But such a rationalization could hardly have impressed Ernest Wilkinson, who knew more about the Utes and their legal problems than anyone, except perhaps Boyden himself. And Wilkinson had already entertained the idea of representing the mixed bloods. As a method of avoiding the inevitable conflict of interest, Boyden informed the Wilkinsons that he had agreed to represent both parties only on the understanding that, if a conflict should develop, he would then step out from representing the mixed bloods. Boyden seems not to have understood, or at least not to have been overly concerned, by the fact that the entire process of dividing tribal assets presented exactly that type of conflict. Wilkinson's views on the issue must have mattered to Boyden, if only because at the time Boyden was still technically affiliated with the Wilkinson, Cragen, and Barker law firm. Wilkinson, however, wanted to dissolve this fictional relationship. In early 1955, he met with the partners of the Washington firm to discuss the desirability of maintaining an affiliation with Boyden. He told his partners that he did not like the way Boyden worked alone and refused to play on the team, and he argued that Boyden should either return as a partner in the firm or dissolve his relationship with it. Wilkinson clearly preferred the latter option. Unfortunately, the mixed-blood Utes knew nothing of Boyden's conflict of interest. Except for their brief flirtation with Dillman in 1954, it probably never occurred to them that they needed independent counsel, at least not before Congress passed the Ute Partition Act. Until that time, they still saw themselves as members of the Ute tribe and capably represented by Boyden. As the provisions of the act took effect, however, especially the division of tribal assets, the mixed bloods' need for independent counsel became more apparent. Part of the problem was that the mixed bloods, unlike the Ute tribe, which continued under its established constitution, had no formal organization. Throughout the remainder of 1954 and all of 1955, the mixed bloods worked with Boyden on an ad hoc basis to develop plans for distributing their share of the tribal assets. Using the authority of the Partition Act, Boyden envisioned a program for the mixed bloods, wherein their assets and organization would be linked in a program of corporate ownership. Members of the mixed blood group would become shareholders, while the business activities of the group would fall under the aegis of a board of directors. By the early spring of 1956, Boyden and an informal group of influential mixed blood representatives completed work on a proposed constitution and bylaws. Following the approval of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, the mixed bloods held an election on May 12th and approved the new plan by a vote of 128 to 6. With the ratification of the Constitution and bylaws, the mixed blood Utes officially became the affiliated Ute citizens of the state of Utah, AUC. A key provision of the affiliated Ute citizens' Constitution and bylaws required the board of directors to employ legal counsel. Thus, more than 2 years after the decision to divide the tribe and partition the assets, and after the creation of a plan to form an organization and distribute assets, the issue of legal representation finally came before the mixed blood membership. By that time, their fate had been cast. Boyden, after all, had been involved from the beginning. He had drafted the Partition Act and crafted the Constitution and bylaws of the AUC. As subsequent events soon demonstrated, most of the critical decisions had already been made for them. The majority of the mixed blood Utes never really understood the need for independent counsel, especially during the 2-year period between the decision to partition the tribe and the creation of the AUC. In fact, most of the AUC board of directors still had not firmly grasped the concept when they finally turned to the matter of hiring counsel in July 1956. The minutes of this meeting reveal that only a few of those present understood that it would be a conflict of interest for Boyden to continue representing both the Ute tribe and the AUC. One of these was a mixed-blood Ute named Arthur Workman, who pointed out that since Boyden had been rehired by the full-bloods, he could not represent both the full-blood group and the mixed-blood group. Another mixed-blood, Margaret Phillips, asserted that he could be disbarred if he attempted to do so. Still, the mixed bloods knew Boyden, and most of them thought well of him. Sarah Hackford argued that the group should rehire Boyden, since he was well acquainted with our affairs and could go on without any study. Delacurry made the final decisive comment by pointing out that if Boyden could work for the full-bloods, where were we any different? She said that he was a good man and had done many good things for the tribe. Afterward, a proposal that Boyden be retained for a period of 1 year passed by a vote of 36 to 12. One might wonder why the BIA did not step in and protect the rights of the mixed bloods to have legal representation during the course of the termination proceedings. The answer is relatively simple. It was not in the Bureau's interest to do so. At the beginning of the partitioning process, the Bureau only sought to terminate the mixed bloods. Providing them with independent counsel might well have impeded or even prevented the realization of this objective. In the meantime, Boyden proved indispensable in drafting the legislation and helping both groups create programs after the division of the tribe. After the formation of the AUC, Bureau officials continued to view Boyden as their indispensable man. Uintah Superintendent John O. Crow wrote to Area Director Frederick Haverland and urged him to approve the new AUC contract with Boyden. Crow felt that Boyden was peculiarly qualified by virtue of his detailed knowledge of the problems, his personality, and his demonstrated integrity to serve as counsel for both the affiliated Ute citizens and the Ute tribe. The Bureau seemed content with the fact that the mixed blood organization understood that Boyden would continue to serve as counsel for the Ute tribe. All parties agreed that should any dispute arise involving a conflict of interest between the two groups and not amicably adjusted between them, Boyden would not represent either party in the controversy. Meanwhile, Boyden knew that the Bureau could not very well do without him. When a controversy arose over how the two Ute groups would pay his contract, Boyden made it clear to BIA officials that he would not accept a contract with one of the groups alone. He used his position as the indispensable man to force the Bureau to allow him to continue representing both sides. As the mixed bloods thus drifted toward termination, largely unaware of the dangers before them, the full bloods commenced work on a new long-range development plan. This time, however, the objectives were to be far different from those of the earlier programming effort. With the mixed bloods scheduled for eventual termination, and with Senator Watkins at least temporarily satisfied, the remaining members of the tribe finally had the opportunity to draft a plan that would benefit the membership as a whole. The General Council meeting of the Ute tribe, held on March 31, 1954, not only approved the decision to divide the tribe and partition the assets, but also authorized the creation of a full-blood program committee to make recommendations for a new long-range program. Full-blood members of the Uintah-Ouray, Uintah, and White River bands selected 12 board members, and within a few weeks, the group had produced a list of objectives for a long-range program. The full-bloods hoped that their program committee would be allowed to accompany the Ute delegation to Washington, but the Tribal Business Committee, backed by Boyden and the Bureau, rejected the idea. Instead, the program committee had to settle for sending its list of objectives to Washington with the Ute delegation. In the main, these objectives called upon the government to assist the Utes in developing the individual full-blood members of the Ute tribe educationally, socially, and economically, in order that they may become independent, self-reliant, and self-supporting. But other of the objectives bore little relation to the terminationist goals articulated by Watkins and his subcommittee. For example, one objective called for the safeguarding and protection of Indian customs, ceremonies, and religious beliefs. Others demanded the preservation of Indian property and resources, while still others requested the federal government to provide more technical and professional services to the tribe. The hand-picked Ute delegation made little use of these recommendations, since their intended purpose was to support the partitioning legislation. The long-range objectives of the program committee constituted another matter entirely. Most of the Ute delegates felt that the development program could be worked out later. Meanwhile, as the Ute delegation met with Watkins' subcommittee, a further complication emerged over the issue of per capita payments. Since the mixed bloods would retain tribal membership for several years after the passage of the partitioning legislation and the subsequent division of tribal assets, they also retained their right to per capita payments, a fact that angered members of the full-blood program committee. Many of the full-bloods felt that the mixed bloods should be cut off from tribal assets as soon as possible. Currently, Sections 11 and 12 of the pending Partition Act, Section 3532, embolden this sentiment to a certain extent by requiring mixed blood members to commit 50% of their per capita payments toward their tribal indebtedness. The Full Blood Program Committee took this idea a step further. In June 1954, while the Ute delegation was in Washington testifying in support of the legislation, members of the committee on the reservation adopted a resolution calling for an amendment to the bill. They wanted Section 12 modified to require individual mixed bloods to use their per capita payments to pay off at least 50% of their outstanding indebtedness, a commitment that would require some mixed bloods to surrender their entire payment. Members of the Ute delegation in Washington decided to ignore these new demands. Without exception, they felt that the provisions of the Partition Act were sufficiently stringent and that the new resolution would be highly unfair to the mixed bloods. Nevertheless, the incident served to illustrate the extent of the continuing bitterness some full-blood Utes felt toward the mixed bloods. While these events were unfolding in Washington and Utah, the BIA Division of Programs assigned a new program officer, Alan G. Harper, to work with the full-blood Utes. Harper replaced Robert Bennett, who became the superintendent of the Consolidated Ute Agency in Ignacio, Colorado. The change was painful in many respects, since Bennett had crafted the agreement to divide the tribe in the first place, and, in the process, won the confidence of the full-bloods. Harper stepped into the position without Bennett's first-hand experience with the tribe. However, like Bennett, Harper readily grasped the advantages of dividing the Ute tribe. He believed that the separate interests, aims, and aspirations of the full and mixed blood groups were irreconcilable, and that attempts to get the tribe together had resulted in holding back both groups. Harper also believed that by terminating special services for the mixed bloods, the Bureau would be in a position to offer greater assistance to the full bloods, who were in greater need. Unlike Bennett, however, Harper clearly favored a termination policy as the ultimate objective for the Ute people. In his analysis of the Partition Act, he noted concern that it might induce full bloods to marry within their own group and not outwards with the whites. He also feared that after the division of the tribe, the full-blood Utes might stop working toward termination. As he put it, there is the possibility that the full-bloods may, after the plan is legislated, be overcome by a feeling that there is no urgency or even need for them to press forward for their own rehabilitation and ultimate termination. Like other Bureau officials, Harper overlooked the fact that the Partition Act would deprive the tribe of its most acculturated members, a factor that could just as easily retard the assimilation process. When Harper first visited the Uintah-Ouray Reservation in early August 1954, he found the situation unsettling. Despite months of warning and the imminent passage of the Partition Act, little had been accomplished toward the creation of a long-range program for the full-bloods. The legislation, soon to be Public Law 671, signed into law by President Eisenhower on August 27, 1954, stipulated that the full-blood Utes submit a long-range development program within 90 days. Harper had hoped to have the basic elements of a program worked out in about 2 weeks, but after visiting the agency, he wrote to his superiors at the Bureau and told them that he was appalled, if not discouraged, at the enormous job there is to do. It would now appear that if I can get agreement on the main elements of a program, I shall be lucky. Harper went on to explain that the main problem stemmed from an over-reliance on per capita payments. These Utes have stopped working, he wrote. They have gotten themselves into a vicious circle of incurring debt against an expected per capita, which once received becomes the basis of additional indebtedness for trips, for cars, for luxury foods, etc., etc. So far, I have only started on shock therapy to make them realize that the money is running out, and that after it is gone, there isn't no more. Therefore, they had better get started, or stark tragedy lies ahead for them. What Harper discovered, in essence, was that the situation on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation had not changed much since Bennett had applied his own shock therapy a year earlier. The course of the previous year had produced much trauma for the Utes, but little that could be termed progress. Dividing the tribe had not cured the poverty, or overcome the indecision, or even halted the bickering between the bands. The vote to terminate the mixed bloods had, it was true, lessened the acrimony to a certain extent, and had placated Senator Watkins. But the fundamental economic problems remained. Therefore, Harper decided on an almost unprecedented step. To confront the real issues, he requested that the Bureau conduct an economic survey of the reservation. Such a survey, to be funded by the tribe, seemed a logical place to start, given that the main purpose of the long-range program would be to provide for the economic self-sufficiency of the tribal membership. Unfortunately, bureaucratic inflexibility ruled the day. Homer Jenkins, Harper's superior at the BIA, turned down the request on the grounds that it would slow the programming effort. Jenkins' attitudes reflected those of many other policymakers in Washington at that time. For, by the late summer of 1954, the termination policy had reached its zenith. The Bureau leadership embraced it as a type of political and legislative panacea for the economic problems faced by all Indian tribes, Utes included. Finally, in early September 1954, Harper reached a level of understanding with the Full-Blood Program Committee. He proposed to give the Utes a month to sort out their disagreements, after which he would return with a battery of Bureau experts to give final shape and substance to the long-range program. He told the full-bloods, in other words, that if they would cooperate with the planning effort, the BIA would help them draft a program. Sorting out the disagreements between the bands proved as difficult as ever. Full-blood Uintah Utes insisted that they did not need to create a new development program, since the provisions of the old plan, created by the now-defunct Tribal Planning Board, suited them. The Uintah-Ouray countered with a demand for a new program and threatened a further division of the tribe between the bands unless the full-blood Uintahs went along. At the heart of the issue lay the always divisive question of per capita payments. The recommendations of the Full-Blood Program Committee called for a $4,000 per capita payment, with $1,000 of this amount coming in the form of an unrestricted cash disbursement to adult members. This seemed more than generous to the board, but the Uintahs wanted more. Finally, in the face of the Uintah-Ouray threat, the two sides compromised on a $4,500 per capita payment, with $500 in cash. Once the money issue had been resolved, the stage was set for the Bureau to assist with the creation of a long-range program. Section 24 of the Partition Act stipulated that the tribe had to submit a program draft to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs no later than November 24, 1954. With time running short, Harper returned to the reservation on October 20th. Accompanying him were Area Director Nelson and a team of Bureau specialists in land operations, credit and educational programs, health and sanitation services, welfare programs, and administration. Quite to the contrary of what Senator Watkins might have thought or expected to happen, the BIA had returned to the Uintah-Ouray Reservation in force. Over the course of the next 2 days, Bureau specialists worked feverishly with their counterparts on the Full-Blooded Program Committee to draft a comprehensive 10-year program for the Ute tribe. Working subcommittees hammered out programs for a wide range of tribal services, including per capita payments, land operations, law and order, education, welfare, health and sanitation, credit, roads, industrial development, and finance. Bureau personnel provided the necessary expertise in offering recommendations and drafting the proposals and supplying statistical data. By the end of the second day, planning committees had a complete second draft of a program that identified tribal problems, proposed solutions, and made recommendations for personnel and budget requirements. After years of wrangling, the Ute tribe finally had their long-awaited development program, and it had been produced in 2 days. The program committee still had to present the draft program to the full-blood membership, and after a series of informal meetings, it became obvious that many of the Uintah Utes still bitterly opposed it. In early November, the criticism became so intense that the entire programming effort seemed in jeopardy. The program committee worried that, in the face of such concerted opposition, they could not possibly win tribal approval in time to submit the plan by the 24th November deadline. Committee members therefore decided to outflank the opposition by getting the approval of the Secretary of the Interior before submitting the program to the tribal membership and the Tribal Business Committee. In mid-November, Boyden and Superintendent Gilmore accompanied Francis McKinley and representatives of the three bands, Henry Wapsock, Connie Chavano, and Sydney Atwine to Washington to present the program to officials in the BIA and the Interior Department. Bureau specialists suggested only minor revisions, and the Secretary formally accepted the plan. Technically, since the Partition Act required only that the tribe submit a plan and receive departmental approval, the 90-day deadline had been met. But the tribal leaders also realized that the plan would come to nothing unless a method could be found to unite the full-bloods behind the program. The harsh winter months of 1954 to 55 proved to be trying ones for the full-blood leadership. Many work projects were halted due to the weather conditions, and the Tribal Business Committee had to request approval for another $500 per capita payment to ease the hardship. But this too had the potential for increasing dissension in the tribe, since the provisions of the Partition Act made it possible for the mixed bloods to request much more than that amount, a situation that would undoubtedly aggravate the full-blood members. To head off the inevitable howl of protest, Rex Curry informally asked the mixed-blood leaders to limit their request to the proposals and to supply statistical data. By the end of the second day, planning committees had a complete second draft of a program that identified tribal problems, proposed solutions, and made recommendations for personnel and budget requirements. After years of wrangling, the Ute tribe finally had their long-awaited development program, and it had been produced in 2 days. The program committee still had to present the draft program to the full-blood membership, and after a series of informal meetings, it became obvious that many of the Uintah Utes still bitterly opposed it. In early November, the criticism became so intense that the entire programming effort seemed in jeopardy. The program committee worried that, in the face of such concerted opposition, they could not possibly win tribal approval in time to submit the plan by the 24th November deadline. Committee members, therefore, decided to outflank the opposition by getting the approval of the Secretary of the Interior before submitting the program to the tribal membership and the Tribal Business Committee. In mid-November, Boyden and Superintendent Gilmore accompanied Francis McKinley and representatives of the 3 bands, Henry Wapsock, Connie Chavano, and Sydney Atwine, to Washington to present the program to officials in the BIA and the Interior Department. Bureau specialists suggested only minor revisions, and the Secretary formally accepted the plan. Technically, since the Partition Act required only that the tribe submit a plan and receive departmental approval, the 90-day deadline had been met. But the tribal leaders also realized that the plan would come to nothing unless a method could be found to unite the full-bloods behind the program. The harsh winter months of 1954 to 55 proved to be trying ones for the full-blood leadership. Many work projects were halted due to the weather conditions, and the Tribal Business Committee had to request approval for another $500 per capita payment to ease the hardship. But this too had the potential for increasing dissension in the tribe, since the provisions of the Partition Act made it possible for the mixed bloods to request much more than that amount, a situation that would undoubtedly aggravate the full-blood members. To head off the inevitable howl of protest, Rex Curry informally asked the mixed-blood leaders to limit their request to the same $500 figure as the rest of the tribe. Fortunately for the planning effort, the mixed bloods unanimously agreed. Meanwhile, in February 1955, the program committee tried a different approach to gain support for the new long-range program. Orientation classes were held to teach community leaders about the features of the plan so that they could return and explain it to their constituents. Aside from producing more revisions in the program, the orientation approach did little to quell the rising opposition. By the early spring of 1955, the situation had deteriorated considerably, and opposition to the long-range program had spread from the full-blood Uintahs to the other bands. In April, 101 Uintah-Ouray Utes signed a resolution that challenged the Partition Act on several grounds, the most pertinent being Uintah-Ouray dissatisfaction with having to share their Colorado judgment funds with the Uintahs in the first place. The resolution contended that the original 1950 share and share alike agreement had been entered into hastily without adequate study and deliberation at the prompting and high-pressure tactics of tribal attorneys. Afterward, the resolution continued. The band realized it was not getting its equal share and proposed the accounting, justification, and adjustments of previously expended funds and subsequent adjustments to the funds of the three bands. The resolution declared that the failure to equitably account for the Uintah-Ouray share of the money had resulted in the proposal to separate the bands and divide the assets. Now, with the refusal of the Uintah full-bloods to cooperate with the planning board, the Uintah-Ouray tribe threatened to divide the tribe even further. The petitioners also challenged the methods used to divide the tribe. According to their resolution, a 9-person legislative committee had been empowered to work out proposals for dividing assets. This committee actually met and produced a set of recommendations for legislation, but no written signed document of the full committee resulted. Some members never had the chance to express the views of the groups they represented. All views were ultimately supposed to be heard, and the details worked out in a meeting of the entire committee. Before this could happen, however, the committee sent the recommendations to Boyden for his legal opinion only. But Boyden and the Tribal Business Committee, without authority, bypassed the Legislative Committee and sent the recommendations with a delegation of Utes supposedly representing the Ute Indians to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, the Secretary of the Interior, and Congress. Subsequently, these preliminary recommendations were incorporated into the provisions of the Partition Act, under the guise of a request and petition made by the Ute Indians. In truth, the petitioners claimed the Partition Act resulted from the specific recommendations, influence, and pressure from the United States government and members of Congress. Although their motivations were entirely different, the full-blood Uintah-Ourays had at least one thing in common with the mixed-blood Uintahs. They belatedly realized that they had been railroaded into a legislative agreement by Senator Watkins and his collaborators. The petitioners resolved that the Partition Act be amended to halt the division of assets until matters affecting property rights and assets are reviewed as to their validity, particularly in respect to undue influence and pressure exerted by tribal attorneys, and to determine whether the actions of said attorneys were motivated by some particular motive. The Uintah-Ourays sent copies of the resolution to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, Senator Watkins, and others. Suddenly, the actions of the Uintah-Ourays placed the efforts of Watkins, Boyden, and the Bureau in jeopardy. From the Bureau's perspective, the most unsettling aspect in all this was the full-blood's disenchantment with the tribal attorneys. Boyden had proven indispensable in crafting the Partition Act and in providing legal advice to both of the Ute groups. If the full-blood should turn away from him now and seek independent counsel to prosecute the claims made in their resolution, the entire programming effort, including the decision to terminate the mixed bloods, could be tied up in the federal courts for years. With potential disaster lurking, Bureau officials responded exactly as they had in 1953, when the earlier programming effort collapsed amid tribal bickering. On that occasion, the Bureau salvaged the situation by sending Robert Bennett to suppress the opposition. This time, the Bureau ordered Bennett to take a temporary leave of absence from his agency headquarters among the Consolidated Utes of Colorado, and once again visit the disaffected full-blood Utes at Fort Duchesne. The Utes convened their General Council meeting at the Ranelette Community Building on 24th of May, 1955. Although from an official point of view, Bennett attended only to help Carl Cornelius, the newly assigned programming officer, learn the ropes. In actuality, he played the dominant role in defending the programming effort. As the meeting convened, many spoke against the past programming efforts, especially against the allocation of the Colorado Judgment Funds. Bennett countered by offering an extensive analysis of exactly where the money had gone. He explained that 60 cents of every dollar had gone directly to the Utes themselves, with the balance going for a variety of useful projects. He seemed to be winning over some of the skeptics with his logic. Another speaker, John Tabby, a leading figure behind the uncompromising protest resolution, agreed with Bennett that disagreements over money had caused the major divisions in the tribe. Perhaps then, all the Utes needed was a more thorough accounting of their money and how it was being spent. But after Bennett diffused the issue, it became apparent that the full-bloods had yet another reason for resisting the long-range program. Many in the audience resisted the idea of a program, any program, After all, hadn't the mixed blood program led to their termination? Wasn't it possible that a full blood program might have the same result? Some of the more astute full-bloods feared that the programming effort would lead exactly where Senator Watkins had always said it must, to a termination program for the entire tribe. Francis McKinley, who kept the minutes of the meeting, recorded what happened next. Bennett stood and explained to the audience that the mixed blood program was a termination program and that the Partition Act had definitely set out timetables. But, he emphatically added, the full blood program was not a termination program. Yet he, Bennett said, we must state in the program that the final objective of the Indian people is to become independent, to become citizens like anybody else, and to work for a time when they could be regarded alongside the American people. He said this did not mean that the Indian people would be terminated at a certain definite time. Bennett essentially told the full-blood Utes that the new 10-year development program included termination language and objectives merely to appease Senator Watkins and his Senate subcommittee. The remaining Utes would never be terminated, he said, unless they felt that they no longer needed special government services as Indians. In the aftermath of these explanations, some of the opposition leaders withdrew their objections. Those presiding over the meeting immediately called for a vote on the proposed program, which passed by a vote of 64-0. Shortly after the General Council meeting, a new delegation of full-blood Utes carried the program to the Bureau's central offices in Washington for a second approval. Although the Bureau leadership accepted the plan in principle, Bureau specialists proposed some refinements. After the program committee made the necessary adjustments, the full-blood members of the tribe approved their new 10-year development program on November 21, 1955. Thus, after more than 5 years of planning, negotiating, arguing, and cajoling, the Utes finally had an approved long-range program. Moreover, the plan provided that the Ute tribe would continue as always, despite the terminationist language incorporated into it. The Bureau, meanwhile, would continue to offer assistance, more, in fact, than in earlier years. On the other hand, for the mixed blood group, the Bureau offered only temporary services, a harbinger of a far different future. The official BIA position held that dividing the tribe and partitioning the assets allowed both groups to progress, but in the aftermath of the 31st of March 1954 decision, full-blood members had the same difficulties reaching an agreement that they had before the expulsion of the mixed bloods. Certainly the same personality conflicts, apathy, and ignorance of the proposals plagued their planning efforts. In the long run, it is doubtful that the termination of the mixed bloods accomplished anything of lasting value for the remaining members of the Ute tribe. Given that the 10-year program had as its main objective the material improvement of the tribe and the self-reliance of the people, it is ironic that the method chosen to achieve this goal required the termination of the most acculturated members. In reality, the termination of the mixed bloods had nothing to do with the tribe's long-term interests. It came as the unnatural result of political pressures exerted by Senator Watkins's subcommittee and the ensuing fight over the Colorado judgment funds. After the fateful step of dividing the Utes, both groups had little choice but to go forward with their separate development plans. Once again, Watkins and his legislative mandate forced the issue. Deadlines had to be met. One of the last came on April 5, 1956, when the publication of the final rolls officially divided the Ute Indian tribe. According to the statistics compiled by the Bureau, 1,314 full-blood Utes retained membership in the tribe, while 490 mixed bloods found themselves scheduled for termination. Chapter 7. John S. Boyden's Magnum Opus. In the years after the passage of the Ute Partition Act, the mixed-blood Utes found themselves in grave difficulties. Much of the adversity stemmed from their having been collectively deprived of legal counsel. The BIA insisted that the mixed bloods would be adequately represented by tribal attorney John Boyden, who had also been retained as counsel for the Ute tribe, now comprised of Uintah-Ouray, White River, and Uintah full-bloods. Despite the obvious conflict of interest, Boyden himself played a large role in forcing the Bureau's hand by refusing to accept a contract with only one of the two groups on the reservation. Since he alone possessed a detailed knowledge of the problems involved in dividing the tribal assets, The BIA acquiesced in his demand that he be permitted to represent both. Individual members of the full-blood group protested this arrangement, but Boyden's influence caused greater misfortune for the mixed bloods. Under his direction, they fared poorly in the division of tribal property, and even worse in the aftermath, when they found themselves in competition with the tribe over land and resources. The Ute Partition Act required that the tribe and the mixed-blood Utes accomplish three things. The first step called for the establishment of the tribal rolls to determine the exact number of members in the two groups. The bill allowed for a brief appeals period during which individuals could challenge the findings. After the ratio of the mixed and full-blood Utes had been calculated, the second step required representatives of each group to meet within 60 days and commence a division of tribal assets. Finally, as a third step, both groups would create separate programs for the future. For the full-blood Utes, long-range planning took the form of the 10-year development program, as explained in Chapter 6. For the mixed bloods, however, the underlying terminationist agenda dictated that there would not be a long-range program. According to the Act, after the publication of the final roll, the tribe would thereafter consist exclusively of full-blood members, and mixed-blood members would have no interest therein except as otherwise provided. The law intended that the mixed bloods create a plan for the distribution of assets, nothing more. The final membership rolls, as they were established on April 5, 1956, indicated 490 mixed-blood members and 1,314 full-blood members. On that basis, the ratio for dividing tribal assets was fixed at 0.7283814 for the full-blood group and 0.2716186 for the mixed bloods. Once the ratio had been established, the main problem would presumably center on how to equitably divide the assets. The Partition Act stipulated that the mixed bloods were entitled to a share, 27%, of all the tribe's tangible assets, including land, range resources, timber, and other divisible assets, as well as unadjudicated or unliquidated claims against the United States, all gas, oil, and mineral rights, and other assets not susceptible to equitable and practicable distribution. Most members of the tribe and bureau officials connected with the partitioning process simply assumed that the reservation would be divided and that the mixed bloods would receive a proportionate share. Presumably, this would provide a sufficient land base for the mixed bloods to make a living, at least those involved in cattle or sheep ranching. In 1955, the reservation lands consisted of 1,058,769 acres, of which 985,586 were tribal, and 73,183 were allotted. Ultimately, the process of patenting lands to the mixed bloods would reduce the tribal trust lands to 859,295 acres, 802,730 of which were tribal holdings, and 56,565 allotted, resulting in a mixed blood share of 199,474 acres. Even if rangelands were considered exclusively, a straight division of assets would have resulted in approximately 300 acres for each member of the mixed-blood group. Utilizing these shares, extended families and friends could conceivably have combined enough rangeland to successfully manage cattle or sheep herds. But a related issue concerned whether the Uintah-Ouray Reservation could actually be divided in a way that would accommodate both groups. Despite his later statements to the contrary, even Boyden admitted that it could be done. In his testimony on the Partition Act before Watkins's subcommittee, Representative E.Y. Barry asked Boyden how difficult it would be to divide the reservation. Boyden acknowledged that it would be a tremendous job involving the classification and valuation of lands, but that it would not be difficult to determine which lands the mixed bloods would receive. He explained to the subcommittee that the mixed bloods were largely Uintahs and largely settled in one place. He went on to explain that the proportionate distribution of these assets to the individuals is another tremendous job. We think it can be done, and we are not going to make the mistake that has been made at some times in the past and just say, you get 40 and you get 40. In other words, Boyden did not want a straight division of assets. He had another plan in mind, a plan that he had been formulating even before the passage of the Partition Act. Despite the fact that the act required the two groups to divide the tribal assets first, and then for the mixed bloods to decide on a method for distributing them afterward, Boyden turned the whole process around. He had his own ideas about distributing assets, and his plan required that the assets be divided a certain way. He explained his thinking to Watkins's subcommittee as follows. Our plan develops something like this. We will take a whole canyon, and we know that the canyon is all grazing land. So we will organize a corporation under state law, a grazing corporation, and we will determine the carrying capacity and perhaps issue a share of stock for each cow that can be put on the range. Then the assets of the tribe there is, say, 550 shares of stock, which won't be difficult to distribute. And we will go through the reservation in that fashion. Rather than simply allow the mixed-blood population to divide their share of the land as they saw fit, Boyden envisioned that much of it would be tied up in corporations. The mixed bloods would then receive their share in stock rather than land. From Boyden's point of view, this plan had several advantages. First, it would provide those who wanted to sell their shares with an easy method of disposing of their interest. It would also allow members already engaged in cattle or sheep ranching to acquire more range, since they would be able to purchase the shares of those who sold out. In addition, Boyden's plan provided a simple method for handling oil, mineral, and other subsurface rights that could not be physically divided. Members would receive shares of stock that would appreciate in value as revenue from these resources became available. On the other hand, adoption of the plan also meant that the mixed bloods would receive their assets in a manner foreign to them. Unfortunately, as events eventually demonstrated, Boyden's corporate solution also provided an easy method for liquidating mixed blood assets. Many mixed bloods would find it easier to sell their shares than to participate in a plan they did not really understand in the first place. Senator Watkins and his fellow subcommittee members greeted Boyden's proposal enthusiastically. Watkins undoubtedly knew what Boyden had in mind, since the two men had already worked extensively together to create the partitioning legislation, and his effusive praise suggests that he favored the plan. Watkins told the assembled Ute delegation that they were very fortunate in their choice of counsel, because they have a man who is so well acquainted with their problems over the years, and a man who I'm sure everybody can trust. The mixed-blood population had little choice but to trust Boyden. While the Ute tribal leadership finalized the tribal roles and developed a long-range program, a process that took nearly 2 years, Boyden meticulously readied his asset distribution plan. The leaders of the mixed-blood group had no actual voice in the matter because no one could legally speak for the mixed bloods until after the tribal roles were finalized. Section 6 of the Partition Act stipulated that only authorized representatives could speak for the group, and then only after the mixed-blood membership had ratified its constitution and bylaws, an election that did not take place until May 1956. Prior to that time, Boyden acted on his own initiative, and with the tacit approval of the BIA. Boyden also made use of the Mixed Blood Planning Board, an informal body conceived as a precursor to the establishment of a formal mixed blood organization. On April 28, 1955, Boyden informed the board that he had readied an asset distribution plan for presentation to the Phoenix area office. He then met with the area officials and claimed that his plan had the support of the Mixed Blood Planning Group and representatives of the mixed blood membership. Most of the board members had never seen Boyden's plan and knew nothing of its contents, and the membership as yet had no official representatives. Rex Curry and Albert Harris were frequently cited as representatives in this capacity, although they were actually employees of the tribe and bureau, respectively. Harris also served as chairman of the Mixed Blood Planning Board, and in that respect, he did function as a representative, but only on an informal basis until ratification of the Constitution and bylaws. Following the publication of the final rolls in the spring of 1956, the mixed bloods held an election on May 12, 1956, ratified a constitution, and officially became the affiliated Ute citizens of the state of Utah, AUC. 2 months later, on July 14th, Boyden called for a meeting of the entire AUC membership to approve a budget for the new organization. But then, taking a cue from his mentor, Ernest Wilkinson, he unexpectedly presented his distribution plan for ratification. It was a skillful maneuver, no doubt carefully staged, because it left the Mixed Blood Planning Board without an opportunity to oppose or even study the program. UC board members who were inclined to object had little recourse because the membership as a whole favored immediate ratification. The reason for the support, according to at least one account of this meeting, was that the AUC desperately needed the $4,500 per capita payment Boyden told them the plan would immediately provide. Strictly speaking, Boyden had no legal right to proceed with the distribution plan prior to the division of assets. Section 13 of the Partition Act called for the enactment of such a plan only after the adoption of a plan for the division of the assets between the two groups. But as had been the case in virtually every step of the process, no one in the Bureau worried about specific legal requirements so long as Boyden and the tribe pursued the legislative mandate of terminating the mixed bloods, and Boyden's plan provided an easy method for accomplishing that goal. From his perspective, the distribution plan had to be approved first, because it precluded any chance that the Mixed Blood Planning Board might opt for a straight division of property, and because it laid the groundwork for the incorporation of assets that Boyden had in mind. The distribution plan accomplished this last objective in several ways. To begin with, it allowed Bureau personnel to provide technical assistance for classifying lands and determining carrying capacities and other data in order to arrive at a fair value, or other basis, for division between the groups, as hereinafter more specifically described. The plan then outlined how the lands were to be divided. Rangeland was to be organized into feasible, economically viable units, taking natural boundaries into account, and avoiding fencing wherever possible. By way of illustration, if a particular canyon was suited to cattle grazing and bounded by ledges or other natural features that avoided, or at least aided in enclosure, the carrying capacity of the entire canyon would first be determined. Once that capacity was established, one share of stock would be issued for each unit sufficient to support one cow grazing for 5 months in a normal or average year. Those interested in acquiring a range could then readily determine the number of shares required to support the number of cattle they intended to run on that range. The plan outlined the formation of a series of corporations to control cattle and sheep ranges, mineral assets, and unadjudicated claims against the United States. Before the mixed blood assets could be distributed, however, they had to be divided from those of the tribe, and the provisions stipulated in the distribution plan immeasurably complicated the process. BIA experts had to determine the carrying capacity of the various rangelands on the reservation, in addition to calculating the value of timber and other resources. In August 1956, the BIA decided that the reservation rangelands would be divided according to animal unit months, AUMs, as opposed to the cash appraisal basis preferred by the AUC Planning Board. Thus, instead of appraising the range for its actual value, a long and potentially expensive process, the Bureau decided that the value of the land would be determined by the amount of livestock it could support. This decision had far-reaching implications. When the AUC board presented its own proposal for dividing the range in April 1957, Area Director Frederick Haverland rejected it in favor of a much smaller range tract with a higher AUM rating. Altogether, the two Ute delegations were supposed to divide 884,391 acres of range. At a meeting on April 25, 1957, the AUC delegation presented a detailed proposal that allocated the mixed blood group a proportionate share of the Hill Creek extension, as well as a portion of the original reservation northwest of the Green River, from the Uintah River to Yellowstone Creek in the Uintah Valley. Haverland, however, insisted that the mixed bloods accept the Rock Creek area instead, only 172,000 acres, or 19.5% of the available rangeland. When the AUC delegates objected on the grounds that the mixed bloods represented 27% of the tribal membership, Haverland and the BIA responded that the division was based not on acreage but on AUMs. Because the Rock Creek area contained more range grass, it provided a proportionate share of the total AUMs available. Once the AUC delegates realized what they were up against, they had little choice but to follow the general recommendations of the Bureau Land Office specialists. Even so, the two sides fought over one particular range unit. Boyden resolved the impasse by negotiating a division of the contested unit, which both delegations subsequently accepted. On 25 April, the delegates completed the division and signed the maps prepared by the Bureau specialists. Haverland later boasted to his superiors that the range division was within 5 animal units of being the exact proportion due each side when considering the added breakdown of summer and winter range. He also complimented both groups on the effective manner in which they dealt with the problem before them, adding that differences had been overcome with careful thought and deliberation. But it was also true, as he noted, that the Bureau personnel were most instrumental in effecting the agreement. If the mixed blood organization fared badly in the division of rangeland, they fared even worse in the division of timber assets. On 23rd of October 1957, representatives of the AUC again met with members of the Tribal Business Committee, Bureau land specialists, and Boyden to consider possible methods of dividing timber assets. This time, the mixed bloods were determined to win a favorable agreement. Up to that point, appraisals of the timber reserves had not been satisfactory to them, because the northern part of the reservation had been declared inaccessible, meaning that the timber was of no value. So the mixed bloods started the discussion by pointing to the timber in the Hill Creek extension, an area in the extreme southern portion of the reservation annexed by the tribe in the 1930s. Arthur Workman, one of the AUC representatives, asserted that the Hill Creek region was not inaccessible and that the mixed bloods wanted a fair share of the timber located on it. But, he added, his people wanted a survey conducted before making any decisions about it. Jason Kook, representing the Full Bloods, simply noted that his group was not prepared to discuss the matter. Boyden and the Bureau specialists, however, felt that the issue could be disposed of rather quickly, though none of the specialists knew for certain how much timber there actually was at Hill Creek. They suggested that the timber be surveyed and sold, and that the two groups divide the profits. Both sides readily agreed to this, but then Boyden and the experts began debating whether the Hill Creek timber was even valuable enough to justify a survey. The specialists explained that a survey would be very expensive and that nothing could be done until the following summer, when the roads became passable. The prospect of leaving the issue unresolved irritated Boyden. "I am not in favor of having a thing that doesn't seem to have much possibility just stand out and cause a delay," he said. He then suggested that the Full Bloods simply buy it and wind it up so that we don't have it to worry about. But even that proposition required some kind of survey. The Bureau specialists pointed out that the timber only grew on the north slopes of the canyons, all of which were watershed areas, and that the timber might be necessary for erosion control. These arguments had the effect of steadily reducing the value of the timber in the minds of the participants. Finally, Otto Weaver of the Bureau offered his assessment that the total value of the timber would not run more than $1,000. Boyden proposed that the Bureau specialists make an arbitrary assessment of the value of the timber, sight unseen, so that the tribe could buy out the mixed bloods' interest in it. But Elizabeth Bumgarner of the AUC protested, arguing that we have people we must answer to. If we just tell them that it is inaccessible, they will be very angry. Preston Allen, also of the AUC, joined in. The main thing, he said, is to take care of these problems properly in the division. The mixed bloods protest left Boyden in exactly the kind of circumstance that made his representation of both groups a conflict of interest. Yet, if he was aware of his conflict, he never betrayed any sign of it. He responded to Bumgarner and Allen, "That is right. It is also what the mixed bloods want. We don't want the people to say you just gave our properties away." He then explained, "If we could just say it is worth so much as whatever it happened to be. I suppose with this group of technicians here, you could arrive at this as quickly as you could with so many appraisals." Bumgarner, thinking that her attorney had her best interests in mind, passively went along, saying, "If something has been set up in that matter, and it was divided along with the rest of them, we won't get into trouble." Boyden then passed out slips of paper to the 6 Bureau specialists, and Rex Curry, "our experts," he called them. Each of the 7 wrote down an estimate of what they thought the timber was worth. Then Boyden averaged the estimates and came up with the figure of 46 cents per acre. In that way, the tribe agreed to pay the AUC the munificent sum of 27% of 46 cents, roughly 12 cents per acre, for their share of the Hill Creek timber. Boyden's performance as counsel for both sides had been so seamless and perfect that the AUC representatives did not even realize that they had been taken in. Afterward, both Ute groups voted unanimously to approve the proposal. Preston Allen liked Boyden's solution so much that he suggested that all of the inaccessible land be dealt with in the same way. The Ute and mixed-blood delegations substantially completed the division of assets late in 1957, and the mixed-blood population met and unanimously ratified a resolution approving the division on the 18th of January, 1958. The vote finalized a long and complicated process wherein most of the mixed-blood members living on the reservation purchased their own home sites and farms from the tribe, while the tribe in turn bought out the mixed-blood interest in the town site and timber reserves. The Commissioner of Indian Affairs formally approved the division on 24 March 1958. The mixed-blood members generally supported the division of assets to the degree that they understood it, although few knew what termination would mean for them individually. Most simply wanted their share of the tribal assets so they could continue to eke out a living. Ironically, the most vociferous opposition to the distribution of assets came not from the mixed bloods, but from a small group of full-blood White River and Uintah Utes, calling themselves the Special Committee of Independent Ute Indians, or as they were more commonly known later, the True Utes. These Indians wanted to abolish all vestiges of government interference in tribal affairs. They sought a return to traditional Ute ways and encouraged the tribe to observe the teachings of the elders. The first significant expression of dissatisfaction from the full-blood faction came late in 1956, about a year after the completion of the 10-year program for the full-bloods. Julius Toohey, with the support of 60 full-blood members, sent a lengthy letter of protest to BIA Commissioner Glenn Emmons, arguing that the full-blood program had been created without the participation of the tribal membership. Toohey charged that the business manager, Curry, and his accomplices created the plan at the behest of Senator Watkins so that the Ute tribe could be used as a basis for dealing with other Indians throughout the United States, and that the termination program did not take into consideration the limited extent of full-blood acculturation. The full-blood Indians are not educated to rub elbows with the white man, he asserted. The Indians do not understand and have never understood the program. The program itself was premature by at least 20 years. The protest met with the usual bureaucratic response. Bureau personnel simply assumed that the signatories were either ignorant of or uninformed about the details of the 10-year program. One of the assistant commissioners responded by denying Toohey's assertions without actually addressing them. For example, the claim that the Utes had not been kept informed received the reply, "We do not understand why you make this inference." The assistant reminded Toohey that only the mixed-blood group is being terminated under the Act of August 27, 1954, and that the reservation will remain intact. From the point of view of the Bureau, the program had already advanced to policy, and the matter was closed. But the protesting full-blood Utes knew more about the situation on the reservation than the bureaucrats realized. Toohey's arguments were essentially correct. The Partitioning Act had been designed to showcase Senator Watkins's termination program, and the 10-year program for the full-bloods did include provisions for the eventual termination of the entire tribe. Moreover, the plan had been developed by the tribal leadership with only minimal input from the membership, the majority of whom had, as Toohey put it, never seen it or ever been called together for the purpose of discussing it. Toohey also inferred that if the termination plan comes to fruition, within a period of 5 years the funds of the Ute Indian tribe will be dissipated, the reservation divided, and the people so incensed with each other that they will be unable to live harmoniously in the same locality. His prediction would have special relevance for the terminated mixed-blood Utes. A year later, after the division of assets in the spring of 1958, the dissident full-bloods sent a set of resolutions and a petition to the commissioner and a few select congressmen. The documents asked that Public Law 671, the Ute Partition Act, the Wheeler-Howard Act, and certain other things affecting the reservation be disposed of. The group also sent a telegram to the Secretary of the Interior, asking him to disapprove of the division of the tribal assets. Not because they were opposed to the expulsion of the mixed bloods, but because they objected to the loss of reservation land. The telegram stated, "We feel that the majority of the Indians are against the land division or the sale of any more of the Indian lands on the reservation. Needless to say, the objections of the true Utes made little difference to the government officials who received them. Roger Ernst, Assistant Secretary of the Interior, responded to the telegram by simply reciting the history of the division of tribal lands and the relevant authority for these actions. Then, in a classic bureaucratic fashion, he closed with the comment, "It is hoped that this clarifies the question of the approval of the division of the Uintah-Ouray property." The division of tribal assets took place in spite of the full-bloods protest, and afterward the sole purpose of the AOC board devolved to directing the three corporations set up to manage the group's assets. John Boyden, architect of the plan that created the organization, never intended that it be anything more. In fact, he told Watkins's subcommittee that he expected the AUC to disintegrate except for their distributing corporations, which would presumably go on indefinitely. In fact, the distribution plan perfectly reflected the terminationist ideology that inspired it. In keeping with Watkins' mandate to liberate Indians, the plan declared that it did not anticipate that the mixed-blood group would allocate any funds for joint welfare, law and order, education, or other similar purposes. These things would no longer be necessary because the mixed bloods would become unrestricted citizens of the state in which they live, sharing in the responsibilities and advantages of the state just as other citizens do. In a fitting coda to the religious ideology that motivated Senator Watkins to begin with, the plan went on to remind the mixed bloods that equal rights and equal privileges are obtained by sharing in common with other citizens the civic, social, and religious responsibilities that fall upon any given community. We can best preserve the cultural values we may possess by sharing them with our fellowmen. Such sentiments were familiar to practicing Latter-day Saints like Boyden and Watkins, religiously motivated individuals who habitually proselytized their values. But Boyden saw little value in preserving elements of Ute culture. He merely expressed his belief that the mixed bloods would readily assimilate when forced into the dominant culture. The underlying philosophy of his plan had not advanced beyond the sink or swim sentiments expressed by Watkins and other terminationists years earlier. The metaphor still applied in the late 1950s. Despite the florid rhetoric of the distribution plan, the mixed-blood people still had to cope with the nearly unfathomable process of converting shares of corporate stock into a livelihood. In accordance with the plan, three corporations were established under the laws of the state of Utah on the 9th of December 1958. The most important of these, the Ute Distribution Corporation, UDC, jointly managed with the Ute tribe all assets not subject to division. These assets included unadjudicated claims cases pending against the United States, as well as income from gas, oil, and mineral resources held by the tribe. The distribution plan stipulated that each member of the AUC would receive 10 shares in the UDC, a potential windfall, since the proceeds from these assets were to be distributed in the form of stock dividends as they became available. Tribal leaders had reason to expect significant returns from the UDC. Not only was the Uintah-Ouray Reservation rich in mineral deposits, and in particular oil shale, but the three Ute bands also expected judgment money from cases pending before the Indian Claims Commission, ICC. In February 1957, news reached the tribe that Ernest Wilkinson and his law partners had won favorable decisions in two ICC dockets filed on behalf of the Uintah Utes. In the first, the ICC ordered compensation in the Spanish Fork claim, wherein the Uintah Utes sought damages for surrendering 5.7 million acres via the Spanish Fork Treaty of 1865 in exchange for treaty rights never ratified by the U.S. Senate. The second docket concerned the Uintah suit for the value of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation taken by the government in 1881 to 82, when the White River Utes were located there. The commission held that the United States had to pay for an undivided one-half interest in the entire reservation as it existed on August 15, 1882. In both cases, the ICC was expected to reward the Uintah Utes a substantial judgment against the United States, exactly as the Uintah-Ouray and White River Utes had received in 1950 in the Colorado claims cases. Although it would take some years for the Utes to realize the money from these decisions, which ultimately totaled $7.7 million, the mixed and full-blood Utes were required to share it, since the July 1950 share and share alike agreement still applied. With the establishment of the UDC, however, the tribe and the AUC finally had a mechanism for equitably distributing the judgment funds without any strings attached. Aside from the UDC, the distribution plan called for the creation of two corporations, the Antelope Sheep Range Company and the Rock Creek Cattle Company, to manage the range areas held in common by the mixed-blood stockholders. Eventually, the members were to receive stock certificates representing the one share each member received for each corporation, and then they could sell them or trade them as they saw fit. In the meantime, however, the mixed bloods already engaged in stock raising had to find other means of maintaining their herds. Formerly, the mixed bloods herded their cattle or sheep on the common sheep ranges in Antelope Canyon or the Uintah Cattle Range. After the establishment of the range corporations, they found that they were prohibited from using tribal ranges. They had expected as much, but they were not prepared to deal with the restrictions that corporate ownership placed upon them. The single share of cattle stock each member received conveyed the right to graze merely 2.5 head of cattle on the AUC range for 6 months, and the single share of sheep stock permitted the grazing of only 5 sheep for a year. Mixed-blood ranchers quickly realized that no single shareholder could possibly run livestock without acquiring additional shares. Clearly, the mixed bloods would need some mechanism to buy, sell, and trade their stock so that they could be combined in a meaningful way. Boyden assured them that these limitations could be overcome. In the meantime, tribal factionalism increased dramatically as the affiliated Utes were forced to compete economically with the full-blood members of the tribe. Now that they were excluded from membership, the old label, half-breed, took on more portentous connotations. Mixed bloods scheduled for termination became competitors in the marketplace and usurpers of tribal land and resources. As a measure of the bitterness and enmity that existed at the time, the Tribal Business Committee passed yet another ordinance to prevent future generations of mixed bloods from becoming members. On September 17, 1958, the committee decreed that no person born subsequent to the adoption of said ordinance shall be enrolled unless such person is of 5/8 or more degree Ute Indian blood of the Ute Indian tribe. The Partition Act and its clarifying ordinances essentially accomplished the same thing, but with all of the difficulties that had gone before, including the struggle to divide the tribe and partition the assets, Commissioner Emmons simply accepted the ordinance. Subsequently, membership in the tribe required 5/8 Ute Indian blood. Meanwhile, the Tribal Business Committee belatedly discovered that the partitioning process created substantial problems for the tribe as well. Rangeland taken by the mixed bloods had an adverse effect on tribal cattle grazing, especially the loss of the Rock Creek region. Henry Kutch, then acting chairman of the Tribal Business Committee, wrote to Commissioner Emmons and complained that these losses had crippled the operations of the full bloods due to a lack of balanced range conditions. Kutch, along with Rex Curry and the other business committee members, looked to Boyden to find ways of balancing the range conditions, even if it meant undercutting the control of the mixed blood range corporations. By the late 1950s, the termination policy had largely run its course. Many in the BIA witnessed the disastrous effects of termination on the Menominee and Klamath tribes. Congress, too, proved more sympathetic to the trauma induced by termination. Representative Lee Metcalf of Montana accused the Bureau of using blackmail techniques to induce tribes to agree to the policy. Defenders of termination were few, particularly after the departure from Congress of ideologues such as E.Y. Berry and Arthur Fair Watkins. Senator Watkins, long the leading proponent, lost his bid for re-election in 1958 to Democratic challenger Frank E. Moss. Evidently, Boyden also experienced a change of heart at this time. It may be that he regretted his role in partitioning the tribe, at least to the degree that it diminished the Uintah-Ouray Reservation trust lands. Autobiographical materials compiled by Boyden late in his life and subsequently published by his children support this view. His biography simply states that he did not favor the termination policy promoted by Congress during the late 1940s and 1950s, and further that in 1954, contrary to John's advice, the mixed bloods met as a group and voted to be terminated from federal supervision. By 1961, All arrangements for the finalization of termination had been completed. The 7 crucial intervening years, during which Boyden played a central role in facilitating the mixed blood termination, are not mentioned. Boyden apparently preferred not to explain his own involvement in the affair. Regardless of his motives, by the late summer of 1959, Boyden actively worked to undermine the stability of the AUC range corporations and to return mixed-blood grazing land back to the tribe. Events soon demonstrated that he not only possessed the knowledge to set up the range corporations, but also knew how to render them useless to their intended beneficiaries. Charters for the 2 range corporations had been issued only months earlier, in December 1958. At that time, Boyden assured the AUC Board of Directors that members could sell or trade their shares by simply signing the stock certificates. However, members had to wait until the certificates could be distributed, and that could not happen until the fee patents were issued for the land. In the meantime, mixed bloods in the livestock business struggled in vain to acquire grazing rights by a mechanism provided in the Partition Act known as the Private Treaty. Boyden and Bureau officials assured them that this provision allowed members to buy, sell, or trade their shares of stock by making private arrangements among themselves. Consequently, 2 to 150 shares of stock changed hands in this manner, and a few of the mixed bloods managed to acquire enough to maintain modest herds of about 100 head of cattle. It was not enough, but the mixed bloods lacked the necessary capital to acquire more. The Partition Act also granted full-blood members the right to acquire shares in the corporations through the private treaty provision, although they had no real reason to do so since they retained rights to the tribal ranges. But Curry and the full-blood members of the Tribal Business Committee began to question why members of the tribe had the right to purchase shares of mixed-blood grazing stock, while the tribe itself could not. They reasoned that if the tribe could acquire mixed-blood range rights, then some of the range lost through the tribal division could be recovered. Actually, there were several excellent reasons why the Partition Act prevented the tribe from buying AUC stock. The private treaty provision constituted the only possible mechanism for mixed bloods to acquire sufficient grazing rights under the corporate structure. Should the tribe compete for shares, individual mixed bloods would be unable to combine their shares and would be forced out of business. Individual full-blood members, on the other hand, were not likely to compete in this manner, since they already had access to tribal ranges. Moreover, tribal acquisition of AUC grazing rights would deprive individual mixed bloods of their rightful share of tribal assets, thereby undercutting the basic premise that termination would make them self-sufficient. Unconcerned with these facts, Tribal Business Committee members pressured Boyden to find a way for the tribe to acquire shares in the AUC range corporations, and Boyden once again found himself in a conflict of interest. The AUC still retained him as counsel, and he was obligated to protect their interests. But his sympathies had shifted toward the tribe. In August 1959, Boyden met with Bureau officials and convinced them to produce new regulations that omitted the private treaty provision. He proposed instead a subtle but portentous change in the policy. Henceforth, no shares of stock could be sold or traded, even between family members, without first being offered on the open market. Boyden contended that under these new conditions, the Ute tribe would have the right of first refusal on stock purchases. The newly proposed regulations had vast implications for mixed-blood Utes, slated for termination. It meant that they could not combine their shares of tribal assets in any meaningful or productive way. Rangeland, for example, could not be merged to support viable herds of livestock. Even worse, without the private treaty provision, non-Indians might conceivably outbid the tribe for AUC land, leading to the loss of tribal or AUC control. This last scenario threatened the very existence of the mixed-blood corporations, since an outsider could gain a controlling interest and dissolve them. In short, before termination even went into effect, Boyden manipulated the regulations in a way that eliminated any possibility of mixed-blood self-sufficiency. For his act of betrayal, the AUC Board of Directors refused to renew Boyden's contract in the fall of 1959. By that time, after less than 1 year of operation, the AUC range corporations had fallen into complete disarray. With the news of the new bidding regulations, a few of the mixed bloods retained Vernal attorney Hugh Colton in an attempt to protect the few shares they managed to acquire via the private treaty provision. When the Bureau published the new regulations in August 1960, the prior private treaty sales were voided on the ground that they did not conform. Mixed-blood livestock operators lost the shares they had already acquired, despite the fact that they had been repeatedly told by the legal counsel and the superintendent of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation that they should purchase whatever shares of stock might be offered to them. Colton's new clients found themselves caught in this bureaucratic trap, even though the terms of the private treaty sales had been personally approved by Uintah-Ouray Superintendent Darrell Fleming. In the meantime, Boyden and the Tribal Business Committee moved to buy stock in the AUC range corporations. In March 1960, the Business Committee wrote to Commissioner Emmons and informed him that the AUC range difficulties could be greatly alleviated if some arrangement could be made to sell all of the AUC range for cash and still make some reasonable provision for the livestock owners of the mixed blood group. The tribe proposed to buy the stock of both corporations for the appraised value and then lease the range back to the livestock owners for a period of 20 years. The letter pointed out several additional advantages that would accrue to both groups. The sale would permit mixed blood members to pay off their debts to the tribe, the land would be retained by Indians, and the full bloods range problems would be alleviated. The commissioner's office took the proposal seriously, and 6 weeks later it told the Tribal Business Committee members that it would allow the tribe to proceed with the deal on 2 conditions. First, the purchase of stock in the corporations would only be approved if the tribe could obtain a controlling interest. And second, all stock purchases had to follow the regulations established by the Partition Act, the corporate charters, and Bureau regulations. Emmons and the Bureau did not want the tribal officers wasting money on AUC stock unless they could gain control. Only then, they reasoned, would the tribe be in a position to benefit from the purchase. The needs of the mixed-blood Utes were utterly disregarded. Despite Emmons's good intentions, the conditions he imposed created significant obstacles for the tribe. Unable to restore the private treaty provision, several mixed-blood members, including those represented by attorney Hugh Colton, shifted tactics and charged that the tribe did not possess the right of first refusal on the AUC range stock. They pointed to the applicable sections in the Bureau regulations, which stipulated that only members of the tribe had the right of first refusal, not the tribe itself. Much to their surprise, Area Director Haverland agreed with them. In a letter to the commissioner, he took up the mixed blood position and argued that Bureau regulations did not include the Ute tribe in the category of member of the tribe. He further warned that continued attempts to bend the regulations would open the department to a lawsuit. If Haverland ever expected to succeed with his objection, he quickly discovered the limits of his influence. Boyden countered by dashing off a personal letter to his friend in the Bureau and fellow Latter-day Saint, Associate Commissioner Rex Lee. "We have enough difficult problems to work out," he bitterly complained, without being embroiled and entangled with technical definitions. He then followed with the age-old threat to Bureau authority. "We know there are many non-Indians using every scheme possible to circumvent the regulations and the law in order to acquire this property from the Indians. In fact, something like the opposite was true. The Bureau was attempting to circumvent the law to allow the tribe to acquire the mixed bloods land." Nevertheless, Boyden's letter had the desired effect. 2 telegrams went out almost immediately, one from the Secretary of the Interior's office, informing Haverland that his interpretation was not shared by the department, and another from the Commissioner's office, reassuring Boyden that Haverland had been informed of his error. Even though the tribe, through Boyden's maneuvering, had gained an undisputed right of first refusal on the AUC stock, the tribal officers still had to find a way to acquire a majority share. By the fall of 1960, many mixed bloods wanted to sell because they had no means of either effectively using their stock or acquiring more. The prospects had been difficult beforehand, but now that the tribe could meet any bid, it became impossible. The situation changed almost immediately, however, when Margaret Sprouse, a mixed blood member, wrote to every AUC member and urged them to sell their stock certificates to her. She offered to pay a price over and above the appraised value that the tribe would pay. By late September, Sprouse had accepted offers on 253 shares in the Antelope Sheep Range Company and another 253 shares in the Rock Creek Cattle Company. The tribe also bid on most of these shares, and so, in accordance with Bureau regulations, both parties were instructed to submit sealed bids for the stock. Since the tribe would only offer up to $350 per share and Sprouse up to $750 per share, it appeared as though the tribe would be defeated in its attempt to gain control. At this point, Boyden once again intervened and urged the tribal business committee to protest Sprouse's offer on the purported grounds that it violated Bureau regulations. The business committee argued that Sprouse could not possibly have the capital to finance such a large transaction and that she had to be purchasing the stock for non-Indian interests. Boyden had no actual proof of this allegation, but he demanded that the BIA conduct an investigation. In fact, Sprouse did have the financial resources to make the bid, since she was married to one of the wealthiest livestock owners in the region. Nevertheless, Boyden effectively used his connections in the Bureau to derail Sprouse's bid by arguing that her husband's resources constituted a non-member offer. 3 months later, the Secretary of the Interior finally ruled that the superintendent had to refuse Sprouse's more lucrative bid for the stock. Eventually, the tribe purchased most of the shares Sprouse sought to buy. But even before that occurred, Boyden found a way for the tribe to purchase an insurmountable block of shares. He accomplished this feat by persuading officers of First Security Bank of Utah to sell shares of mixed blood stock held in trust for minors and other members not considered competent to manage their own affairs. Boyden told the trust officers that the shares were of limited value to the mixed bloods, and that the shares would be substantially devalued unless the tribe obtained control of the AUC corporations. As he explained the situation, non-Indians might otherwise gain control, and the mixed-blood trustees would become minority stockholders. Disregarding its responsibility to protect the fiduciary interest of these individuals, First Security Bank dispatched an officer to the reservation to obtain consent from the ill-informed parents and guardians of the stockholders. The bank informed them that the stock would be sold for $1,000, plus an additional $100 for future hunting and fishing rights. Where the financial inducement failed to produce the required signatures, the officer of the bank simply told parents that selling the stock would be in the best interests of their children. In short order, the bank had permission to sell 147 of the 175 shares it held in trust. Thursday, Boyden had successfully convinced a large and conservative banking institution with extensive ties to both the federal government and the Mormon Church to execute the sale with astonishing haste. With the sale of the miners' shares, the mixed-blood livestock owners completely lost control of the AUC corporations. The remaining stockholders had little choice but to sell out, and the tribe gained control. Unable to work the rangelands productively and blocked in every attempt to sell or combine the grazing rights to them, the mixed bloods became, in effect, both disowned and disinherited. The tribe, meanwhile, largely succeeded in reversing the range losses that resulted from the Partition Act. In 1964, the tribe filed petitions with the state of Utah to formally dissolve the two defunct range corporations, and most of the land reverted to the reservation. The tribe was forced to settle, however, with 38 mixed-blood stockholders who never sold out. 2 years later, these holdover mixed bloods received the one thing they wanted all along: 372.38 acres of land per person. The conversion of stock to land came far too late for the vast majority of mixed bloods, who had been forced to sell their stock long before. But the events of the early 1960s threatened much more than financial loss. In 1961, the Secretary of the Interior fulfilled the requirements of the 1954 Termination Act by placing a small announcement in the Federal Register. It stated simply that effective midnight, August 27, 1961, individual mixed-blood members of the Ute Indian tribe of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation shall not be entitled to any of the services performed for Indians because of his status as an Indian. In final, ominous tones, it concluded, the federal trust relationship to such individual is terminated. After termination, many of the mixed bloods fell into the familiar pattern of poverty, fraud, and despair. Most had already lost their shares of range stock, and with them, whatever limited means of sustaining themselves they formerly possessed. They still retain their shares in the Ute Development Corporation, though primarily because the stock certificates had been retained in the vaults of First Security Bank. The UDC stock was never intended for sale. It functioned primarily as a mechanism for distributing dividends from oil and mineral assets, as well as judgment funds awarded in the ICC dockets. Beginning in 1963, however, mixed-blood Utes began selling shares of UDC stock in a last-ditch effort to stave off poverty. Once again, First Security Bank trust officers flaunted the legal safeguards that were supposed to prevent stockholders from selling without first being warned of the consequences. And this resulted in a situation of almost unparalleled fraud and malfeasance. The assistant manager of the Roosevelt branch of First Security Bank, for example, developed a thriving brokerage in UDC stock in the lobby of the bank. Before the end of the year, a large number of mixed bloods had been induced to sell their valuable UDC stock for a paltry few $100s, and often a used automobile. Unbeknownst to the original holders, the stock soon passed into the hands of non-Indian owners, who paid a far higher price for it. This development proved all the more tragic for the mixed bloods, because by the end of 1963, UDC stock had already paid dividends of over $7,100 per share. The stock represented the vast oil and mineral resources of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, resources that would last indefinitely. As a final bit of irony, the UDC dividends in 1963 also included funds from the ICC dockets filed on behalf of the Uintah band. Most of the mixed bloods were descendants of the once powerful Utah bands that became the Unitas. Now, in a final miscarriage of justice, the award money intended to compensate these Indians for the loss of their ancestral lands in Utah went to the stockholders of the Ute Distribution Corporation. But many of the Uintah mixed bloods had already sold their shares to non-Indians and left the region. It seemed that Senator Watkins's objective had been realized at last. These Utah Indians vanished into the mainstream of American life, many of them to become welfare recipients, or to take menial jobs in the unfamiliar urban centers of the West. Chapter 8: Termination and the Persistence of Identity. With the publication of mixed blood names in the Federal Register and the subsequent loss of shares in Ute assets, the long night of termination began. Most of these people had no real comprehension of what had happened to them. They did not know if termination meant that they were no longer Indians, if they were no longer members of the Ute tribe, or even if the legislation applied to them at all. If the word termination meant anything, it meant confusion. Slightly less than half of the original 490 terminated mixed bloods, the majority of whom were minors at the time Congress passed the Ute Partitioning Act, are still alive. It is interesting to note that of the 490 individuals on the March 1956 termination roll, 233 were minors, who had neither the opportunity to present their views nor a vote in the proceedings. It is also worth remembering that their parents hardly fared better in the decision process, as very few Uintahs or mixed bloods attended the critical March 31, 1954 meeting. In fact, those who attended the meeting, an estimated 400 individuals, constituted barely 22% of the tribe. In other words, a minority assembly of tribal members, composed almost entirely of Uintah-Ouray and White River Utes, decided to terminate the majority of the Uintah Utes, almost none of whom were in attendance. Little wonder that confusion reigned in the aftermath. The confusion continues. When asked about termination, mixed bloods are quick to point out that neither they nor their parents understood what was happening at the time. Many still seek to comprehend the situation. Barbara Soutier, an intelligent, acculturated woman, has pointed out that even though her name is listed on the final roll, she did not understand what happened and still does not understand it. Sonny Van and Smiley Denver, a pair of terminated Uintahs who disagree about nearly everything else, agree on this point. As Van explained it, to this day even the older ones that was adults at the time of termination, you can ask them, what did termination mean or how did it come about? They can't tell you. It was a real snow job. And to be a mixed blood, where the tribe doesn't want you and the non-Indians don't want you, you get pretty sore straddling that fence. Smiley Denver offered a similar perspective. I don't remember much about it. I was only 17 or 18 years old and was away to school. I didn't even know they were doing it until I came home, and my father told me that we'd been terminated. He was very upset about it because it really wasn't publicized. They didn't even ask the majority of the mixed bloods whether they wanted to be terminated or not. Most of them never even knew it until it was done. It was kind of a sad deal. Unable to comprehend what termination meant for them in terms of tribal and Indian identity, mixed bloods have tried over the years to recover the things they do understand: a share of royalty monies, rangeland, and hunting and fishing rights. Acculturation has been a slow and uncertain process, but they have learned one thing along the way: how to litigate. Filing suits in federal court is a way of life for a few of the mixed bloods. And not too surprisingly, these individuals have become rather notorious in district court. One judge, nicknamed Old Iron Hand by the mixed bloods, pointedly told Calvin Hackford, "I don't want to see you in this courtroom again unless it's for a very good cause." Court officials tend toward the view that mixed blood lawsuits are frivolous, but for many years litigation has been the only mechanism available to these people in fighting a system that is clearly biased against them. The litigation process began in 1964 when a handful of terminated mixed bloods contacted attorney Parker M. Nielsen with the complaint that they had been cheated out of their Ute Distribution Corporation stock. Nielsen then spent the better part of 20 years litigating securities fraud cases on behalf of these and other mixed bloods. In the process, he uncovered the sordid details surrounding the fraudulent sale and dissolution of mixed blood assets, as well as the devious role played by tribal attorney John Boyden. Nielsen's most significant and successful case, Rayos versus First Security Bank, charged that the bank, acting as an intermediary for non-Indian purchasers, had defrauded mixed bloods in the sale of their Ute Distribution Corporation stock. In April 1968, the judge ruled in favor of Nielsen's plaintiffs, but awarded only $1,500 per share of stock in damages. Disappointed by this paltry settlement, the mixed bloods, led by Preston Allen, responded by resurrecting the name Affiliated Ute Citizens of Utah and filed a suit against the federal government in an attempt to wrest control of the mixed blood mineral assets from the UDC. By 1968, the question of asset management had become a ranting issue for the mixed blood members. Many believed that the affiliated Ute citizens had an inherent right to manage assets, as well as to decide other matters of concern for the terminated group. But Boyden filed a brief on behalf of the Ute tribe contending that Allen and his associates had arrogated the name Affiliated Ute Citizens, and that the organization had ceased to exist years earlier after conveying its title and authority to the UDC. Thus began a long controversy that continues to this day, with the UDC continuing as the sole managerial apparatus for mixed blood assets. First Security Bank, meanwhile, appealed the Rayos case, and together with the claims case, Rayos became consolidated under the name Affiliated Ute Citizens versus United States. The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals overturned Nielsen's victory in Rayos, finding that First Security Bank had engaged in nothing more devious than ordinary banking practices. However, the U.S. Supreme Court granted Nielsen's petition for a writ of certiorari and reviewed the case in August 1971. The outcome was decidedly mixed, with the court agreeing with the original judgment in Rayos that First Security Bank had defrauded the Native Americans whose interests it was bound to protect. But the court also found that the United States did not share in the bank's liability. Thus, the mixed blood group won in principle, but did not receive the compensation they were seeking. Despite the conclusions reached by the Supreme Court in the Rayos case, considerable evidence points to the fact that the court did not delve into the facts surrounding the creation of the UDC, probably because it affirmed the dismissal of the Affiliated Ute Citizens case due to a lack of jurisdiction. The facts are unclear, but a close reading of the resolutions adopted by the AUC in late 1958 and early 1959 suggests that the members merely followed the lead of Boyden, who quietly engineered the UDC takeover of the AUC management without the informed consent of the directors, who continued to conduct business in a normal fashion. Despite the lack of a clear-cut determination in this matter, the Supreme Court decision has been used to head off further adjudication of the management of mixed blood assets. Concurrent attempts to recover compensation for the loss of hunting, fishing, and water rights also met with frustration. In October 1977, the U.S. Court of Claims decided that the statute of limitations prevented consideration of their claims. In a similar fashion, a second case filed against First Security Bank on behalf of mixed-blood miners, Mira versus First Security Bank, also resulted in failure when the judge ruled that the miners should have joined other plaintiffs in the 1965 Rayos case. In subsequent years, mixed-blood plaintiffs have engaged in a multitude of lawsuits, mostly aimed at the United States or the UDC. Factionalism and cross-purposes have combined to defeat many of these efforts, although there have been occasional successes. Orana Bumgarner-Felter won an important victory against the United States and the Ute tribe in United States versus Felter, decided in District Court in Utah in 1982 and affirmed by the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals in 1985. Felter sued after being convicted of fishing on Ute tribal land without permission. She argued that her status as a mixed blood did not abrogate her treaty rights, and the court agreed. For the most part, however, the recourse to legal remedies has only engendered greater factionalism and undercut the possibility of unified action. Even Parker Nielsen finally concluded that these disputes did not lend themselves to judicial resolution. He noted that in each case, the decisions rendered seemed to be expressive of an attitude that the termination episode must be closed. During the 1990s, the mixed-blood Utes took a few halting steps in a new direction. Increasingly, they looked beyond compensation and sought the reinstatement of their birthright. They employed several attorneys to explore avenues leading to tribal restoration. In 1993, mixed bloods met at Bottle Hollow Resort on the Uintah-Ouray Reservation to gather testimony on termination, which they hoped would influence officials in the Department of the Interior to reinstate them to membership in the Ute tribe. The tribe's opposition doomed that particular effort, but the episode provides evidence that the mixed bloods were moving toward collective action. At the same time, a few mixed blood factions continued to pursue remediation in the courts, filing suits against the UDC in an attempt to regain control over the distribution of assets and treaty rights. Past attempts to regain mixed blood control of asset management were repeatedly rebuffed. In 1971, for example, Boyden referred to such a group as a rump revival of an association that has divested itself of all title and authority. In recent years, the UDC staunchly defended and asserted its managerial rights before the courts, and the BIA, Chris Denver, the director of the UDC, maintained in a 1998 interview that the original affiliated Ute citizens had irrevocably delegated all their authority to the UDC, the Rock Creek Cattle Corporation, and the Antelope Sheep Range Company. And in all the documents I have seen, they have gone out of business. Now, since that time, yeah, they can reorganize, but what authority do they have? In my opinion, they don't have any authority. Denver cited as evidence the Supreme Court's decision in the affiliated Ute citizens case, and he contended that the UDC has the legal right to act as the joint manager of non-divisible assets with the Ute Tribal Business Committee. In a brief filed with the BIA, Denver noted that groups calling themselves AUC have sought to challenge the legitimacy of the UDC without success for more than 25 years. And further, that the AUC had permanently delegated its authority to the UDC. Thus, in the opinion of the UDC director, there is no legally constituted group known as the Affiliated Ute Citizens of Utah. Naturally, members of the AUC harbor similar views about the illegitimacy of the Ute Distribution Corporation. Dora Vann, current president of the AUC, has put forward several arguments and legal theories to support her main contention that the UDC is a state entity unlawfully injected into the jointly held management of mixed blood and Ute tribal assets. 17 in 1996, she and other members of the AUC attempted to legally dissolve the UDC, but the state of Utah took a dim view of her actions, and the state attorney general threatened criminal prosecution. The UDC also filed criminal conspiracy charges against the AUC Board of Directors. Vann's repeated attempts to intervene in matters involving the UDC also met with rejection by the courts, leading her to turn to Congress for redress. In a letter to Senator Daniel K. Inouye, vice chairman of the Select Committee on Indian Affairs, she argued that the mixed bloods had been systematically extracted from joint management by the BIA and others, and that the AUC had been judicially and administratively replaced by a corporation operating under Utah law. On that point, at least, both sides readily agree. The legality of these actions remains in dispute. It appears that the mixed blood members have reached an impasse in their attempts to regain control of non-divisible assets, manage their treaty rights, or gain compensation for past losses. Many of these individuals have been fighting this battle for so long that they cannot let go of it. Termination has left a mark on them, a mark of victimization that has become a part of who they are. Yet this is not necessarily harmful to their efforts to regain group prerogatives. Sociologists Stephen Cornell and Douglas Hartman have noted that ethnic and racial identities can be significant forces in their own right. Although circumstances can construct identities, identities are capable, via the actions they set in motion, of reconstructing circumstances. Putting it another way, they note that ethnic identity sometimes produces circumstances of its own. Ultimately, this may happen for the mixed-blood Utes, although it would mean a different outcome than restoration to the Ute tribe. Dora Van does not want to seek federal recognition outside the tribe because, as she said in a May 1999 gathering of the AUC, giving up membership means giving up a claim to the tribal assets. Yet she also acknowledged that, as a people, the mixed bloods had been kicked to death by the courts. A few of the other AUC members also saw the futility of their situation. Shirley Reed, speaking at the same meeting, urged AUC members to stop filing suits over the UDC management, assets, and similar matters, arguing that the mixed bloods need to go back to the beginning and undo these management structures. She seemed to be asking the surviving mixed bloods to consider who they are and to ask themselves how they got to be in such a damn sad situation. Much has been written about the causes and effects of termination policy, but very little research in this field has examined the impact of the policy on the racial identity of terminated peoples. In part, this is because most termination studies have focused on tribal groups like the Klamath, Menominee, or Southern Paiute Indians, groups that eventually managed to regain federal recognition as Indian tribes. But what of those terminated Indians who have never regained federal recognition? One question that has never been sufficiently addressed concerns the identity status of post-termination Indians. How did they come to perceive themselves? Did they vanish into the larger mainstream of American society? Did they persist in their Indian identity, or did they construct a new post-termination Indian identity? To phrase these questions another way, we might ask if Senator Watkins and his colleagues accomplished their objective with regard to those who never regained federal recognition. That is, were they successfully terminated in the sense that they ceased to see themselves as Indians? The story of the terminated mixed-blood Utes serves as an interesting case study in this regard because they, unlike other victims of termination policy, remain marginalized by the process. As a result of the Ute Partitioning Act of 1954, the mixed bloods lost their trust status with the federal government, lost their membership in the Ute tribe of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, and in some instances even lost their place in the local communities of Utah's Uintah Basin. While most tribal groups subjected to termination have regained tribal status and federal recognition, the terminated Utes have not. Nor are they likely to regain tribal membership given the prevailing political and economic realities of the Uintah Basin. What mixed bloods do possess is an identity forged by shared experiences, common descent, and community bonds. On the most basic level, the social construction of ethnic and racial identity in contemporary America is a negotiated status, determined by the interplay between external circumstances and definitions that the group must accommodate and the actions and internal conceptions that group members create for themselves. In this way, they become active players in the process, not passive victims. In the Ute case, administrative and legislative action fulfilled the ascriptive aspect of this formula. But Watkins, Meyer, Berry, and others failed to consider the extent to which mixed-blood Utes would define their own identity status. In the aftermath of termination, They were no longer on the tribal rolls at Uintah and Ouray, but did they still consider themselves to be Indians? This question needs further refinement, because in 1954, mixed-blood Ute identity did not necessarily mean the same thing as Ute identity, which was clearly not the same as Indian identity. Watkins and his cohorts did not appreciate the extent to which people often have multiple layers of ethnic identity. Mixed-blood Utes, for instance, identified themselves as members of extended Ute families or bands, mostly the Uintah Ute band, at the most primary level, but they also saw themselves as Utes, as Indians, and, in a broader sense, as Americans. As Jack Forbes has pointed out, mixed-blood peoples, perhaps more than others, tend to emphasize different identities as time and circumstances demand. Those charged with the responsibility of administering the termination process and overseeing the partitioning of Ute assets recognized the strong possibility that the mixed-blood Utes might construct a new identity out of their shared historical and cultural heritage, a process variously termed social construction or ethnogenesis. Boyden, in particular, assumed that the mixed-blood group would exist for a time as an organization bound together by economic rather than cultural interests. One aspect of mixed-blood Ute social construction included the creation of the quasi-tribal economic association of the affiliated Ute citizens of Utah, complete with its board of directors and corporate structures to manage the cattle, sheep, and mineral assets of the membership. Beyond the economic considerations, however, Boyden and the early leaders of the mixed-blood group made no attempt to create or maintain group institutions that would persist or regenerate cultural awareness. The Mixed-Blood Planning Board may have believed that the shared economic interests would be sufficient to hold the organization together. Or more likely, they may have expected that mixed-blood Ute identity would continue only on a symbolic level, symbolic ethnicity, while membership gradually assimilated into the dominant society. But the ongoing controversy between the UDC and the AUC over control of mixed-blood assets demonstrates that Boyden, at least, never intended that the mixed-blood group would persist indefinitely. He devised a governing apparatus for the mixed bloods that would function only as an instrument of dissolution. Once the partitioning of assets had been accomplished, his plan contrived for the AUC board to convey its rights and authority to the UDC and to extirpate itself. If the mixed-blood Utes have no legal standing, what do they retain? Assessing the efficacy of termination in ending or renewing ethnic status requires an examination of the possibilities. Asking whether termination effectively eradicated Indian identity boldly or recklessly raises the question, what makes a person an Indian? Or, what are the attributes of Indianness? Social theorists have delineated the parameters of ethnicity and race, but it is paramount to note that both are social constructions. The approach applied here is pragmatic, but it begins with the premise, articulated by Michael Omi and Howard Winant, that race is not an essence, not something fixed, concrete, and objective, but rather an unstable and decentered complex of social meanings constantly being transformed by political struggle. In much the same way, Stuart Hall notes that ethnic identities are constructed historically, culturally, politically, and that the term ethnicity acknowledges the place of history, language, and culture in the construction of subjectivity and identity. When non-Indians think about historical predicaments like the one the mixed-blood Utes find themselves in, they are as likely as not to think to themselves, well, those people are not real Indians. They assume that the mixed bloods are infiltrators, mostly white people, who tried to pass themselves off as Indians until the real Indians expelled them from the tribe. Those who know better, such as the Uintah and Ouray members or the BIA personnel affiliated with the reservation, often take the view expressed by a recent superintendent. Mixed bloods are individuals who voluntarily terminated their status as Indians with the United States government. This agency views the mixed bloods as individuals of Indian blood to whom we have a special trust relationship based on indivisible assets, outlined in the Termination Act and subsequent court cases. While it is hardly the case that the mixed bloods voluntarily terminated their status, With very few exceptions, the superintendent came much closer to the mark when he acknowledged the historical and political legitimacy of these people. More significantly, he noted the continuation of the special trust relationship based on political arrangements made by Congress and the courts. Perhaps the most important external indices of Indian identity, that is to say, the definitions that people and organizations ascribe to Indians, are those that function on a practical level. Of course, there are almost as many working definitions of Indians as there are applicable government agencies. The Census Bureau, the Indian Health Service, and the Indian Arts and Crafts Act define Indians in their own bureaucratic ways. The BIA, on the other hand, does not define Indians at all, at least not overtly. The Bureau provides services to federally recognized tribes whose members are identified on a tribal level, and it maintains a branch of acknowledgement and research, BAR, to determine which groups of Indians qualify for federal recognition. The BAR consequently uses yet another definition for that purpose. How tribes define themselves depends greatly on the political and economic needs of the tribe, and there are many approaches available. The Oklahoma Cherokees, for example, use a standard of ancestry that allows any descendant of the original enrollees, based on the Dawes Rolls of 1907, to qualify for membership. Not surprisingly, the 1990 census identified 364,072 Cherokees, the largest number of self-identified tribal affiliates in the United States. Why does the Cherokee tribe cast such a wide net over potential members? Because in doing so, the tribe increases its share of available federal funds. On the other hand, tribes with limited internal resources, such as the Ute tribe of the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, prefer to employ highly restrictive blood quantum standards. In this way, they retain control of the oil shale and mineral royalties that support the tribal membership. Simply put, the larger the membership, the smaller the per capita payments. Thus, the Utes opt for exclusionary membership criteria. Fiscal and social realities dictate that most tribes try to maintain a balance between the poles of future membership growth and immediate economic needs. In doing so, they typically rely on the European-derived blood quantum construct described in the preceding chapters. Tribes use these standards because they actually make sense from a certain political and economic perspective. For example, Melissa L. Meyer has demonstrated a correlation between more exclusive blood quantum restrictions and the ability of tribes to maintain control over their land base. Scientific evidence, on the other hand, does not support the notion that blood or ancestry has any deterministic properties for individual members of a given race, nor does it provide any biologically significant way of determining the degree of ancestry an individual may possess. As we have seen, blood quantum requires an identifying benchmark of ancestors considered to be 100% members, usually derived from tribal censuses taken in the late 19th or early 20th century, but there is no reliable way to determine the supposed ancestral purity of the benchmark population. Someone born today would theoretically have 510 ancestors in roughly 8 generations going back to the year 1800. Counting back 20 generations to the year 1500 would include more than 1 million ancestors. The contemporary American Indian population is such an amalgam of composite indigenous American, European, African, and other ancestries that blood quantum definitions have no real scientific or legal validity. The legal fiction of blood quantum has led many scholars, including Joan Nagel, to conclude that self-identification is the only logical method for determining ethnic identity. Nagel notes that members of other ethnic or racial minorities are not required to prove their status. She claims that the attendant dissolution of tribal culture, which would necessarily follow if members were allowed to self-identify, would be offset by the guarantee of demographic survival. But she and other scholars do not say how self-identification standards could be imposed on tribes without violating their right to define themselves. At the extreme end of the self-identification spectrum is the phenomenon of postmodern Indian identity, a theme that recurs with surprising regularity in academic circles. A recent note on an internet discussion group, for example, defended the phenomenon of white people discovering real or fictitious Aboriginal roots and eventually coming out as Indians. Rather than perceiving elements of ethnic fraud in this approach, the author defended the practice on the grounds that the issue of identity is more complex than just a set of criteria, and further, that the postmodern world requires that people be able to reinvent themselves several times throughout their lifetime. One can only wonder at the response of the Ute Tribal Business Committee to an application for membership based on that logic. The problem with this approach is that federally recognized Indian tribes retain more than ethnic identity. They also possess unique political rights, historically identified by racial criteria, and attendant sovereign powers. One of these powers, buttressed by numerous Supreme Court decisions, for example, Santa Clara Pueblo versus Martinez, is the right of tribal governments to determine tribal membership. It is inconceivable that a conservative community, such as the Uintah-Ouray tribe, would open its membership rolls to anyone who, for example, wanted a share of their oil shale and gas revenues. There is, of course, a significant difference between claiming to be an Indian and claiming tribal membership. Individuals presumably possess inalienable rights of self-identification in the pursuit of personal liberty. Problems arise, however, when the rights of individuals intrude into the prerogatives of groups with special rights in society, such as federally recognized Indian tribes. Too often, elements of racial or ethnic fraud emerge, even in small, seemingly personal ways. Most scholars in fields of study related to American Indians can point to individuals who have changed their names or emphasized remote ties to tribal populations in an effort to gain preferential treatment in the hiring or admissions process. One study, undertaken at UCLA in 1993, found that less than 15% of the nearly 200 students who were self-identified as American Indians or Alaska Natives on admissions applications were actually enrolled in federally recognized tribes. Only about 5% of these self-proclaimed Indians had more than one-quarter Indian ancestry, and most of the students admitted that they were primarily Caucasian and came from homes with median incomes of $80,000. A number of studies have attempted to identify real Indians from the presumptive counterfeit ones. This is a difficult proposition because, as William T. Hagen demonstrated in his pioneering study of Sylvester Long Lance, Jamake Highwater, and other ersatz Indians, fraudulent Indians are likely to appear anywhere and are seldom exposed as such. As we have seen, the story of Ute termination is no exception. In 1953, one Frank Tom Pesaw, a pseudo-Indian activist and con artist, turned up at Uintah-Ouray and only added to the confusion and discord at that pivotal moment in tribal history. Beyond exposing these obvious frauds, the practice of identifying real Indians becomes a murkier proposition. Anthropologist James A. Clifton and his co-authors discovered as much with the publication of their 1990 anthology, The Invented Indian: Cultural Fictions and Government Policies, which provoked an angry reaction from several Indian scholars, especially Vine Deloria Jr. In his rebuttal, Deloria poignantly asked, "Who is to tell any group of Indians that they must submit meekly to the machinations of Congress, or a state or county government, and forfeit what they feel in their hearts is their personal and community identity?" And then, even more to the point, he argues, definitions of social science, that Indians are only full-bloods, only traditionalists, or only people who still speak the tribal language, all fall away before the reality of rural living, experienced in a small Indian community. His point is especially well received in the communities of Utah's Uintah Basin, where mixed bloods and tribal members have lived together for decades. Occasionally, attempts to identify real Indians serve the valuable purpose of preserving Indian culture and legitimizing tribal authority. In the mid-1960s, Albert Warhaftig demonstrated the continued existence of traditional Cherokee communities in eastern Oklahoma, communities that had been overlooked because they did not fit the assimilationist model prevalent in that time and place. But the question, who are the real Cherokees, is more relevant to those involved in administering the individual Indian money accounts and other rudiments of the federal trust relationship. Otherwise, such cultural distinctions manifest less significance. Does an individual have to speak the Kiowa language to be a real Kiowa? Does one have to participate in the Navajo Blessing Way ceremony to be a real Navajo? These questions make more sense from an anthropological perspective than from a fiduciary one. Indian identity is unlike other types of racial or ethnic identity in this regard due to the special relationship Indian populations retain with the federal government. In this context, identity refers to tribal connections and legitimacy based upon the fiduciary logic that underpins any trust relationship. For trust purposes, Indians are not identified as people who are necessarily racially or culturally distinct, but rather as beneficiaries based on patterns of inheritance. The question so often overlooked centers on the rationale behind the trust relationship. Is it based upon wardship and the concomitant inability of Indians to manage their own affairs, or is it based upon contractual obligation? The answer is complicated by the fact that in different eras and historical contexts it has been both. But the thrust of Indian law in modern times has emphasized the latter, more fiduciary interpretation. What if Indians choose not to retain their language and earlier cultural practices? Do they cease to be Indians? More pertinently, should the loss of indigenous cultural markers lead to the removal of trust status with the federal government? The answers are no, and again, no. Indian culture has never been frozen in time, and the government does not have the right to presume that it has. Indigenous peoples have the right to change as living adaptive societies. The U.S. Supreme Court first sanctioned this view in Winters v. United States in 1908. In the words of the court, it would be extreme to believe that Congress took from Indian tribes the means of continuing their old habits, yet did not leave them the power to change to new ones. Moreover, over the course of the 20th century, the federal courts moved away from definitions of the trust relationship that are based primarily on cultural considerations. Again, this is not wardship, but rather a question of inheritance. The mixed-blood Utes, as descendants of the original Ute Treaty Bands of Utah, should be numbered among the legal inheritors of the rights and benefits that accrue from the loss of former Ute lands along the Wasatch Front. The inhabitants of Salt Lake City, Provo, and Spanish Fork would undoubtedly scorn any suggestion that they are not entitled to their homes and property along the Ora 15 corridor just because the Spanish Fork Treaty of 1865, which gave their Mormon ancestors legal claim to the land, was never ratified by the U.S. Senate, or that the treaty no longer applied to them because the original negotiators had long passed away. The non-Indian residents of Utah have undergone a mighty cultural transformation since 1865, yet no one questions the continued validity of the agreement. By the same token, it cannot be reasonably argued that the descendants of the Ute signatories should forfeit their inheritance, promised in exchange for that vast cession of land, simply because they are culturally distinct from their forefathers. It has nothing to do with culture or acculturation or wardship. Rather, it is a matter of birthright, inheritance, and legal obligation. Perhaps the most measured standard in determining Indian identity for purposes of establishing eligibility for federal trust protection is the method employed by the Federal Acknowledgement Office and the BIA groups petitioning for recognition have to meet 6 specific standards, labeled, in typical bureaucratic fashion, A through F, as outlined in the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, Section 83.7. In brief, petitioners have to demonstrate the following. That they have been identified as an American Indian entity on a substantially continuous basis since 1900. Several methods of documenting this identification are suggested, including evidence of relationships with federal, state, or local governments, historical or anthropological recognition, and participation in national, regional, or local Indian organizations. B, that they have existed as a distinct and continuous community from historical times until the present, utilizing data supporting marriage, social, or economic relationships between members, evidence of discrimination or other social distinctions made by non-members, cultural or religious activity between members, or exclusive or near-exclusive geographical proximity. Key, that they have exercised political authority over members from historical times until the present by providing evidence of political mobilization, demonstration of communication with and involvement in political processes between members and leaders, and manifestations of political influence or authority at given points in time. D. That they have governing documents or traditions establishing membership criteria and governing procedures. E. That the membership consists of individuals who have descended from a historical Indian tribe or tribes which combined and functioned as a single entity, as demonstrated by tribal rolls, official membership records, or church, school, or other enrollment records. The current membership of the mixed-blood Ute Indians, the affiliated Ute citizens, generally meets the above criteria, even though they are not eligible to apply. Standard A, the stipulation that petitioners be identified as an American Indian entity on a substantially continuous basis since 1900, could be satisfied with reference to membership rolls used before and after Ute incorporation in 1937. The fact that the AUC has only intermittently functioned as a bona fide governing body in the 3 decades after termination would seem to preclude this claim, except that the regulations make allowance for periods of inactivity or non-recognition. The regulations state that evidence that the group's character as an Indian entity has from time to time been denied shall not be considered to be conclusive evidence that this criterion has not been met. More problematic in this regard are standards C and D, which require that petitioners have exercised authority over members from historical times until the present, and that they have governing documents or traditions establishing membership criteria and governing procedures. But these, too, anticipate periods of inaction by allowing evidence of activity at specific points in time. Prior to termination in 1961, the mixed-blood Utes fell under the governance of the tribal leadership at Uintah-Ouray, and then of the AUC Board of Directors, an organization created with the specific purpose of facilitating separation from the tribe and managing the jointly held assets in range and livestock corporations. In recent years, the terminated mixed bloods have resurrected the organizational structure of the affiliated Ute citizens and battled the non-Indian controlled Ute Development Corporation in an effort to regain control of their lost political and economic assets. They continue to function on the basis of a written constitution and bylaws with elected leaders. Standard B also poses problems, but not insurmountable ones. It stipulates that members existed as a distinct and continuous community from historical times until the present. Although there has been a pattern of dispersal since the termination era, a large core of AUC members still live in and around the community of Roosevelt, Utah. An effort by a law firm to locate terminated mixed bloods in 1967 turned up 383 of the original 490 members. Nearly half, 47%, or 181 individuals, still lived on the reservation and in border communities such as Roosevelt, Vernal, Duchesne, Ballard, La Pointe, and White Rocks. Another 24%, 94 individuals, had migrated to the Wasatch Front metropolitan area, stretching from Brigham City and Ogden to the north and southward through the Salt Lake Valley to Provo. Taken together, these figures constitute a significant population in reasonable proximity to the Uintah-Ouray Reservation, especially considering that termination meant the loss of employment and access to tribal assets for most of these people. Standard E is also readily surmountable, as it requires only that the members be descendants of a historical Indian tribe or tribes which combined and functioned as a single entity. As noted previously, the vast majority of the terminated Utes were members of the Uintah Band, a composite band descended from several indigenous groups to central and eastern Utah. Although these Indians had prolonged contact and considerable intermarriage with non-Indian populations, their mixed-blood descendants still possess significant amounts of Ute ancestry. At the time of the preparation of the final roll, the blood quantum of those selected for termination averaged 9.30 seconds, or 28%, well above the one-quarter Indian ancestry required by the BIA for most federal services. It should be remembered also that the Uintah Utes freely adopted members of neighboring tribes into their own, especially Shoshone and captive Paiute and Navajo. When ancestry from other tribes is taken into consideration, the average blood quantum of the terminated mixed bloods rises considerably, from 28% to 36%, a fairly high measure of ancestry, even for many long-established, federally recognized tribes. In contemporary times, terminated mixed-blood Utes and their descendants are quick to point out that they retain extensive kinship ties to members of the Uintah-Ouray tribe. This is to be expected, for, as Cornell and Hartman note, when groups and circumstances combine to construct ethnicity, members typically claim primordial moorings, an anchor in blood ties or common origins. The presence of blood ties, whether genuine or symbolic, lifts ethnicity above other identities as a defining feature of human communities and as a potential basis of action. In the case of the mixed-blood Utes, the kinship ties are accepted as genuine even by full-blood relations, who point instead to their relative lack of involvement in Ute cultural traditions as a rationale for termination. Regardless of their degree of acculturation, almost all terminated individuals are bitter about losing their standing in the tribe, while other members of their extended and sometimes immediate family did not. In an interview conducted for this study, Smiley Denver, a terminated Uintah Ute, expressed sentiments that are fairly typical of those whose families were divided. I was born in 1937, and my sisters and brothers who were born after 1940 weren't on the termination roll. So I'm the only one besides my father who was. They decided that anybody who was less than half Indian wasn't on the roll. None of my brothers or sisters were. I'm the only one who was. That's caused some problems. It's caused a lot of problems among the mixed bloods as far as the full bloods are concerned. There are a lot of people who were terminated who were mixed bloods who have full blood families, and it's caused a lot of problems there. More to the point, perhaps, are the sentiments of Keith Burdick, son of a terminated mixed blood, who characterized the mixed bloods as members of his extended family and describes the lingering bitterness that termination created for them. I don't know anybody who was happy with it. It caused a lot of enemies. It turned brothers against brothers. I know of one brother who enrolled and one who didn't. We had first cousins enrolled. Our families were close, and all the cousins played together and spent a lot of time together, and I had a relationship. Her dad was Ottawa, and he worked for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But because she had some Ottawa blood, they enrolled her in the Ute tribe, even though she had no more Ute blood than me. And of course, when the time comes for the individual Indian money, IIM accounts, she gets her thousands, and the rest of the cousins don't get anything. We go, why? Tell us why. The combination of mixed blood identification as Indians, continuous existence as a distinct community, possession of political authority and organic government, and descent from a historic tribe would seem to bode well for either restoration to the Ute tribe or for federal recognition as an independent tribal entity. However, Standard F of the Bureau's standards for recognition precludes these possibilities. It states unambiguously that in order to qualify for recognition, neither the petitioner nor its members are the subject of congressional legislation that has expressly terminated or forbidden the federal relationship. If that were not enough, the regulations also state that splinter groups, political factions, communities, or groups of any character that separate from the main body of a currently acknowledged tribe may not be acknowledged under these regulations. Why did the authors of the federal acknowledgement legislation specifically deny terminated Indians access to its provisions? Presumably because they did not want mid-level officials of the BIA to undo the work of Congress or to usurp its prerogatives. Nevertheless, the federal acknowledgement standards employed by the BIA may or may not apply with equal force to victims of termination, like the mixed-blood Utes, since the U.S. Supreme Court declared in Menominee Tribe of Indians versus United States, 1968, that the tribes themselves continue to exist after termination. The United States does not possess the power to dissolve communal bonds that predate the federal union or to decide who is or is not an Indian. Termination legislation provides for the orderly termination of federal supervision over the property and members of the tribe. That is, Congress can terminate only the federal tribal relationship, not the tribe itself, and subsequent court decisions have affirmed that tribes may redefine themselves ethnologically. The BIA concluded as much at the time of the tribal division. In 1956, in an attempt to understand the provisions of the Ute Partition Act, Commissioner Emmons asked his solicitor's office for clarification about the status of mixed bloods as members of the tribe. He received the reply that mixed blood means a member of the tribe who does not possess sufficient Indian or Ute Indian blood to fall within the full-blood class, as defined herein. In other words, though they were subject to termination, the mixed bloods remained tribal members. As legal historian Charles F. Wilkinson defines the issue, tribalism continues until the members themselves extinguish it. Tribalism depends on a tribe's own will. Two fundamental and separate processes are at work here. The question of federal recognition is based on the government's fiduciary responsibility to oversee the trust relationship. It has nothing to do with the supposed authenticity of tribes or groups of Indians as ethnic or racial entities. Indeed, as Cornell and Hartman have posited, authenticity is a social convention. As usually happens, they argue, some set of group members or outsiders selects a version of an identity and defines it as authentic, granting it a privileged status. They then use it to distinguish between persons and identities, past and present. The grounds of supposed authenticity, however, are essentially arbitrary. Virtually every people in the world's history has engaged in some sort of contact and interaction with other peoples. Visiting, trading, fighting, cooperating, dominating, submitting, and reproducing. They have traded not only goods but also words, ideas, and practices. They have adopted what they found useful and ignored the rest. At what point in that long process of exchange and adaptation have the cultures and identities involved been authentic, and at what point did they lose their authenticity? We would argue that authenticity has been present either at every point or at no point, or simply whenever we or they arbitrarily decide. Clearly, there is no validity to the argument that the full-blood members of the Ute tribe deserved to retain membership because they were more authentically Indian than the mixed bloods. The real question centers on the trust status, something that had never been an issue until Senator Watkins arbitrarily imposed his ideology on the Ute tribe under the guise of policy. In retrospect, the termination of the mixed-blood Utes emerges as nothing more, functionally, than a political maneuver. And it is in the realm of politics that the perspectives and beliefs of tribal politicians and federal policy formulators emerge as paramount. This was true in 1954 when Arthur Watkins and Ernest Wilkinson applied their Mormon-inspired ideologies to Indians. And it is true today as affiliated Ute citizens struggle to define themselves and find recognition from others. Given that termination originated in ill-conceived policy, it stands to reason that this injustice should be the subject of a political remedy. Possibly the last remaining legal recourse for the AUC is to seek tribal restoration from Congress, presumably as an independent tribal entity. The language of the Code of Federal Regulations makes it clear that Congress reserves the right to determine the fate of terminated tribes and individuals based on the logic that since it took congressional action to remove the trust status of these Indians, it should require congressional action to restore it. This legal barrier is an unusually difficult one for the AUC for two reasons. First, members of the Ute tribe at Uintah-Ouray would likely oppose such a move on the grounds that land or resources committed to such a reconstituted tribe could come at their expense. And second, members of the Utah congressional delegation are more than likely to oppose such a move. Congress could override the former objection, but the potential for philosophical antagonism from Utah's congressional representatives is a formidable problem indeed. It is usually difficult to generalize about a particular state's congressional makeup, but in Utah, this is less true. Since the 1970s, a large majority of Utah senators and representatives have been conservative Republicans and members of the Mormon Church. Both points are significant. Conservatives and Mormons alike tend toward neoconservative interpretations of racial equality, which trumpet the supremacy of individual rights over prerogatives of groups, especially racial minorities. Neoconservatism conveniently abhors prejudice and discrimination while simultaneously opposing governmental initiatives based on categories of race or ethnicity. The idea is to promote a colorblind society in which individuals may rise as high as their talents and ambitions will carry them. For political conservatives, however, this stance effectively protects the status quo, since members of racial minorities often start with significant socioeconomic disadvantages. Mormons are also philosophically attracted to neoconservative race ideology because it coincides neatly with a theology that emphasizes individual salvation based on good works and righteous living. In either case, the neoconservative political orientation of Utah's recent congressional delegates predisposes them to a negative view of racially construed rights, such as those previously held by the AUC. Senator Orrin Hatch, for example, sponsored a bill in 1994 to restore the tax-exempt status of terminated mixed bloods, a measure that appeared to be quite generous on the surface. In fact, however, the Hatch bill only restored tax exemptions for the approximately one-third of the mixed bloods who still retained their shares of UDC stock. The legislation was clearly intended to reward individual mixed bloods who participated in stock ownership, not to protect the rights of terminated Indians as a whole. More notorious as far as Utah Indians are concerned has been the reputation of Representative James V. Hansen, who won election to the House in 1980 by contending that his predecessor had become entrenched in the Washington establishment. 20 years later, Hansen still represented his northern Utah congressional district. Although he had comparatively few American Indian constituents, the Ute and Navajo reservations are located in other districts. His attitudes toward Indians were revealed to the public in a remarkable episode that took place in 1982. He wrote a private letter to Interior Secretary James Watt, an ideological soulmate, asking if he thought it would be possible to abrogate Indian treaties and discontinue all special benefits to tribes. "We treat the Indians as mentally retarded children," Hansen wrote. He continued, "They are the worst example of what a welfare state can do to individuals." Hansen understood the explosive nature of his inquiry, as he told the secretary that it would be prudent if this matter not be discussed in very broad circles at this time, as neither of us needs the kind of problems it could bring on our heads. Unfortunately for the congressman, someone in the Department of the Interior intercepted the letter and forwarded it to an advocacy group known as the Coalition of Native Americans. The coalition decided to publish it when Secretary Watt appeared in Ogden, Utah, at a Hansen fundraiser. The letter had the expected effect on members of local and national Indian organizations, who saw in it exactly the thing they most dreaded: evidence of a coordinated government conspiracy to revive termination. Hansen responded to the firestorm of protest by claiming that he had merely raised an issue of interest to many members of Congress, and added rather ominously, "We feel there's kind of an overreaction to it. If the language is inflammatory, if it hurts someone's feelings, we're sorry, but the problem has to be dealt with." Hansen's letter of federation provided abundant proof that Arthur Watkins still had at least one ideological scion representing the state of Utah in Congress. In the face of these political handicaps, what is to become of the Utah mixed bloods? Do they possess the will to retain their sense of community and individual Indian identity in the absence of federal recognition and in the face of local hostility? Federal recognition would, of course, render the question moot by providing a framework for continuity and a method for correcting past injustices. The basic question of how post-termination Indians perceive themselves has never been addressed, although terminated mixed bloods have always been willing to share their self-perceptions with officials and interested outsiders. The interviews conducted for this study have attempted to augment that record. The conclusions presented here are more suggestive than conclusive and deserve further study. It is clear, however, that the Uintah mixed bloods have lost neither their collective nor their individual sense of being Indian. On the other hand, their feelings toward the Ute tribe and the broader associative identity with American Indians are best described as ambivalent, since these forms of identity had always been somewhat external and artificial to them. An interesting perspective on this process comes from Lacey Allen Harris, a terminated mixed blood and son of BIA employee Ab Harris, another Ute leader who had played a central role in promoting termination. When asked if it was still important for him to be identified as an Indian, he explained, "Well, it's important because that's what and who I am. Although I am of mixed blood, my father was of mixed blood, my mother is of mixed blood, for me my whole identity is Ute identity. My great-grandparents, my grandparents, my father and I were all born and raised on the Ute Reservation, so for me my whole identity is tied to the Ute tribe." He elaborated further, "Like I said, although we were terminated, to me, termination was a government idea. It was an Anglo idea, if you will. I never felt cut off from being a Ute Indian, I may have been cut off from federal services, but I was never cut off from being an Indian, more particularly a Ute Indian. When asked by an attorney whether, despite termination and the stock issued to him, he still considered himself Indian, he replied firmly, "Oh, most definitely. More specifically, a Ute Indian, a northern Ute Indian of the Uintah band." The ways people define their own identities are complex and highly personal. When interviewees were asked what made them Indian, responses ranged from the genealogical to the deeply spiritual. McMurdoch Sr. put it simply, "You know you get this feeling inside of you. You know you're an Indian. And you can never say, hey, I don't want to be an Indian. You get this, where you can hear a drum. It's an instinct, way down deep, that you are an Indian. I don't care what the hell they say. Indian comes out of you. I can't hide it." Most of the mixed bloods interviewed expressed similar sentiments. Sonny Van explained, "It's a sad thing, but we know we're Indian. Just because a piece of paper says you're not Indian, I'm just as Indian as I was before they ever terminated me. And I have all my Indian beliefs. In fact, I have more Indian beliefs than most of the full bloods." When asked whether being Indian was about descent or culture, Sonny replied, "I think it's culture, yes. It's something you inherit through your genes. I don't think you can just walk in out of the blue and say, I'm an Indian, and expect it to be true. It has to be within yourself." Van's answer reveals some uncertainty about the difference between culture and genetic inheritance, but he clearly agrees with Murdoch that Indian identity is an internal phenomenon. A few mixed bloods responded to the questions in a way that suggests other factors are involved. Mixed blood members of the Mormon Church, for example, find that self-identification is sometimes complicated by an internal conflict between their Mormon and Indian selves. In most instances, Mormon identity attenuates the Indian one. Typically, they resolve the internal conflict by accepting Mormon definitions of Indian identity. When asked what makes a person an Indian, whether it is a matter of culture or inheritance, Mormon members of the mixed blood group invariably claim to be Indians, but also profess belief in the Book of Mormon doctrine that Indians descended from an ancient people known as Lamanites. They identify themselves as Mormons first, and secondarily as Indians or Lamanites. Charles Smiley Denver, a mixed blood man who is also a Brigham Young University-educated Mormon and businessman, minimizes the importance of his Indian ancestry. In the aftermath of termination, he said, "I went on with my life and didn't depend on the tribe for anything. And that's the way it should have been. They, the full-bloods, should have been terminated just like we were." When asked if he considered himself a Ute Indian, he responded that he considered himself part Indian, and over the course of the interview he pointed out several times that he was only 1/4 Indian. In response to the question, what makes a person an Indian? He answered, "A cultural thing, and federal recognition, I think." Then he added, "Yeah, I'm born with Indian blood, and I have Norwegian blood. I'm a lot more Norwegian than I am Indian." But even Smiley Denver, with his marginal sense of Indian identity, feels strongly that termination violated his rights and the rights of other mixed bloods. Smiley Denver's son, Chris, also a Mormon and currently the director of the Ute Distribution Corporation, is even more outspoken in his support of termination. When asked about the origins of the tension between mixed bloods and full-blood members of the tribe, he explained, "I think it all started with Congress and the Ute Partition and Termination Act. A lot of full-bloods, in my opinion, have this misconception that the mixed bloods wanted to be terminated." Warren Metcalf nodded. "I hear that over and over again." Chris Denver shook his head. "But that's not true. The mixed bloods didn't want it. Congress was set on terminating the entire Ute tribe. The animosity comes from the fact that the full-bloods weren't terminated, and the act itself has never been fully carried out because of that. We're frustrated. It hasn't happened yet." Metcalf asked, "Do you see termination as the ultimate solution? The best outcome?" Chris's voice was firm. "Yes, I do. I believe the best thing for the state of Utah, Duchesne County, Roosevelt City, is to terminate the Ute Indian tribe. They should be made just like us mixed bloods." Richard Curry Sr., a son of past tribal chairman Orrin Curry and the brother of Rex Curry, chairman of the Tribal Business Committee during the pivotal termination years, has a different perspective on the identity question. He sees Indian identity as a component of culture and links it to participation in the tribe. For obvious reasons, this is not a popular position among mixed bloods because it essentially validates the efficacy of termination. When Indians are removed from the tribe, they cease to be Indians. But Curry retains closer ties to the tribe than most mixed bloods, for reasons he explained in an interview. Richard Curry Sr., I'm married, my wife is a full blood. She's enrolled and my kids are enrolled. She's an Uintah-Ouray, so that keeps the Uintah-Ouray band of my side of the family because they couldn't enroll under me since I no longer exist, so to speak. Warren Metcalf. Is that a little difficult for you, maybe? Richard Curry. Senior, I'm married, my wife is a full blood. She's enrolled and my kids are enrolled. She's an Uintah-Ouray, so that keeps the Uintah-Ouray band on my side of the family because they couldn't enroll under me. I no longer exist, so to speak. Warren Metcalf. Is that a little difficult for you, maybe? Richard Curry, Sr. Well, long pause. Certain things are. I've never really been away from the tribe. He went on to name several members of the mixed blood group and noted that they had very little Indian ancestry, so they never did participate in the tribe. Many had married white spouses and lived outside reservation communities. Then he reflected more broadly on the question of identity. Richard Curry Sr. And so you begin to wonder, where does the Indian start? Or what is the Indian? Or just how do you be an Indian? Mac Murdoch used to tell me, if you've got 1/364th degree of blood in you, you're Indian. I couldn't dispute that, but I couldn't figure it out either. He always asked, when do you stop being Indian? And that kind of set off a little light in my head. First, to stop being Indian, you've got to be Indian first. If you don't act like an Indian, don't look like an Indian, and don't participate in Indian traditions and culture, or anything that lasts, well, you can be full-blooded and still not be an Indian. Warren Metcalf. Interesting. So you're saying that really, you have to be born into the tribe, you have to come from the tribe, to be an Indian? Richard Curry, Sr.? No, I think you have to be raised as an Indian. Richard remains close to the tribe and tribal functions because of his extensive family ties. Even though the Utes are a matrilineal tribe, his Uintah-Ouray father had his two sons, Rex and Richard, enrolled in the Uintah-Ouray band as children, despite the fact that their mother, Elizabeth, was a Uintah. It is not surprising, therefore, that Richard, like his elder brother before him, would emphasize cultural definitions of Indianness. In this way, cultural retention serves to legitimize Uintah-Ouray hegemony over the reservation, since as a whole the Uintah-Ourays are less acculturated and have lower rates of intermarriage with non-Indians. The mixed-blood Uintahs cannot make these claims, so they cling tenaciously to definitions of Indianness that rely on issues of descent and government obligation. Most members of the mixed-blood group insist that they have been illegally disenfranchised from Indian communities that predate the Ute tribe. The older members, in particular, still think of themselves as Uintahs rather than Utes. Outsiders might find this hard to understand, since most of the Uintahs are Utes, ethnologically speaking. But the mixed-blood elders do not talk about cultural affiliations as much as they do about communal ones. The Uintahs have existed as a distinct community since their removal to the Uintah Basin in the 1860s, well before the arrival of the Uintah-Ouray and White Rivers in the following decades. The experiment of creating a Ute tribe out of these three disparate and often antagonistic communities was, to paraphrase Lacey Harris, a government idea, and one that continues to be alien to them, just as it was in 1950 when several mixed bloods petitioned Arthur Watkins and complained about losing political control of their reservation to the two Colorado bands. Ultimately, the social construction of mixed blood identity derives more from tribal descent than from culture retention. But the issue of legitimacy is, as we have seen, an arbitrary one anyway. The largely full-blood members of the Ute tribe claim both tradition and descent, and they emphasize the importance of tribal culture, while insisting that the mixed bloods left the tribe voluntarily. Younger members of the tribe in particular believe that the mixed bloods actually asked to be terminated. On the other hand, the mixed bloods themselves emphasize genealogy and political rights. Invariably, they cite the fraudulent aspects of the Ute Partition Act and assert that they have extensive kinship ties to people who are members of the Ute tribe. It should not be surprising that mixed bloods turn again and again to the politics of the issue. Some contend that tribal planners used faulty logic when they relied on the 1955 blood quantum enumeration to terminate them, because they based calculations of ancestry on membership in a Ute tribe that did not historically exist. These mixed bloods regard the post-1937 Uintah-Ouray tribal government as a bureaucratic fiction never fully accepted by any of the three bands. As Mac Murdoch explains it, see, just back like in 1929, now the Uintah roll, they had strictly a Uintah roll and a White River roll and an Uintah-Ouray roll. I appear on the Uintah roll. Over here. How can they make me a Ute? There's no way they can make me a Ute. I'm still a Uintah. I'm on the Uintah roll. Maxi Chapus, a full-blooded Uintah, argues that the creation of the Ute tribe violated and continues to violate his rights. In all of this litigation, he points out, in reference to a people, tribe is the only language that was ever used. They never come down and said to the individual, you and you and you. Tribal rights superseded his own, as an individual and a Uintah. Referring to his own difficulties with the tribe, he says, you sons of bitches, you're the ones who fouled me up. You did this to me, tribe, Mr. Tribe. I don't even want to be a part of your damn tribe. Calvin Hackford seconds these sentiments by pointing out that the government had no right to supersede his Uintah identity with a Ute one, thereby abrogating his Uintah treaty rights. He said, you can't take an identity that emerged down here in 1937 and attach it to me and claim Uintah rights back in 1906 when the Ute tribe didn't even exist. That's the reason why my identity is to me very important. What Murdoch, Chapus, Hackford, and others believe is not much different from the position the mixed bloods articulated to Senator Watkins in 1950. That the federal government created the Ute tribe and used it to deprive them of treaty rights that originated in their Uintah ancestry. The fact that the leaders of the contrived entity known as the Ute tribe belatedly discovered in 1954 that some of their members were not Utes in the same fashion as the Colorado Utes, and then used this discovery as the basis for terminating the trust obligations owed to these people as Indians, only adds to the absurdity of this unhappy episode. Conclusion. The termination of Utah Indians proved to be a classic example of federal policy turned tragically wrong. Envisioned as a method of providing self-sufficiency and acculturation for those inducted into the program, the results invariably showed the opposite effect. The experience of the mixed-blood Utes dramatically illustrates the nature of these unintended consequences. Most worked as ranchers and farmers in the years before the policy was implemented. However, in 1960, a study conducted by the University of Utah found that the Utah Utes had only 28 remaining farms or ranches. Of these, only 14 claimed to be even close to achieving a level of self-sufficiency. As their economic livelihood was destroyed, the mixed bloods had little choice but to start life anew. Perhaps even more shocking was the wanton disinheritance of the mixed-blood Utes from their tribal assets. When initially relocated to the Uintah Valley, in the years following the Spanish Fork Treaty of 1865, the Uintah Utes were promised title to the entire basin. Nevertheless, the workings of nearly a century of assorted government policies, culminating in termination, rendered their progeny nearly propertyless. Today, poverty and displacement remain pervasive. Although the four bands of Utah Paiutes never had the assets that the mixed-blood Utes initially possessed, termination worked at least as a great hardship on them. They endured impoverished conditions throughout the 1960s and 1970s. Anthropologist Ronald L. Holt's study of these Indians concluded that termination rendered them totally dependent on outside forces for survival. They lost any recourse to educational and health programs that benefited other tribes. Worse, the steps they had taken towards self-sufficiency in the 1940s were completely negated. Their tribal land base was reduced, and their self-government virtually collapsed. As Holt put it, when other Indians were crying for civil rights and self-determination during the 1960s, the Paiutes in Utah were only struggling to survive and to retain their identity as Indians. Nielsen, Holt, and the few others who have examined the effects of termination policy in Utah agree that the effects of termination were almost uniformly disastrous for the individuals subjected to it. In this respect, their work is similar to broader termination case studies, such as Nicholas Peroff's examination of Menominee termination or Susan Hood's account of the Klamath Saga. But what is illustrative about termination in Utah has less to do with the disastrous outcome, which does not appear unusual in comparison to other terminated tribes, than with the unique set of antecedents. In Utah, termination derived from a convergence of three unrelated factors that first appeared in the Utah case and then contributed to the termination of tribes elsewhere. The first of these was probably accidental. Arthur V. Watkins, a freshman senator from Utah, lacking any substantive experience in working with Indians, became the chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs in 1947. The reasons for this curious selection are unknown. Perhaps the Senate leadership simply assigned Watkins because he was a Westerner, or perhaps he volunteered for the position. Regardless of the reason, Watkins became the most dangerous of chairmen for the Indians because he was an ideologue. His philosophical base stemmed from religious conviction, not personal experience or political considerations. Therefore, unlike most in Washington, he tended to resist the political process and worked around the system in order to avoid compromising his beliefs. Watkins's religious convictions, underpinned by Mormon doctrines regarding Indian origins and destiny, led him to see Indian peoples as a fallen race, ignorant of the truth, and deprived of the liberating aspects of civilization. The thing he desired most, therefore, was the rapid and complete assimilation of the American Indians. To his mind, these were noble and justifiable objectives. As Commissioner Emmons pointed out during the Paiute termination hearings, there were substantial differences between the many Indian tribes residing in the United States. He warned that the government should never attempt to apply the same yardstick to these many groups and tribes. Yet termination, especially as practiced by Watkins, proved to be exactly that kind of yardstick. The evidence suggests that the senator either thought all Indians were fit for termination or was unconcerned about their status. If anything emerged from the combined experience of the affiliated Utes and the Utah Paiutes, it was that Watkins relentlessly pursued his own ideological agenda. He consistently portrayed the image of meeting the legal requirements for termination, especially about the stipulations defining consent, without actually giving the Indians any choice. Watkins's commitment to the policy did not by itself make the difference in bringing about termination. If commitment had been the only criterion, then Dylan Meyer would have been far more successful than he actually was. What set Watkins apart was that he also possessed legislative power. This legislative prerogative constitutes the second of the three factors that brought about termination in Utah. Watkins did not possess broad powers over Indians. Congress would not have accepted termination without tribal consent, and informed tribal consent was entirely lacking. So he sought examples instead. He wanted a few select Indian tribes that could lead the way, and the tribes and bands of his home state served this purpose sufficiently well. In 1949 or early 1950, Watkins discovered that he had at his fingertips real, coercive power derived from Senate oversight authority over tribal funds. Most tribes did not have large amounts of money deposited in the federal treasury or ambitious tribal budgets, leaving Watkins without substantive influence over the direction of tribal programs. However, the senator had considerable leverage over the few tribes that had acquired large sums in judgment monies awarded by the U.S. Court of Claims, because the jurisdictional acts upon which the claims were based stipulated that the tribes could use their judgment funds only in congressionally mandated ways. Thus, Watkins had a tool to compel tribes to produce development programs that included termination provisions. When confronted by opposition, as with both Ute factions, Watkins simply threatened to withhold the money. Congress probably would not have condoned Watkins's blatant use of blackmail tactics, but he avoided congressional scrutiny by working behind the scenes through tribal attorneys and other intermediaries. In the case of the Paiute bands, such subterfuge proved unnecessary, as they were too disorganized to offer effective resistance. In any case, his subcommittee chairmanship gave him considerable power over the tribal purse strings. It also helped Watkins' cause that most members of Congress naturally assumed that the tribes with the greatest resources, especially those with large trust funds in the federal treasury, were the ones most ready for termination. Watkins nurtured this fallacious assumption because it allowed him to pursue legislation for tribes that would have otherwise been considered ill-prepared. In 1947, for example, Acting Commissioner Zimmerman noted that the Utes were among those least ready for termination, but after the Colorado Judgment Award in 1950, they were reclassified as one of the best prepared tribes. Without the Indian Claims Awards, Watkins would not have had significant legislative power over any Indian tribes. Thus, the role played by Watkins's fellow Utah and brother in the Mormon priesthood, Ernest Wilkinson, constitutes the third factor leading to termination in Utah. Wilkinson's success in winning the spectacular Big Ute case made him the most successful Indian claims attorney in the country at that time. However, while other claims attorneys might have resisted Watkins's attempts to use award money to blackmail their clients, Wilkinson shared Watkins's religious and political perspectives on Indians and government. Both men agreed that Indians should be compensated for past injustices as a means of removing the federal trust obligation. In fact, Wilkinson's role in producing the 1945 Indian Claims Commission Act probably stemmed from these same motives. He too expected the Utes to use their judgment award in ways consistent with the objectives of termination. This unexpected cooperation provided the senator with the means necessary to terminate the Indians of his home state. Ironically, following Watkins's failed bid for re-election in 1958, he received an appointment to serve on the Indian Claims Commission. In 1960, he became chief commissioner, and during his tenure, 1960 to 1967, he worked hard to increase the ICC's efficiency and output. The evidence suggests that as he became more familiar with the facts about claims cases, Watkins also became more sympathetic to the injustices suffered by Indians. Even so, he always viewed the ICC as a temporary expedient to settle the accounts as a prelude to assimilation. The convergence of these factors, Watkins's ideological chairmanship, his coercive power over tribes with large claims awards, and the willing cooperation of Utah claims attorney Ernest Wilkinson, produced the bureaucratic climate conducive to political manipulation. The senator found a similarly auspicious combination of events at the tribal level. Internal factors made the Utes especially vulnerable to external pressures. As the infusion of new money rekindled old antagonisms between the three bands, especially those concerning membership and control of the unpopular IRA-style tribal government. Eventually, all combined to give Watkins the power to effect termination in Utah. Moreover, many of the operative factors present in the Utah situation were also present elsewhere, suggesting a modification of the existing interpretive framework for understanding termination. It is clear that the interpretive elements, posited by Donald Fixico and Kenneth Philp, particularly the role played by returning war veterans and the insufficiency of the existing IRA government at Uintah-Ouray, played a significant role in Utah. However, it is just as clear that the Utah case defies these interpretations with respect to the capricious and pivotal role played by Senator Watkins and his religiously motivated allies at the federal, state, and local levels. The broader causative forces provided the environment that made termination possible, but Watkins's ideological compulsions drove his program to fruition. Most congressional advocates of termination favored the policy only in principle, and generally drew back when confronted with the reality that the tribes themselves would not consent to it. But Watkins truly believed that he knew what was best for the Indians, whether they offered consent or not. In fact, the entire Utah termination story is unique in that the converging elements that created it carried over and contributed to the termination of additional tribes. As the studies of Paroff, Hood, and others have demonstrated, Watkins played a major role in terminating the Menominee, Klamath, and other Indian tribes, just as Wilkinson helped these same tribes win judgment awards from the federal government. Thus, in this one sense at least, Arthur Watkins realized his objective. He truly made the Indians of Utah examples of termination. The Ute termination story is also significant for what it reveals about the impact of termination on Indian identity. When faced with the threat of external pressure and acculturative forces, the Utes and Paiutes did not find common cause in their shared cultural traditions. Instead, the threat of termination tore the Ute tribe apart and rendered the Paiute bands powerless. These Indians had indeed never really functioned on a tribal level anyway. But there is more to the story. Particularly in the Ute case, termination exacerbated the anxieties and factional fault lines between the three bands because the policy centered on the definition of race. Identity construction typically includes criteria for establishing boundaries. In this case, however, Watkins and his allies managed to assign boundaries externally by playing upon the animosities that already existed between the bands. In the process, the Uintah band never had the opportunity to assert its own identity criteria. The racial question tore the tribe apart because the would-be arbitrators of the racial division based their work on the fiction that an objective standard of race could be utilized for the purpose at hand. But race is not an essence and is not objectifiable, and therefore, the process utilized an arbitrary standard which guaranteed that the members of one or more of the factions would find themselves victims of the process. Partitioning the Ute tribe had to be a political process. The definitions of race that underpinned the division were the product of political calculation. Watkins and his allies within the tribe devised a formula that would attract a modicum of support from the full-blood group and then shrewdly altered the formula in committee to maximize the number of individuals separated from the tribe. No one bothered with the formality of calling in anthropologists or genealogical or historical experts to give testimony on who the real Indians were supposed to be. Watkins understood that the question of race was a political one. Indians could be bureaucratically and arbitrarily defined into and out of existence. A more enlightened approach to the Ute problem would have taken into consideration the rights of these racially defined peoples as members of discrete groups. Few individuals in Watkins's day thought in terms of group or minority rights. Advocates of cultural pluralism were no exception. The dominant racial paradigm in that era still held that non-white racial groups were biologically inferior and served to defend the prevailing legal and social institutions of segregation. Neoconservative defenses of the prevailing social order had yet to be articulated, although it is not hard to imagine Watkins subscribing to the idea that Indians should possess rights as individuals in society, not as members of tribally based communities. Terminationists like Watkins thought of themselves as progressive thinkers because they envisioned a society based on the notion of the equality of the individual, apparently never considering that the legal and political rights guaranteed by treaty provisions and federal law constituted a layer of political rights that transcends the rights of individuals. The federal and territorial agents who negotiated the Spanish Fork Treaty of 1865 never thought of treating Ute Indians as autonomous members of society. Rather, they dealt with leaders of Ute bands who represented their peoples as distinct groups. While the Ute case fails to support the more cohesive outcomes of social construction, considerable evidence exists to support the judgment that mixed-blood ethnic identity has been reinforced on a personal level. The majority of mixed bloods interviewed for this study profess a stronger sense of Indian identification today than they possessed before termination. The younger members of the mixed blood group, usually children of terminated members, Dora Van, Keith Burdick, Arana Felter, and several others, now identify themselves primarily or exclusively as Indians. Keith Burdick's story forms an interesting example of this affinity. The son of an enrolled member of the tribe, born 5 years before the enactment of the Ute Partition Act, Burdick never embraced tribal roles, yet today he manifests a profound sense of personal Native American identity. So much so that he travels the national powwow circuit and exhibits his artwork in venues such as the Red Earth Festival in Oklahoma City. His son, Richard Burdick, is a composer and performer of Native American flute music. When asked about his affiliations, Keith Burdick emphasized his cultural roots in this way. "I think, being Indian, you have to have that Indian background. You have to be raised knowing that you are. Grandpa told me his little story. He told me about his dad and his mom and the Indian way of life. That's important to me because I was raised listening to those stories, and I'd like to be a part of that, even though, like I said, we're on the outside looking in. As far as the Ute tribe is concerned, they don't care. But my heritage is Indian, and I'm still going to be Indian. I don't care what they say. It is safe to assert that Keith Burdick is not less Indian because of termination. If anything, he is more. Today, the mixed blood group is not cohesive. It is riven with the factionalism and antagonism that one might expect of any group of individuals, subject to federal legislation and party to countless lawsuits. Nevertheless, a sense of commonality prevails. According to sociologists Cornell and Hartman, the bonds most important to group solidarity are shared interests, shared institutions, and a shared culture. If the mixed bloods possess one thing in abundance, it is a shared interest or determination to regain what they have lost. They also possess shared institutions in the form of the formal affiliated Ute Citizens Organization, which functions sometimes well and sometimes not, but generally in accordance with its constitution and bylaws. And they emphatically share a culture. The majority of mixed bloods are children of a historic Indian people, direct descendants of a composite band known to history as the Uintah-Ute people. They possess levels of ancestry in excess of many well-known federally recognized tribes. In short, they manage to hold together, despite almost insurmountable obstacles, because they have constructed and maintained a group identity. It is important to bear in mind these and other realities about the Utah termination episode. The most significant factor is that Senator Watkins and his accomplices implemented termination legislation illegally. The critical legislation affecting the mixed-blood Utes and Paiutes, PL 671 and PL 672 respectively, contains language consistent with the intent of Congress, which stipulated that those subjected to termination had to give their consent to it. Despite the controversies surrounding votes at the Hotel Newhouse and in other Paiute meetings, as well as the General Council meeting of the Ute tribe at Fort Duchesne, sufficient evidence exists to prove that Watkins either lied about receiving Indian support for his program or else misconstructed it. The pivotal Ute meeting, held on March 31, 1954, is noteworthy in several particulars, but most especially about the nearly complete absence of those subjected to termination. The Uintah Utes. Had anyone on the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs bothered to examine the issue, they might have wondered how the mixed bloods could consent to termination when they were not present at the meeting that supposedly voted in favor of it. Great harm has come from all of this. Lives have been ruined and families divided. Circumstantial evidence suggests that many surviving mixed-blood Utes live on welfare or state assistance. It is terribly ironic that in a time when termination is almost universally regarded as a failure, the mixed-blood Utes remain behind as the discarded and forgotten victims of a mistaken policy. Over the past 3 decades, the United States government has offered restitution to all of the major tribal groups subjected to termination and has implemented a recognition process whereby other forgotten descendants of Indians have received federal recognition. The Mashantucket Pequot tribe of Connecticut, for example, won direct federal recognition from Congress in 1983, despite the fact that cultural and genealogical ties of current members to the historic Pequot tribe are tenuous at best. Today, the Mashantucket Pequots, owners of the Foxwoods Casino, are widely regarded as the wealthiest and most powerful Indian tribe in America. They stand as a classic example of the politicization of race. The terminated mixed-blood Utes, meanwhile, can only shake their heads in disbelief when confronted with such vagaries of federal policy. They have no thoughts of gaining wealth or privilege from the restitution of their federal trust status, even if such eventualities were possible in the Mormon Church-dominated state of Utah. What they want is the recognition that they too are the cultural and linear heirs of the Utah people. And, of course, they want justice.